All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the Cultivating Wellness Telesummit. This is the first event of the semi-annual series. We're going to be repeating this again in late December. And today, our first presentation is from Allison and Samantha Rapp. So, ladies, are you ready to take it away?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
We are a mother and daughter, and we had quite a journey coming to where we are, and that's what we're going to talk with you about today. We are connected in lots of ways, not just by being related, but because we have a business together, and we are able to help people do what we've done in our own life, which is that we used to have a kind of normal mother and daughter relationship where we would fight with each other and love each other and get exasperated by each other, and then one of us would stomp out of the room saying, "Obviously you don't love me," and and then it changed. And one of our favorite tissue company is now going out of business because we aren't crying about our relationship so much.
So for years, we just kind of felt like we were caught in this conundrum. How is it possible that the two of us, who obviously care so much about each other, could have so much trouble getting along with each other and figuring each other out? Then we discovered something that totally changed the way we saw each other. It was kind of like a missing link, and it helped make us sense of everything that was happening between the two of us. So suddenly, we were no longer caught in a terrible place where we felt like we were never going to be understood, where we were never recognized for what we thought were our best qualities. One of us was always blaming the other, and the other always felt unjustly accused of the blaming. So what did we discover? Well, in simple, we have different ways of processing information. We have different ways of interacting with the world, and different inborn strengths, and different ways of expressing ourselves even.
And what we found out was that when we went into that place where we recognized our differences, what changed was that we were able to appreciate each other for our strengths and for the way that we actually are different. And we began to understand that who we are and how and why we're different from each other has shifted our relationship enough to make it possible to work together in a business that we both love. And that experience of that shift from pain to joy is the reason that we're here. And we want to offer you the same kind of opportunity to have a life that's easier than you thought that it could ever be. And we know firsthand the power of discovering and claiming your strengths, and we can't wait to share that with you. So that's what we're doing, because understanding your perceptual style, which is what we did, opens doors to understanding people and changing the way that we relate to them. And that's the subject of our talk today.
That's fabulous. That's so inspiring. I like that. And I had some issues with my mother when I was a teenager, so this really resonates with me. My mom's my best friend now, but it took a long time to get there.
Sometimes you have to wait longer than you want to.
That's for sure. So what are people going to get from your talk in the next 45 minutes?
Well, I have a quick, if I can make this work, hang on, I have to find all the buttons. This is what I've got. Look, what we learned today. Here we go. And the first thing that you're going to learn today, Sam is going to tell us why who you are is your most valuable asset in cultivating your well-being.
When we're out of sync with who we are at a deep level, we have an internal conflict. Here we go. Here's our slides. We have an internal conflict.
Okay.
And that conflict really is antithetical to our well-being. So who you are really determines in large how you pursue well-being. So let's take two people, for example. One person really loves information, and when they're looking into new activities, they're going to research every single possible activity that they can do, and they're gonna find all the information they can possibly make and get on this. And because they know that when they have all of the information possible, that will enable them to make the best decision they could possibly make. Somebody else, however, might just say that the best way to learn is to do. So they're going to keep trying everything, and they're going to try every new thing that comes along until they find the best one that works for them. And then if something new comes along, they'll probably try that too. And if it works better for them than what they were used to do, they'll probably end up sticking with that. Because given a personal track record, that's just what works for them.
So, Sam, you're having a little bit of feedback. Can you try moving your speakers or perhaps muting your speakers when you're speaking?
Is this any better?
A little bit.
Okay.
So, yeah, we were hearing you through your speakers again. So it's a little bit of a reverberation and delay.
You could also try coming a little closer to your mic, Sam.
I just moved it closer. Is that better now?
Yes, that seems to be a lot better.
Okay.
So let's cross our fingers.
So the second thing that we're going to do today is we're going to understand how your perception of the world creates meaning from your experiences. And if we think again about two people going to the same party, neither of them knows anybody but the host. And one of them gets into deep conversation with somebody that she's just met and spends the entire evening getting to know that person and goes home feeling like she's cultivated a powerful, new, long-term relationship. But the other person walks into the room and instantly becomes the center of most people's attention. She uses up most of the air as she's doing it, but she's the person that's talking to maybe 4 people at the same time, and she's telling stories, and she's making everybody laugh, and she goes home feeling like she's made 15 new friends and knows exactly who she's going to introduce every one of them to and why she's introducing them. And this is this is about perceptual style.
So finally, we'll discover how you can tap into your natural strengths and use them to enhance your well-being. So when the actions you take are rooted in your natural strengths, everything fits with who you are and feels as easy as anything you do that is based on muscle memory. When instead you're trying to overcome your weaknesses, you end up using much more energy, you get burned out, and you end every day totally exhausted. So what we're going to do now is tell you a little bit about the basis of perceptual style theory, so you can understand why it's so important and it makes such a profound difference for people to understand their style.
Sure, and you're having just a little bit of feedback again. You're very echoey.
Okay, I'm at
when you're
least
speaking,
gonna put on.
turn off your speakers.
I'm gonna put on headphones, but I only have one microphone.
No, that should be okay. That should actually help a lot because what we're getting is the feedback in the speakers, not from the microphone.
Okay, all right. They're all tangled, so hold on.
Just turn your speaker off for right now because I'm going to start about talking about snowflakes. Because we all are snowflakes, and our individuality is what makes us so valuable to the world. But despite that, we have shared characteristics with other people. And life would be pretty lonely if we didn't. And that's what we're going to talk about today, how certain parts of what we share with other people can be understood in a way that makes it easier for us to communicate in a meaningful way with more people. And because of that, feel a greater sense of wholeness and well-being. Sam and I and the people who develop the work that we do call these shared characteristics your perceptual style. Now, I'm sure that you've had the experience of meeting somebody and feeling like you have just run into a long-lost brother or sister. You really get each other. You might finish each other's sentences. You might understand what the other person is talking about with any kind of deep explanation. You might feel comfortably and immediately and completely accepted. When you feel that kind of immediate connection with another person, it's most likely because that person's perceptual style is the same as yours, or you're a neighbor and you're very closely related through the way that you view the world.
And I'm pretty sure everybody out there has encountered somebody that they just don't understand. A common way to know that you're dealing with somebody that you don't understand is that you feel dismissed or that that person comes off as rude to you. They explain something to you over and over and over, and you're still in the dark. Finally, when you do understand what they're trying to tell you, you think to yourself, if only she had said it that way, or like done it like this, or done it like that, I would have gotten it the first time. I'm sure we've all had that experience. It's a sure sign that you're dealing with somebody who's a perceptual style that's really different from your own. And when we run into people with really different perceptual styles, we tend to think that they should just make it this change or do things another way, because we know that that works for us and that's how we know it works. So if they did the same thing, obviously they would just be successful. But what we don't realize is that they can't do it the way we think they should. They wouldn't know how to, and if they learned and succeeded in doing it, they'd be drained of their own energy all the time.
You mentioned perceptual style. What is that about?
Well, that's what we're going to tell you right now. It's a
All right, so perceptual style is not just how we like to interact with people. It's also how we derive meaning from all of our experiences. So let's take this picture of the sky and clouds, for example. We can all agree that what we're seeing here is clouds. But what you see is not necessarily what I see. But we can all agree that it is indeed clouds and not, in fact, a desk. Therefore, what we're imagining is that we're agreeing on an objective reality. However, when we consider perceptual style, we can see that objective reality is actually pretty elusive. Perceptual style is how we make individual meaning for ourselves. And it's based on how we perceive the world and everything around us.
So you were born with your perceptual style, just like you were born with brown eyes or blue eyes, and your perceptual style doesn't change. It also determines your natural capacities, your skills, your abilities, and other parts of how you express yourself in the world. Now, it doesn't mean that one perceptual style is better than another, or that the people who have any given perceptual style are more intelligent, better leaders, or even sleazy salespeople. It doesn't mean that they're more caring parents. What it means is that we see the world differently, and how we see the world makes it easier for us to do this thing rather than that thing. So if we think about this picture of clouds as objective reality, what's important to realize is that we all believe that we're seeing the same thing. But in fact, we never see the entire picture. We only see how reality looks to us. We never ever see it the way it looks to someone else. And when people who have the 6 different perceptual styles look at this, what they see is filtered and colored and shaped by their perceptual style, so that this is the kind of thing that's actually going on.
So it's just like what you see here. If 6 different people see 6 different styles of perceiving the world, and they see 6 different things, you can't change your perceptual style, because it's as much a part of you as it is your DNA. You can work really hard and learn to do things that come easily to another perceptual style, but you'll never do them or experience them in the same way in a person who has that perceptual style will do or experience them. So, I mean, certainly you're more than just a perceptual style, but understanding that helps you understand the foundation of who you are and what you share with others and what is different from you. It helps you identify what works for you and what doesn't work for you, and why that is. So let's take a look at a few of the major characteristics of the 6 styles that the perceptual style do, and we'll see how they're different from each other. All of the styles can do what's necessary to live, but they all do them in different ways. And as we're describing these styles, think about yourself, but also the people that you know. Do you know anybody who is like what we're talking about?
Sam, I think I'm getting a little bit of warbling, and I think that maybe you forgot to mute your own speakers.
My speakers should be muted now that they're plugged in.
Oh dear.
It's not me.
Okay.
I'm hearing myself coming through on your speakers.
I don't hear her on your speakers. I hear me and I hear you on yours.
I'm hearing you on my mom's speakers as well.
Okay, that's odd.
All right, I'm turning myself way down. Okay, the first perceptual style that we're going to talk about is one that is marked by insatiable curiosity. And this is a woman who's brimming over with ideas and rarely at a loss for words. She easily makes friends with people she doesn't know. Actually, other styles would call those people acquaintances, but she calls them friends. She's curious about almost everything, and she's easily distracted, even by herself. This woman is the poster child for the bright, shiny object syndrome. And one of the communications characteristics of this style is that she thrives on sharing her experience. Her communication is an attempt to come closer to you by drawing a complete picture of an experience that she's had that you can enter into. But like every style, she's got pitfalls. And a common communication pitfall is that people often get tired of hearing her stories, and sometimes they miss the point she's trying to make because it takes her too long to get to it. The next style is marked by deep understanding. And the first thing to note about these people is that they rarely ever feel like they've come to the end of what they can learn about a given subject. These women love to continually refine whatever process they're working on until it's as good as it can be. There's always another layer to be uncovered, always another facet to be explored. And in communication, these people are very, very respectful. They communicate with a desire for people to be treated fairly. But a pitfall for these people is that their focus on information can create a situation in which they give far too much information to the people that they're talking to, or they give information that is important to themselves, but not to the other person.
So next is the style of patient nurturing. Patient nurturing is a style that values relationships above everything else. These are the people who make decisions slowly, and they often ask for advice from people they trust, and they always take into consideration who will be affected by the decisions they're making and in what ways. They value harmony, they're excellent judges of character, and they see the uniqueness in each and every person they meet. Their communication is the style of deep concern about feelings and the comfort level of others. However, their communication pitfall often stems from the fact that they have a subtle but powerful influence over everything acting in the background, and that helps make everything else work. Because of this subtlety, the way they act in groups doesn't draw attention to themselves. Very often, people aren't recognizing the incredible contribution this style makes to every situation they're in. This means that very often they don't get the appreciation they know they deserve, and this can lead to a great amount of resentment. Next is the rapid accomplishment style, and that's exactly what it sounds like. They're really good at getting things done, and they excel at triage. They know how to figure out the most important thing that will move anything from the to-do list to the done list. And this is the person you would really want in charge in an emergency. Their communication style is all about assuming responsibility and communicating directly, concisely, and efficiently. Their communication pitfall, however, is that for these folks, they focus on the quickest and most effective solution, which often means that they don't go looking for what isn't obvious, and they don't consider feelings as relevant data. Generally, they come across as not caring about anybody's emotions, including their own. And they're definitely not the person to ask if your bathing suit makes you look fat unless you're ready to hear the answer yes.
The next style is focused on reliable planning. And this style really values her ability to create a clear step-by-step plan for everything that she does. These people function really well with a list. They work with determination until all the steps are completed, and they don't complain about what obviously needs to be done. People with this style like to talk about the facts, and they feel more comfortable when decisions are being made based on what can be known with certainty rather than when feelings get mixed up in the process. One of their biggest communications pitfalls results from the fact that they have difficulty staying connected emotionally with other people. Now, this isn't because they don't care, and it's not because they don't think emotions are important. The problem for these folks is that another person's emotional whirlwind can pull them out of the place where they know that they can function effectively, and that makes them very uncomfortable. So what they're doing is guarding against that happening so that they stay in the center of their own power and feel that they can function effectively.
So finally, we have the style of unlimited potential. These are people who imagine the potential in every situation and know that they can accomplish whatever they set their sights on. And even though they don't exactly know how they're going to do it, they always figure out a way to do it. They always think in terms of possibilities, and they rarely use words like always and never. Their communication style involves lots of slogans, and they naturally inspire people to get off their butts and to take things and steps that will make a difference in their lives. However, their communication pitfall is that it's not necessary to know every single thing about how they're going to get from here to there, so that's often not what they focus on. As a result of this, they tend to be seen as all smoke and mirrors because they don't often hear enough details or give enough details to other people, so the other folks don't believe that they'll actually be able to fulfill their promises.
So that's the theory behind what we do in a very, very tiny nutshell, because in fact it's a pretty big theory and there's a lot of depth in it, but this is the basis of it. Do you see people you know? You're muted.
I am okay, fabulous. I was trying to minimize the feedback issue that we were having earlier.
I turned my speakers down. I think maybe that was part of it.
Yeah, it really helped a lot. So yes, I did see a lot of people that I know, but I'm also wondering, is it possible for someone to fit into more than one or to have attributes from one?
The way that this works, this is actually very different from a lot of other kinds of assessments that you can use and information that you get back about yourself, because I did the Enneagram a while ago, and I've done it more than once, and I think there are 9 things in the Enneagram, and I come out as 7 of them.
You're probably a 9 then. 9s often test as more than one type.
Well, okay. With perceptual style theory, what happens is that it's first of all, it's very reliable. It's got the highest reliability of any of the tests like this, and it's been around for 30 years, and it's very, very well researched and documented. And what happens with this is that you come out as one style, and you have neighbors. The styles are arranged on a wheel, and so you have neighbors. And you usually get along with your neighbors better than you do with the people who are opposite you or not connected by being next to you. And those people, you can pick up skills from those folks. You won't do them the way those people do. And I will tell you that for myself, my own style is, when I did the test, I tested within 1 point of a style next to me, and I do a lot of the things that are in that style, but I don't do them the way that style is, and I'm very, very clear in myself that I'm not that style. So really, you're one, and a lot of times people, they resist it because, well, I don't want to be just stuck on one thing. But what people find is that this is so typically so true about them when they read what this is about, that it's not a loss to be one style, because each one is so deep and has so many possibilities.
You mentioned the strengths a lot, and that's a word that people often use in different ways. And what are you speaking about specifically when you refer to strengths with regards to perceptual style?
Sam, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so strengths regarding perceptual styles, those are those are just like our natural talents. So each of the perceptual styles has the things that they are just like really naturally good at. And so we're not talking about just like being strong and like physically strong. Like, for instance, the one about deep understanding and patient nurturing, I mean, they just really, really, really get people. And so for them, those are the type of people that we would recommend to really just kind of start working with connecting people. And that if they're going a direction that involves not working with people, or we can find out from the assessment if they're kind of acting from a place of weakness instead of acting from a place of strength, we can encourage them which strengths are good for their style, and we can encourage them to keep using them, to practice them, and to kind of commit them to their muscle memory.
really the idea here is that your strength comes out of your natural skill set that you were born with, and it's not about overcoming things that are difficult for you. It's about expanding the things that are easy. This is not the way we're taught to think. Everything is about all pain. First, let's get the pain. Okay.
Yeah, and
And
it's always
then
no
let's
pain,
like
no
push
gain.
it to the max.
Hmm.
And this isn't what we're doing. What we're doing is we're looking for what's easy, and let's just continue with that and develop that and learn how that makes it possible for us to do everything in our lives without having to struggle.
Now, if these strengths are inborn, how is it possible that they can be eluding us?
Well, this is like like bleeds in from the previous question. It's because we as society just place an emphasis on practicing what's hard. So when we're younger, we're very much influenced by our parents, and they think that we should be doing things in a certain way. Um, so because of that, we never really learn how to do what we like doing. We're always learning to do what our parents value or what our teachers value, what society values. We're never taught to do what we value for ourselves. And so because of that, we never really learn what's good for us. And we like some people are definitely in tune with their bodies and maybe it's less elusive, but we've tested a lot of people who just like they're really just acting from the wrong place all day every day, and they come to us and they're exhausted and they have no idea why. And when we take a look at their results, it becomes absolutely clear within minutes what's wrong.
You know, I think Samantha is a really good example of this, because when she was in high school, she had a teacher. She was good in physics, she was good in math, and she had a teacher who thought that she should become a physicist. And it's not Samantha's life to be a physicist, but a lot of people are influenced in that way by teachers who see potential, but what they're really seeing is a reflection of themselves and not what's really right for the other person. And I think this is a big source of difficulty for a lot of people.
But it sounds like it would be beneficial to a lot of teachers and educators to learn these different styles and how they affect their students.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that it's, even just expanding the awareness of what it means when you know something about yourself, and when you recognize that other people are actually different, and not that there's something wrong with them. They're different. I mean, I think that where we tend to go is, what the heck is the matter with her?
Yes.
Right? There's nothing wrong with her from that standpoint.
How can these different styles influence one's wellness?
Well, there are 3 different ways that we find wellness. We find it in communication with ourselves, in communication with people who are close to us, and in the society that we live in, so at work and in the general culture. And one of the things that happens is that when we are communicating as if we should be somebody else, we're doing damage to ourselves in some way, because that internal conflict that Samantha spoke about before is going on all the time. So for an example, if you are thinking about the conflict that you can have within yourself when you're trying to make a decision, these are differences. The different styles make decisions in different ways. So, for example, one of the things that happens is that in the wellness industry, when it's online as it is, people are often given a certain amount of time to make a decision about buying something. Right? It's like, it's the fast action special. It's the thing for people who really know what they want. There's a style that doesn't know right now.
That's mine. Yeah.
It needs to process. It really needs to think about it. It needs to weigh the difference between what this will mean to me, what it will mean to my roommates, what it will mean to anybody that I'm in contact with, right? And then there's a style that needs more information. And then there's the style that just needs the basics and they're ready to go. Those are the ones that take that action, that take that decision, that make that purchase quickly. The others are waiting. So that's one thing about the internal communication that we have with other people. But then there's like how we communicate with our families and how much stress and angst is caused by family communication that goes awry. A lot.
I'm sure.
A lot. You know? I mean, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? How come you're not better at basketball? Why don't you care about football? If you really cared about studies, you'd do that. But we don't recognize our kids for what they really are able to do. And so what ends up happening is that their life gets determined by our judgment about it. And so I think that it could have a huge effect on people's family well-being, you know, as the unit of the family. And then in work, I mean, more studies are showing that people who are in corporate are not happy. Like more than 60% of people who work in corporate situations feel like they're doing jobs that are not the right thing for them. And this is all, again, about perceptual style. If you have someone, like Sam was talking about, the patient nurturing style, you've got a person who is looking at the environment, who's looking out for other people's well-being, who sees that, you know, whatever change is coming down the road is something that isn't going to sit well with a lot of people. That style is working in the background to make everything right with the people, and nobody sees it. People don't think it's important. And they look at that person and they think, oh, she's not doing anything, let's get rid of her because budget cuts are coming. So they cut that person, and then the whole thing falls apart because there's no connection between the people. Nobody realized that that's what she was providing. So that's, I mean, it's tied in to everything. And meanwhile, that person's out of a job. So how did that affect her well-being?
Yeah. Yes, that's not very good. And what about making decisions when it comes to exercise programs or diets or supplements? Is there a way that your perceptual style influences that?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's like when we go back to some of our previous slides, and decision making is definitely affected by our perceptual style. So, I mean, this was kind of what my mom was talking about in the internal communication, is that some of the styles are going to take a lot of time, and maybe they've got a gut feeling about something that they think that they should do or know is right, but yet they still feel the need to keep going. There's one style where if they trust their gut, they don't always feel like it was the best decision, and so this can get them into trouble later on down the line because they don't know whether they should trust their gut or their brain. And so, and the first slide that we showed, there's the style that will just delve into all the information because they think that getting all the information is the best thing that they can possibly do because that's the only way that they can make an informed decision. And for another style, there is a style that totally relies on their gut. This would drive that style absolutely crazy because what is the point of looking for all this information? Because you should just trust your gut because they already know the answer. And I mean, if only were that easy for the rest of the perceptual styles, they would be spending way less time researching which exercise program they want to take, and they'd just be already exercising. So, I mean, so it causes a lot of internal conflict, and you know, all the perceptual styles have their strengths, and certainly they have their weaknesses too. But you know, that's not what we focus on because we really like you to develop your strengths instead.
Well, and actually, to segue from that, one of the things that happens for a lot of styles is that they're getting information from society and from their friends and from everybody that they should just do it. Just do it, right? And that is not their style. Or that they should take less risk, right? The style that knows in their gut, there is one style that knows in their gut really, really well, and one style that follows their intuition really, really well. And people look at that style and they say, well, you know, it's like she'd just go jump off a cliff. if that looked like the next thing she should do. That's really crazy. What's the matter with her? But for that person, there's no risk, because what that person knows is that there is a possibility that's going to come out of everything. And it doesn't make any difference if there's what everybody else would call failure, because there's going to be something that rises from it. It's like that style is the phoenix rising from the ashes. So these are ways in which, you know, we're picking up stuff like just do this, just do that. It works for some people, but it doesn't work for everybody. And so when we're talking about making decisions about exercise supplements, different ways of connecting with our wellness, it's a completely rigged system in a way, because the message is always coming from a person with one style of seeing the world and being able to take in and give out the information. And when you start to realize that there are many other styles that those people are speaking to, except they're not really speaking to them, then we realize how our messages are missing.
Well, and then what happens is that for the style that just do it doesn't work for, it induces a lot of regret for those that it doesn't work for, because they made the wrong choice and they spent a lot of money trying something that they weren't ready to try. So really what we're just trying to do is teach people to just, you know, to recognize that they're not the same as everybody else, and to do things that work for them rather than to do things that work for other people.
Yeah, and I mean, this is also the same on the same vein. The thing that happens is that when people get all these other messages that don't feel like them, they feel like there's something wrong with them. And truly, there is nothing wrong.
And I agree. There's so much judgment about people who just don't think the same way we do, and it's such a narrow-minded way to live, and it's not productive, in my opinion, to
It's not productive.
assume there's something wrong with everybody just because we don't understand the way they think. And my husband thinks in a totally different way from me, and in a way that is it's rather difficult for me to communicate with him sometimes, because he is very focused. He does one thing at a time until it is done, and that is the only thing on his radar. And whereas I'm more free-spirited when it comes to projects and tasks. And so I tend to work on what moves me today, which may not be the same thing that moves me tomorrow.
Right. And I think are you a good multitasker? It looks like you are.
You know, I've gotten pretty good at it over the years.
Yeah, there's one style that's good at multitasking. Everybody else thinks we're supposed to do it, but there's one style that actually can. And not get messed up from it. I mean, for most people, multitasking is a thing that is actually detrimental to their well-being. And,
really?
Yeah, and for one style, it actually is possible to do it without having a lot of internal chaos. It's funny. I mean, we learn this from society, that we're supposed to be able to split our attention in 15 different places. It doesn't work for most people.
And have you ever seen those job postings where they want somebody who's like insanely organized and really efficient and great with people? Those are 3 different perceptual styles. How can that be one person? It's not one person. And so like part of this is just about overcoming society's unrealistic expectations about what the individual actually is and can accomplish.
That's really awesome. I think this is a really good thing for people to learn and understand, not only with themselves, but in their relationships with others, whether it's at home or at the office.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
So, and as Sam was saying, I've applied for jobs where they wanted somebody who's detail-oriented, super organized, can do 15 things at once, and of course the best part is they're always willing to pay minimum wage. You know,
yeah.
They want all
5 years of experience
for no money.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's very difficult to find all of those attributes in one person.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible, and actually one of the things that happens in many corporate, but not only corporate, in business situations where it's more than just you, is that you go to hire a team, and the people that you hire, who do you want to work with? You want to work with people you get along with, right? Who you get along with are people just like you.
Yeah.
So you hire people who are just like you, and then there are certain things that don't get done in your business. Because some people are much bigger at seeing the whole picture. Some people are much bigger at knowing when to cut and run. Some people are much better at being able to say, this is the thing that needs to be done next to move us forward. And some people are much better at saying, these are the steps that we need to take, and this process, if we follow it, is a methodology that will get us the same results every time we do it. Those are not the same people. And if you don't have those skills on your team can fall apart and you can lose your business. And this is one of the things that we find when we go into a business is that they've hired one person. They've got 7 people working for them, and they're all the same person. And it's no wonder nothing gets done.
But the other issue is that, sorry, if they were to hire 6 different people, there would probably be a pretty decent amount of conflict on the team because everybody's got a different opinion.
Well, it can minimize. I mean, one of the styles that's really good at detail and really good at creating that plan, it was the planner. That person really likes, when they're in a job situation, that person really likes to know what are the outlines of the box. They don't want to think outside the box. They want to give you the box that you want. I mean, that's a really, really valuable characteristic. But if you hire only people who can think outside the box, you don't have that person on your team.
Yeah, and I've been guilty of that. You said I was the manager of a coffee shop for a long time, and I noticed it got easier if I only hired people who sort of worked in a similar way, who had similar attributes. But the downside is that we didn't grow as people, and we didn't grow as a business as well as we could have if we had multiple styles working within that same unit.
Well, the other thing that you find is that the people who do certain kinds of jobs tend to have certain styles. For example, in my other life, I work with hands-on practitioners to help them build their business. And hands-on practitioners tend to fall into 2 style groups, much more than any of the others. And so that is another way of thinking about it, that the characteristics that you have as a person from your perceptual style make you better suited to certain kinds of work than others. Right? And so that's another way to look at that. I mean, this is like anything that starts to get into human personality, the ramifications of this are everywhere you look.
That's fabulous. We're about at the point where we should start wrapping up, so we've got about 10 minutes left. If there's anything else that you wanted to talk about before we segue into the next speaker. So I'm sorry, it was so interesting. I just had all these questions for you.
Of course.
Well, maybe they can be answered in another time in another way. We can do some things in the Hangout, maybe. I mean, in the chat box, if there's some things. So I think that the last thing that we wanted to mention is that we have, for people who are interested in taking this further, and I think I'm sharing my screen. If you go to AlisonRapp.com/cys-1-info, which is at the top of the page in the URL, we have a program that includes the perceptual style assessment and helps you to understand. It's called Claim Your Strengths Level 1, Unleash Your Natural Power. And it helps you to understand what your strengths are and how you are going to express those in the world in the most natural way. And it is explained on that page. And we have a special for the people who are on the call. Actually, I think they're the people who bought the bonus. And it's normally $497. But with the coupon that you have from taking the bonus package for this telesummit, it's $197. So that is that's what we're doing. And I will put this back.
Fabulous. And what can people expect from your program? So I'm looking at it right now. It looks really interesting.
Well,
you haven't even sold me on it.
What they can expect, there are several modules, and we have 4 webinars in the course of the program. After you take the assessment and get the booklet that you that tells you about yourself, There are 4 webinars that will help you to understand what perceptual style is, where it comes from, why it's so important for you, for your family, for your work situation, for your whole life. And we go into major characteristics of of all 6 styles in depth, and understand why it's so important to stop trying to overcome weakness because of the drain that it takes on our lives, and how the styles interact with each other, which is huge. This is where a lot of conflict comes from, and a lot of the kind of interaction where we're not really sure what happened there. Like, we walk out of the room and we don't quite understand what just went on. And we get into the pitfalls of your perceptual style and how to develop it. Not the pitfalls, but how to develop your strengths, because there is a process for doing it that's not, it's not just like you say, oh yeah, so this is my strength, so now I'm going to go do it. So what you're looking for is, you know, what you want to do in yourself that creates the situation where you can actually go deeper into those strengths and use them more fully in your life. And that's it. And it's a program that's, the webinars will happen in October, and you can take the perceptual style assessment anytime and begin learning about yourself and applying it. So that's...
That looks fabulous. I love that sort of work. So I'm definitely going to be looking at it further. Thank you so much for speaking with me today and sharing this awesome system with all of our viewers. I really appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. We're glad to be here.
Yeah.
And our next presenter is Christina Smith. She is an integrative nutrition coach, and we'll be going live with her in about 10 minutes. As with yesterday, I highly encourage you to take a minute to get up, stretch your legs, walk around, get some water. Sitting for too long is actually quite bad for us, and this would not be a very good wellness event if I encouraged you to stay in front of your computer for 5 or 6 hours. So at the top of every hour, we're going to be taking a little stretch breaks, and come back and we'll see you here in about 10 minutes. Okay, Christina, do you want to unmute yourself?
Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Awesome.
Good. I put the headphones in so that you can't hear my speakers, hopefully.
Nope, no speakers over here. Perfect.
Let's see if I can do the screen share.
Okay. And as soon as that's ready, I'm going to take my own advice, walk away for a minute. My back was really sore last night when I finished all of these talks.
Oh,
so I need to make sure I do more stretching than I did yesterday.
Okay. I don't think that it worked exactly how I wanted it to. So it said to open up, set up the slideshow, hit that.
Yeah, and then you have to select the presentation in a separate window.
Okay. How do I select this presentation from a separate window?
All right, let me...
I'll go back to that video. Must have missed something.
Yep. So when you click the green screen share button, you should see multiple browser windows or application windows for you to choose from.
Yeah, I see that on the video, but I'm not seeing it on mine, even though I clicked off that little thing that it said to click off.
Oh, this is in Google Hangouts?
Share the content.
Okay, that's awesome. Yep, I can see that. And if you check the little box about the browser window, when you go to slideshow, the top, yep, there it is.
It is clicked, right?
Yep, browse by an individual. And then when you click from beginning, it will show it in a little box. And this allows Google Hangouts to run the full presentation instead of us just seeing your back end of PowerPoint. So you can give that a test now if you need to. Then all of these little test bits are going to be edited out of the final recording that gets sent to whoever's purchased. And people who do these long events are getting used to seeing the behind the scenes bits in between the presentations.
Yeah, I think the couple minutes between is fine. So I had it all set up, right? And it said from the beginning, okay, but it's not giving me a separate window.
Okay.
Like it's only showing me that one. Cancel. So what am I missing?
So the window should have a red bar on the top and the bottom. So it is mostly full screen, but it allows it to be presented.
Okay. Huh. Okay, well, let me put up what I had before, and you can tell me if it's coming up right. Come on.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, it's not giving me that other screen that I saw so pretty in the video.
Well, that video was also on a Mac, but if you go up to the corner and you hit from beginning.
Where is that?
In the left-hand corner. It's underneath the file button.
Oh, I see. There.
Yeah, perfect.
Is that better?
That's perfect.
Yay!
Exactly what we're looking for. Awesome.
Perfect. Then I'll give you a few minutes to go stretch yourself.
Yeah, actually, I'm out of tea, too. Okay. Might have a minute to make some tea. So I'm a big tea person. I'm obsessed with tea.
Me too.
So, okay, so you can keep your presentation up if you want to. You don't have to. I'm going to share my screen with a little banner about who is presenting next. Cool. And I'll be back in a moment.
Cool.
All right, I am back.
Uh-oh. Cool.
All right, are you ready?
I think so. Hold
Awesome.
on. Let me get my screen share back. Here we go. Everything's good?
Everything's good.
Great.
So.
Well, I wanted to thank you first of all. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to?
Oh, no, I was just going to say welcome back to everybody who got up and took a little break. And we are on to our second speaker of the day, who is Christina Smith, an integrative nutrition coach. So Christina, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having us. That last talk was fantastic.
They did a fabulous job.
Yeah, they actually brought a couple of points into this that I'll bring in later that I think is really great. But what I'm here to talk to you about is self-care, and in morning rituals specifically. Self-care goes beyond food and exercise. It goes way beyond all of that. And I want to talk about how many different pieces of self-care there are so that we're getting whole, full living, right? So my company is called Whole Full Living. So we're going to cover these topics really quick today. So what is whole health, and why morning rituals and self-care are important to health, and what we mean by morning rituals, and then how to build your own ritual. So let's start with first what I believe whole health is. So often in wellness, we talk about the body, right? We talk about food and water and getting more exercise and getting more sleep. And then in that, we have to do a lot of learning. So we kind of hit the mind too, right? We have to do all that learning on what is healthy and what kind of habits do I need to incorporate to make myself healthier. And then there's also the heart and spirit. And this is where that last talk really explains my life, because I am a reliable planner. I can get things done. I am a taskmaster. I am really good at the body-mind piece. I am not so great at the heart-spirit piece. And let's look at that and why. So when we look at this quadrant, we're looking at the body, mind. And to me, that means that's the human part, right? That's the part that the physical manifestation of who we are. And then there's also the heart and the spirit part. Now, these are the things that we can't really see. We can feel them. We can have a knowing within ourselves, but we can't really touch them. We can't really, they're not physical. So the body and mind is something that I was focused on for a long time, and that has the ego, the temporary, the changing, the doing. So when you think of your motivations, what are your goals now? They're not the same as they were 20 years ago, right? So those are all the physical manifestations of our goals. The spirit is more of a heart spirit. So that's your emotion and your soul and all of that stuff. It's going to be your true self. You're going to have the same intuition you had since you were 3. You might make different choices, but the goals and the motive and the inspiration behind it is kind of the same. So the heart and the spirit are more permanent. They're longer lasting, harder to change, right? So why am I talking about all of this, right? So what is the importance? And I want to show you just a little bit of the importance from my own journey and how I got to be a health coach. Because believe me, when I told my friends and family that I was going to go to nutrition school, they kind of laughed at me. So who was I about 5-6 years ago? I was a perfectionist and a workaholic. I had a poor diet. It was never really stressed to me that diet would be important to me. People have gone days without eating. Surely food is food. I was also a martyr. So I claim that as myself because I want to keep that shadow in front of me and make sure that I'm not being a martyr anymore. But in my definition of a martyr is I was doing everything for everybody else. And yet I was becoming unconsciously resentful about how everybody got everything except for me. Has anybody else ever said that to themselves, even underneath in their own quiet brain? Boy, everybody gets everything and I just don't get anything that I want or anything that I need. And the truth is, it's a choice. It was a choice to be stressed and cranky, to be a martyr. I didn't have to be doing everything for everybody else. And yet that's what the story was telling me, right? That's what my childhood told me. Kind of like Samantha and Allison were just talking about how we're kind of formed by the people who are around us, right? I am an identical composite of my mother. I can tell you that right now. She is stressed. She is cranky. She doesn't perform self-care for herself. However, in my life, I became very, very ill from it. It started in my 20s. I got a lot of inflammation in my joints all the time. I'm sure a lot of you know that feeling, having itchy joints. I had bloatedness. I had a whole lot of problems that I just ignored because I could, right? I could just push past them and get my list done and take care of all the things that I had to do. And as you can see, this was my quadrant right here in the middle of this page. My mind was pretty strong because I had a really good warrior at being a taskmaster, but I didn't take care of my body. I didn't take care of my spirit. And I had a red alert in my emotional state. And it wasn't a life that I wanted to live. Until one day I started having problems in my digestive tract, and I started going to the hospital 2-3 times a year, and I went to lots of doctors and I got lots of diagnoses. And although none of the diagnoses really matched each other, they all gave me medication and wanted me to take this and that, and I had all the side effects. And I became really frustrated over about 3-4 years. I knew I had ulcerative colitis, and yet there was no way to really manage it. And it was so frustrating to me because it meant I had to give up a lot of my social stuff. It meant that I wasn't getting as much work done, which was always my strength. And it meant that my attitude was suffering greatly, not to mention all those ER visits and the recovery from each of those visits. That was a couple of months. So I decided one day I was not going to handle this anymore like this. I had to find a new way. So I had to make a new choice. So I chose to become healthier. Now, when I focused on this, of course, the pain was in my body. So I focused on my body, which to me meant eating more food, better foods, right? And there's so many different opinions on what is good, what is bad, especially when you talk about digestive disease, that I really struggled to figure out what was good for me. So much so that I went to nutrition school, not looking to be a health coach, not looking to be any type of practitioner, just to learn more about my own health. And so I went to school and I learned and I shared and I found gurus and mentors. I got my own health coach, and all of this started getting better. My body was getting better. My mind was getting better, but not completely. So it was a struggle to change all those foods, and I was getting a little frustrated because I still had the burning anxiety and depression in my stomach, which is very normal when it comes to people with ulcerative colitis. Even between flares, you're going to have pain. That's what I was told. Again, I wasn't going to accept this. The anxiety became so much, I was leaving work every day and during the middle of the day crying because I couldn't think straight. And so I knew I was missing something. So I kept studying. And what I found was this quadrant, right? I found that I was missing the heart and the spirit. I wasn't focusing on those. So in order to get away from being that martyr, right? Because now that I was doing less things in a day because I wasn't feeling well and I had great fatigue, it became work and sleep, and that wasn't any way to live. So I looked at this and I said, what am I doing? What would I do if I could design my days, right? And what I found is that I needed to become more creative. I had to play more. I had to work through a lot of the emotional background that I had gotten from my mother, from everybody else when I was growing up, all the stories that I was telling myself. And I had to look at them and say, is this really the truth for me? Is it true that I am only worthy if I am doing things for other people? Wow. Now that was a hard one for me because that was a truth that was taught to me. That I was only worthy when I was doing stuff for other people. But I wasn't worthy to me because I wasn't enjoying my life. So I had to question these truths and start saying, well, no, I'm important too. And I added ritual, meditation, gratitude, all those things that you hear about that you're like, oh, one day I'll try that. And I said that for years. But I started trying them, right? Because I was desperate. I would have done anything to get out of this pain. And I really focused on what my purpose was. I realized that my full-time job was not fulfilling me anymore. I wasn't satisfied with just marketing software, basically, was what I was doing. I needed something more. I needed something that I was inspired to do and didn't feel like a task. So I did become a health coach. So that's the glory of the whole disease, is that it brought me to my own purpose. But today I want to talk about you and how you can get your full living spectrum into ritual, right? So this is the full spectrum: the body, mind, heart, and spirit. And these are all important. And then as I talk about morning rituals, sometimes people get that word and they go, oh, well, that's all spiritual. I have to believe in God. And that's not true. It can be non-religious. I like ritual because I don't like the word routine when it comes to taking care of myself. If something becomes routine, it becomes blah, like mundane, list checking, right? And I don't want us to look at these routines or these morning rituals like that. What I would like us to look at is start thinking about how they can be treats for ourselves, rewards for ourselves. And then not only are they rewards, but they're actually bringing rewards. So it's about a momentum. So the best way I have learned to bring in all 4 of those quadrants into my life is to make sure I do them right off the bat every morning. And if I do them every morning, right off the bat, I'm going to get more of a regrounding effect. So when people used to tell me regrounding, what is that regrounding, right? So to me, regrounding is becoming reacquainted with the purpose. What is truly important in your life? And that's what we think about. That's one of the reasons we do gratitude, right? What is really important? Do I have everything that I need? Sometimes we get so wrapped up into all the details of our life, we forget about the big picture, and that in the big picture, we're actually quite good. So let's focus on regrounding. Rituals also help us with the flow in the day. It sets the temperament for the day, right? So if I have a nice, peaceful, relaxing morning, that is more likely to flow into the rest of my day than me running around like a maniac because I wanted to put the snooze button on 3 times and now I'm running late and I'm going to skip breakfast and I'm going to just, get dressed and get out the door. So morning rituals help us pace ourselves better for the rest of the day, and they bring ease. And mostly for me, with my anxiety, especially when I was sick, and I know a lot of people, even when they're not sick, have a lot of anxiety, de-stressing and slowing down is the number one reason I do my morning ritual. I wake up with a belly full of anxiety in the morning. Not as much anymore, but I still can. So I often do the morning ritual just so I can get rid of that anxiety in the morning. Because if I carry that anxiety all the way through my day, it becomes a really bad morning where my family is hiding from me. So for my sake, I do these rituals, is what I call them. And so what's in my routine? So I do change it up often because, again, I don't like the word routine. So I like to make it a little different each day, but there are some habits that really bring momentum into my day. Before I even leave the bed, I like to take deep breaths because before I even open those eyes, I have that anxiety already in my belly. So I want to make sure that I'm taking these deep breaths before I even open my eyes. And I'm starting to be conscious and grateful for my breathing. And being grateful for our breathing is just one way to be grateful for the day, to start our day with that one positive note, right? Like, I am thankful for today. You're already ahead of the game. You got today. So that helps me. And then, of course, I go to the bathroom, I wash my face, and if I feel like it, I do a hot towel scrub. Now, I believe if you got the bundle, you'll have a whole book on a whole load of self-care items, actions that you could do for yourself. A hot towel scrub is a really great way of waking yourself up, especially in the winter when it's cold. It's just about getting a towel really, really hot and then scrubbing your entire body from head to toe, basically, and just getting all the circulation in your skin. It's amazing. I love it in the morning. Then I drink some water, often with lemon. That'll help your digestion start. And then in order to get rid of the rest of my anxiety, I do something called morning pages, which means that I get out a journal, and it's not my real journal, it's just a morning pages journal. And I just start writing whatever garbage is in my head. Susie needs homework for tomorrow. My husband needs the keys to the car for, next week, vacation in 3 weeks, whatever the morning pages need to hear, which is basically any garbage in my head. And that way I can get all of those thoughts, it could be anything. Often it's just a list of things I need at the grocery store, just that's been bothering my brain. So I write all of that stuff down and I get rid of it. And then that helps me clear up for doing stretching, or often I'll do a little bit of meditation after that. And then also at my altar, I keep quotes and affirmations on the mirror that help me remember that my health is priority, along with kindness and compassion. Because like like Allison and Samantha were speaking about before, I am a reliable planner. So I often forget about the kindness and the compassion, and I go straight for abrupt, just communication, information, and that's it. And that's not really helping my connections in the world. So often I have to remind myself that health, kindness, and compassion are important, and that the mission is secondary. And then I choose a mantra for the day. Today, my mantra is, how can I love this? It's one of my favorite ones. So every time I have a problem that's coming up that I'm challenged with, I can say, how can I love this? And it opens up the possibility of loving things that we don't love. So these are just a sample of what I do. I mean, there's a ton of things that you can do. Meditation is good. Prayer is very important for a lot of people. Often I'll read something grounding if I feel like I just cannot get rid of the anxiety. Nothing changes me like a good Mark Nepo reading. If you've never heard of Mark Nepo, I suggest you look up his Book of Awakening. It's fabulous. It's a daily reading for every day of the year, and it always has something fabulous to say. So that's one thing that you can do. Some people read the Bible or the Quran or whatever your religious testament is. Some people go for a walk. Now that I am currently on a 21-day challenge for walking, I do my walking in the morning instead of the yoga poses. I stretch and then I walk my dog. So that's another way of really taking care of yourself. And then if we want to look at the quadrant, I always make sure that whatever I'm doing in the morning is kind of hitting all of those quadrants, and you can see the types of things that are in each one. And here's the tricky thing, like eating well, it doesn't just hit the body, it's going to hit the mind, the heart, and the spirit as well. So I don't want you to think that just one of these things, only goes to one category. As you can see, writing can hit the mind, the heart, the spirit. And there's many things that can hit different things. But when we're talking about the body, we're talking about the physical body self-care. So eating well, exercise, movement, whatever that means for you in the morning. But I also want us to think about this body self-care, right? Honoring our body, like I said, with the hot towel scrub. When we take time to really nurture our bodies inside and out, we are going to see our bodies respond to us better. And it seems really strange, but I have clients that have been eating well and exercising for a long time, and they do not understand why they cannot lose weight. And yet when I introduce the mind, heart, and spirit to them, it's like something clicks, because the heart and the spirit are only going to benefit working on the body and the mind. These all kind of have to work together. So no matter which quadrant we think we're focused on, we really need to be focused on all of them, because that's what's going to help our momentum. It's not going to help us to be well in one piece, and then, it's not going to help us to have a really healthy, dynamic body, but a depressed heart and spirit. So taking care of our entire body will help momentum in other areas that we're struggling in. It's just like they were saying before about using your strengths to kind of pull along your weaknesses or help your weaknesses. So make sure that you're doing a little bit of these. So the mind, again, that's about learning, and that's about expanding our perspective. The heart is going to be about gratitude, about connecting with other people also. So if you're one of those people who let your friendships kind of slide because life gets busy, maybe one thing for you to do is to write a letter to somebody that you love in the morning, or a thank you card, or whatever helps you connect with somebody else during your ritual. Journaling, of course, I suggest that journaling is the first thing anybody ever does for self-care, whether it's eating well, exercising, it doesn't matter. I always say journaling starts first, because if you can't observe your behavior, you're not going to be able to change it. And then there's the spirit. Again, this doesn't have to do with religion. It has more to do with the spirit inside of us, really tuning into those inner voices. And things like prayer and meditation, they help us to do that, to hear those voices, right? And then I always really dug, I'm not religious myself, but the one thing that I really loved about religion when I was younger was the whole ritualistic aspect to it. There's something really beautiful in the rituals that religions do. To me, at least, I like the lighting of the candle, or burning some sage, or rattling, or drumming, all of those things, repeating mantras on mala beads. All of those things are quite important to me, even though I don't have a specific religion, because those are the things that are still going to feed my soul and my spirit, my higher my higher power, right? These are the things that are going to keep it grounded and knowing what's important in my life to me. So I really didn't have much more, because I just wanted to make sure that it was kind of short and that you guys were going to have time for questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
So, well, I think this was awesome, and thank you very much for sharing this with me. I do have a few things I wanted to mention. You mentioned the mantras in the morning, and I recently designed a deck of mantra cards.
Oh, very cool.
And yeah, it's 50 cards, and there's all different mantras about wellness and yoga even. And in the morning, that's what I do. I draw a card from the deck and I stick it on my desk, and that's my focus for the day. So I really like hearing that somebody else is doing a morning mantra too. So
yeah,
it's so
I think
important,
it's very
setting your
important.
intention.
And just something to center you throughout the day, because you bring that back up and it brings you back to that ritual, right? And for me, it brings me back to that peaceful feeling I had in the morning. It's it's just like when you go home, you act like the daughter you always were. But like when you say that mantra, it brings me back to that morning where I had my own peaceful time. So it's a good way to just set us for the day.
Then how long have you been doing a morning ritual?
Oh, geez. I would say regularly for about 2 years now. I'm not a morning person, which is the craziest thing out of all of that, right? I'm one of those, you do not talk to me in the morning. My husband learned that real quick. I don't talk back if he asks me questions. I just look at him and he's like, right. But for me, morning was really difficult. But now that I make sure that I have this time, it is like a gift. It's like, I know I'm getting 30 to 40 minutes, that everybody's going to leave me alone, that I'm going to be able to really start my day in a way at a pace that I appreciate. I don't have to just jump into my warrior and start being crazy everywhere. And that's where I was before. And so the anxiety just, oh my goodness, it just built every morning. Like I woke up and instead of breathing, like my brain was filing boom, 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 boom. Like, what do I got to do? What do I need? Where am I going?
And would you identify as a night owl then?
I do identify as a night owl. I would much rather stay up till 3 a.m. than have to get up early. I would finish any projects at night. And I mean, there's a change in it, though. I think since I've become sick and since I've started my morning rituals, it's shifted a bit. I can't stay up till 2 or 3 a.m. as often now. 11 seems to be a stretch. So I think as your priorities and your perspectives change, all of these things change. And at first, like I couldn't get all 4 of those quadrants done in the morning because there was no way I was getting up early enough to do that. So what I did is I got the most important done, which for me was being connected to my spirit and my emotions. And then the body and the mind I would work on throughout the day instead. So instead of having to do 40 minutes in the morning, I might do my exercising later. or I might do reading or some kind of mind exercise later, because it's not practical for everybody to start with like 40 minutes right off the bat in the morning.
Yeah.
I understand that. It's hard to find time. So it's just squeezing a few more minutes in there every day.
Then it's interesting that you say this, because for years, most of my life, I've thought I'm a night owl. And recently, I've been wondering if that was true or if I perhaps started to shift. I mean, I wake wide awake at 5 in the morning with no alarm. I'm just, okay, I'm up now. And I'm still fighting this night owl mentality. I mean, I worked overnight for years. I was the night editor at a newspaper. So for years, I was working from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So any breaking news that happened in the middle of the night, I was the one who was responsible for making sure it got online and out on social media. And so that really messed with my schedule. This was 10 years ago, and I'm still fighting that night owl mentality of, well, I could stay up and work on this thing, or I could go to bed. And my brain's still not quite in that space where going to bed is for my wellness. It's still sometimes perceived as an inconvenience.
Oh, I know.
That's something that I was hearing in your presentation about the morning rituals. It's like actually taking that time for self-care and starting the day on the right note. And I think if people start their day from a place of wellness and a place of self-love, that they're more likely to do things like go to bed early and eat the right foods throughout the day.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you're more willing to go to bed a little earlier, knowing that you're going to get that time in the morning. I think that's a big piece, because it's difficult to switch. I understand completely. I can get this one more thing done. And I've had to get to the point, and, you know, I'm forced with illness, but I had to get to the point where, okay, well, I'm making a choice here. I'm either doing this thing for my business and sacrificing my health for tomorrow, or, you know, I can go to sleep now and figure out how I can how important is this is really what it comes down to.
Yes, I completely understand that. And I have a nervous system disorder, and actually a lot of people in the support group that I'm in also have the colitis that you've mentioned. And we get these spontaneous flares, and it's usually because of stress and getting out of our routine and getting out of our ritual, for lack of using the word routine. And it's very difficult, I think, for a lot of people to maintain their wellness, especially if they have a health trigger, if they're not structured. So when I was winging it every day, I had more unhealthy days than healthy days. There were days when I couldn't get up. And for the past about a month or so, I've been having more and more bad days because I've been so busy. I've been out of my routine. I've been stressed out. In fact, I went to the doctor thinking, oh my God, something really bad is happening. And the first thing he said is, how's your stress? What? Oh, yeah, good point. And it sounds like adopting a more holistic and whole body morning ritual, like what you were talking about, will help reduce that stress early on, and hopefully even keep the stress lower later on in the afternoon.
Absolutely. And that's the idea of it. I think what happens so often is that we focus on that one piece, right? I mean, for me, it was my digestive tract. So I automatically thought it has to be food and drink, right? Or movement, one of those things. It has to be a body thing. And it really wasn't. For me, the pain started going away when I made that perspective change, that I'm making a choice here. Am I pushing through this, or am I taking care of myself? Because that's what it comes down to. There's no like, well, I'm going to push through this and I'll just suck it up. At some point, you get chronically ill enough from stress that there is no more pushing through it. It's a choice. You're making a choice. I'm going to be sick tomorrow, or I'm going to do this now, you know?
Yeah.
And there's a great theory out there called the spoon theory. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
No.
But for people who have chronic illness, there was a woman who was trying to explain to her friend what it was like to have chronic illness. And so she gathered up all these spoons in a restaurant and gave them to her friend because her friend really wanted to know, what is it like to deal with this? And she said, okay, well, imagine you have 12 spoons and that everything you do takes a spoon away from you, right? That's your energy being sucked out of you. So if you start the day with 12 spoons, before you get to work, you're already missing 3 because you had to get dressed, you had to eat, you had to make yourself something to eat and get to work. So that's 3 spoons. Then let's say work leaves you 6 more spoons short. So now you're up to 3 spoons, and you still haven't done any exercise, any self-care, you haven't eaten, you haven't gotten home, you haven't showered. So it's about making choices, because you can't borrow spoons. I mean, you can try to borrow spoons from tomorrow, but that's going to make you really sick tomorrow. So it's starting to see yourself as limited, and not in a bad way, in a way that is consciously making that decision. And and sometimes I think that healthy people have it a little unbalanced because they have unlimited spoons and they waste a lot of them. It's my judgment. But like I am so conscious over the choices I make about my time, because I know that there's a give and take with my body, that I can't be under stress. And so making sure that I have my morning ritual, that puts spoons back into my play rather than take them away.
I think that's very important. And it's so hard, though, to acknowledge that we are not these infinite beings, and we cannot do every single thing we want to every single moment of the day.
Yeah. And accepting that we're not perfect. We can't do everything, and we don't need to do everything. Often we're filling our days with things that we don't even want to do anyway. Yeah. I mean, if you ask people, they'll say, oh, I spent the whole day, I did this, I did that. And what did you really enjoy? Oh, my day is not for enjoying. My day is to, take care of people or do whatever. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't sound very enjoying.
Yes, and we were talking about this yesterday in the talk with Stacey Herrera about productivity and busy work. And so many people, and I'm guilty of this too, we like to feel busy, so we find things to make us feel busy because we feel like that's what it's supposed to be about.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. It's not productive in the end, and it's really, even though it looks like we're getting things done, it's not conducive to long-term productivity, to health, to achieving business or wellness goals.
Right. And if you're not being inspired while you're doing all those tasks, then what is the point? You're just doing them. You could be taking out the trash just as easily, like you're not doing anything that really gets you excited, then stop doing it.
I do have some specific questions about your talk for you. Okay. Before we get too far off track here. Okay. Tell me a little bit more about regrounding, and how can that be more palatable towards people who might be a little apprehensive about this term?
Oh, I'm a true skeptic. So when I started hearing all this woo-woo stuff about like, oh, you need to be grounded and you need to, talk to nature or whatever, I was just like, whoa, what does this mean? So grounding to me means just reconnecting with my inner spirit, basically. My inner knowing that tells me what is right, what is wrong, right? And in my non-religious way of looking at the world, I see everything that's alive pretty much connected. So I believe that the earth feeds us good energy and that we are able to feed it back. I don't go so far into all that, though. Like, there is a whole lot of stuff about the electromagnetic force field that we get from all the computers and blah, 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 and how earthing is a great thing, walking outside, connecting your feet to the ground. I have no doubt that there is some type of science there that really, really helps us. But for me, the regrounding part is just to reground within myself and make sure that what I'm getting frantic about or what I'm getting excited about is truly something that I want to get frantic or excited about. Sometimes we solve $1,000 question with $1 million answer. You know what I mean? Yep. And that's where we're going crazy. We got this little tiny problem and we make this huge deal about it. And it's not the piece that's going to help us. So regrounding is going back and going, okay, what size is this problem? You know, is this important to me even to deal with? So that's what regrounding means to me.
I like that. So that seems very practical and palatable towards people of different religions and perspectives. I like that.
Yeah.
So
it's just about hearing your own voice.
Yes. And you know, a lot of people tune that out.
Mm-hmm.
We tune out our intuition. And this is also something Stacy mentioned yesterday. When you stop listening to your intuition, it stops showing up so forcefully. It's like a little person, and it gets tired of being ignored.
Sure. And then I think we often become people who we don't even recognize anymore. You know, one day you could wake up going, oh, how did I get here? And like, this isn't my journey. This isn't where I wanted to be, you know? And it's because we forgot to check in with the inner voice that tells us what's right and what's wrong for us, you know, not necessarily for everybody else. But like Allison and Sam were saying earlier, you know, it's about finding that true voice, you know, and even if you've had a connection to it, making sure that that voice that you're hearing is yours and not influenced by our parents or teachers or friends, you know, really knowing what your authentic truth is.
Yeah, that's so important. So the next question I have for you is about this hot towel scrub. I mean, that sounds absolutely amazing. So do you use a wet towel, a dry towel? I mean, what's the
that's something
how do you make this work?
I learned in health and nutrition school. It was fantastic. I was like, so you go to the bathroom and you completely undress, and yes, you're going to stand in the bathroom naked for a few minutes. It's fine. Nobody will be there.
No worries.
Then you run some really hot water and keep it in a sink and make sure that it's basically as hot as you can take it. And then you just dip the wash rag in, you know, drench it out a little bit, and then you start. Now the way I was taught was that you start from your extremities. So I'll start from my hands and I'll scrub my fingers all the way down into my body and just make sure that you get all of it, and you just keep scrubbing and scrubbing, and it'll help take off a lot of the toxins and stuff. But I'm telling you, above all the science stuff, it just feels good. Especially in the winter when it's all cold and my bones tend to get like brittle. They feel brittle in the winter.
I get achy. I hate winter.
Yeah, and it'll help the circulation in your blood. So you just do that all over your body, and you'll see your body will start turning red and stuff, and that's perfectly fine. It'll go away. But you'll have taken off all the dead skin and all the toxins that are in your skin. But I'm telling you, it feels really good. And there's something about really honoring each part of your body that way. And it's different than being in the shower, because in the shower, we're just, you know, we're running water. So we're like, oh, scrub it up. Let's go, you know, clean it up. But this is more of an honoring of your body. And often, again, this might sound a little woo-woo to some people, but often I'll be scrubbing and I'll be like, wow, all the things that my hands do for me in a day. You know what I mean? Like they cook, they clean, they prepare, they write presentations, whatever. And then, you know, I also make it a gratitude exercise sometimes, so that it's about really honoring our bodies. And when we tell our bodies internally that they are wonderful and honored, they're gonna perform better for you. Like it's a mental note, like it's that underlying unconscious thing that you're constantly telling yourself that, oh boy, I'm really grateful for my legs. I'm really grateful for my feet. I'm grateful for all these things, rather than, oh, look at that, I weigh too much, or oh, I don't like the way that I look there. I mean, how many times a day do we compare and despair with other women, especially, where we're like, oh, well, I could be thinner, or I could be taller, or I could be, you know, yeah, we could be, but we're not. So stop telling our bodies that they're inappropriate, you know, and these self-care type things tell our bodies that you are loved and you're honored for what you are already. You are perfect as you are. So it's just an unconscious way of telling ourselves that.
I like that. I think that's really important. I mean, I've been guilty of it over the years, and even on bad days, I'm like, oh, really? Really? This is what I look like? Like, this is my body? And that's ridiculous. It doesn't accomplish anything. It only makes you feel worse later on.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a vicious cycle. You get into this cycle of feeling bad about your body. And I've really, over the past 6 or 8 months, especially as my health has been changing, I've really started to go, you know what? I may not like this about my body, but I have a body.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I may have some things wrong, but it mostly works. I got all my appendages. Like, I'm really blessed, even if, oh, sure, maybe it's not the ideal model body that you see on all of these magazines.
It's better. You've taken care of it and you're responsible for it. So, I mean, that's your gift. And I understand that completely, because when I got sick, I was done with it. I was like, how could this happen? Like, I've always been thin, blah, blah, blah. But it was that thinness and that want of thinness that made me really sick. I was eating all kinds of garbage and I brought it on myself. And I learned that instead of blaming myself for it, the only thing I can really do is empower myself to change it.
Yeah.
So that's the important thing, is telling ourselves that we are wonderful. We are going to be wonderful. I mean, it's not just a positive psychology thing. It's just really telling our body that you are okay as you are. And by doing self-massage or a hot towel scrub or any of those things, that's helping us tell our bodies, you are worthy of attention. You are worthy of care. And that's very important.
Yes, I think so too. And I had a note that I wanted to mention before I forget about your morning pages. Are you familiar with the work of Tim Ferriss?
I am not.
He is amazing. Actually, if you stick around for my talk in about an hour and 20 minutes, I mentioned Tim Ferriss because he really inspired me to start experimenting with my health and wellness. He is an entrepreneur, author, and he is obsessed with biohacking and learning how to make your body healthier yourself, and without having to go mess with doctors and all these other things. And so he's very inspirational for me and really pivotal in helping me transform. But he also is a big advocate of this morning journaling exercise. He calls it windshield wipers for the soul.
There you go.
Everything that is in your head when you get up in the morning, and you just throw it on the page. You just brain vomit everything that is on your mind that you're worrying about, like, oh, I've got to take the trash out later. It's trash night. I can't forget that I got, before dinner, I have to take the chicken out of the freezer. Whatever is on your mind when you first wake up, just throw it out on the page for about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it really helps you start the day fresher. And I think, April Julison mentioned this yesterday as well in her talk. And you're all onto something here. And I haven't been doing it so consistently lately. Unfortunately, I've been skipping days. Like, I didn't do it today. But when I do, it's a whole new tone for the day. And I think that's important for people to start their day from that place of, here's what I've got to do. It's no big thing. I can relax about it. There's no reason I have to stress out. Look, it's all documented.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it just helps to clear that whole slate. We do so many things today and we try to multitask, but at the same time, we try to have our brain multitask. And it worked for me until, I don't know, about 5 years ago. And now my brain sometimes just goes, yeah, I'm not remembering that. Yeah. Or I'll remember it so many times. You're going to hear it over and over and over again. So yeah, morning pages are just so important because it's all those voices that go on in our head. And by putting them down, we're able to look at them and see, is this important? Is this not important? Is this, is this something I really need to be anxious about or not? So I think it really helps us, and just getting all those voices out, right? Because then we can compare them all and go, okay, which is the most important voice out of all of these? Mm-hmm. I mean, otherwise, there's just so much going on in the world. And like you said before about being busy, if we tell ourselves that we have too much to do, we're always going to have too much to do. It's just the truth of it, because we're going to make sure we do that.
And it's like getting a new house because you've got too much stuff. Well, you're going to fill up that next house too. It's only a matter of time.
Exactly. Another brain wouldn't help us.
And last but not least, before we start to switch over to L North, it seems like you've had a lot of experience in this transition phase of actually setting up your morning ritual and moving from kind of fluster to a place of peace. And what advice do you have for someone who really struggles with, a set schedule, and who struggles with the idea of, oh, there's something I'm going to try to do every morning?
Well, I would say start small. 5 minutes, if it's not even that, 2 minutes. Just start small. Just start with one thing. I started with breathing and just being grateful in the morning. That alone, I mean, that takes almost no time, right? You just take a few breaths and you are thankful. And then after you've got that down, maybe the next week or 2 weeks later, you set your alarm another 5 minutes earlier and you incorporate another piece that's important to you. I mean, I think it's about finding a manageable way of getting that in there. It's not like I could start tomorrow and be like, oh, you know what? I do no morning care whatsoever. And tomorrow I'm going to do these 15 things every day for the rest of my life. And it's like, yeah, well, that's not going to work. Yeah. So, I mean, it may, and good luck. Yeah. But if we start small, it's a lot easier, and then we can see the momentum. If that one little thing has helped us just even an ounce, we're going to want to add something else in, because it's going to help us so much more later. So I think that we just need to learn how to bring them in, which is, one of the things that I do as a health coach is I help people bring in a couple of habits at a time so that they aren't becoming overwhelmed and then learning nothing. Because that's really the worst part, is if you try to do a new habit and you try so many things that you become overwhelmed and you get nothing new out of it. And that's not what we want.
If people want to learn more about working with you, where can they go?
They can go to wholefulliving.com, so WHOLE, wholeful as in whole, living.com, and all that information will be there.
Okay, fabulous. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Taking some time to spend with us today. I know you've got a lot going on, so I really appreciate your time. Next up, we have Elle North. She's going to be talking about lifestyle and energies and finding the energies that really can work for you. And we're going to be going live with Elle in about 10 minutes. So if you're hanging out with us here, I strongly encourage you, get up, take a break, stretch your legs, get some water. I don't want you to be sitting for too long and get any back trouble. And we will be seeing you shortly. Okay, Elle, I've unmuted you on my end. Can you unmute yourself over there?
There we go.
Awesome. Can you see me and hear me? Well, can you see the screen with your face on it?
I can see myself. I could hear you, but I can't. I was able to see you before I was able to figure out how to activate my camera, but now I don't see you. I kind of see, it looks like some text in a box, like instead of your picture.
That's actually your name.
Cool.
So, I put up a slide in between the presentations of who's coming up next.
Awesome.
And it looks like things are working okay. The one thing is half of your face is really dark. So if you
maybe I can turn a light on that side of the room.
Okay. So then
I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. And I'll be back in a moment too. I'm gonna go get some water.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The lighting is way
Yay.
better, whatever you did.
Cool. Yeah, I just turned some lights on and I shifted the camera a little bit.
Awesome.
The shift helped. Yeah,
Yes.
now I can see you.
Excellent. So everything is working.
Awesome.
I'm actually going to elevate my laptop just a little bit because I think this will make it a little bit easier for everybody to see you on the monitor when I'm speaking.
Cool.
Okay, that seems to be a little better. Okay, so I have this amazing old drafting table that I use for my desk. It was my dad's
Oh, cool.
50 years ago. But it was too tall to use with my chair, so we had to chop the legs off. It's this huge metal
Oh my gosh.
monstrosity, that green plastic drafting top that they used to use in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so now it's at the right height for working, but not the right height for presenting on the monitor behind me.
And now I have a little stand for my phone, and I always have to elevate it with like yoga blocks or
there you go.
Post-it note decks or something, so people can see me and not like my chin.
Yes. So for those of you who are watching, our next presenter is Elle North. So she is going to be talking to us about your energies and how they influence your wellness. So thank you very much for joining us, Elle. I know that you've got a lot going on. I really appreciate you taking some time to spend with us today.
Oh, thank you. I'm excited to be here.
So would you like to introduce yourself and let us know what you're going to be talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Elle North, and I work with energy healing on a lot of different ways. So I work a lot with Reiki, and I also work with yoga, crystals, tarot cards, and I also work a lot with intuition. And for me, although they seem like so many different things, a lot of different modalities, they all really integrate together and make up a whole. For me, they all really fit together. So today I'm going to be focusing on energy and how you can harness your own inner energy and also discover the energies within yourself. And once you tune into those energies that you have kind of moving around within you, you're really able to access this really subtle part of yourself that will help you to become more in line with your perfect health, more in line with your true self, and more in line with just your whole life purpose, which sounds really big and like really big promises, but for me, that's what I've found just in my own personal practice. So I'm excited to share just a couple of things about energy with you all. And we'll also be doing a little guided energy body scan towards the end of my presentation, which I'm excited for too.
That's awesome. So would you like to tell us how you got started with energy work? What brought you to it?
Well, when I was younger, I kind of just decided to play with holding my hands over my friends or my dad. My dad always got migraines, and so I would kind of pretend that I would be able to feel, his migraine and take it out of him. And I really feel like a lot of things with energy healing and intuition kind of come from that childlike sense of play. And in playing with that, I kind of realized, oh wait, like I really do feel something in my hands. And I kind of brushed it off. And then as a teenager, I was working in a really small local little health food store. And I worked there on Sundays, which we had maybe like 3 or 4 people come in for the whole 6-hour shift. And there was this huge bookshelf, and there were lots of books on Reiki and energy healing and kind of harnessing your energies in that way. And so I'd be able to sit down and spend an hour uninterrupted reading about these things and realizing, oh, hey, like that's what I was doing when I was just playing around. And then while I was there, doing the exercises in the book and just kind of playing with it. And then about maybe 10 years after that, I became a Reiki master. So it was kind of this really long evolution, and I feel like, you know, the journey's never ending. Like, I'm still learning and still kind of discovering different things on the path. So it's cool to see how it's evolved from being young until now.
So would you like to tell us about your experience with Reiki and how you got started?
Yeah, so with Reiki, I found a teacher who really resonated with me. He actually came to a group art show that I was a part of, and he saw my work, and my work was dealing a lot with anatomy, and I was mixing anatomy with maps. And he said to me, have you ever thought about practicing Reiki? I'm a Reiki teacher, and I have a Reiki 1 class next month. And I was like, why, yes, I have thought about doing that. So it kind of felt like really serendipitous. And so I went through my training with him, and I was just amazed at how much energy work I had already done, and also how much there was to learn. And so it really showed me how you can work with your energies without, you know, being certified, but you can also expand just how much you can tap into your inner energy and the energy of others once you learn different healing modalities like Reiki. So that was really fascinating for me.
I have a question over Twitter
sure.
for you right now. What is Reiki exactly? And is it something that one can do even if they are Christian?
Yeah, so what's really cool about Reiki is it's not specific with any one religion. So it's really a healing modality that isn't a religion, so anyone can do it. So yes, if you're a Christian, absolutely. And what Reiki is just a form of working with energy using your hands. So often, you know, when people define Reiki, they say it's hands-on. But when I work with Reiki, often with myself or with other clients, I tend to hover my hands over my body. So like if this were a person's chest, let's say, I usually hover my hands a little bit over. So what Reiki does is it allows you to be able to feel the energy and then to be able to send healing energy to somebody else using your hands. And so it's all about activating your hands and being able to listen to other people's energies and at the same time talk back to their energies by sending them healing. So that's kind of how I see it.
With the hands elevated, it's a lot like polarity energy working in that sense. Where you don't need to be touching your patient, for lack of a better term, your client.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I found myself that when I work on somebody, I'm able to sense so much more by letting my hands hover. If my hands are touching a client, usually that means that it's something super physical that's going on. For example, if somebody injured her knee, then for me, having my hands on would really tap into that physical pain that the client was feeling. But more often than not, when I work with clients, they're going through spiritual, emotional, and mental issues or things in their life. And I find that those things really benefit from me moving my hand just a little bit away from the physical body so I can tap more into the energetic body.
Yeah, I find that little bit of separation really, it takes away the tactical. Oh, I need more coffee. It really takes away from the tactile sensation of actually touching the person that you're working with, and from actually feeling their skin. I find that I often will get distracted by, oh, their skin's warm, or it's slightly clammy. I get distracted by all this information that's coming in through the act of touching someone.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's really interesting too is with Reiki, you can work on people through distance. So most of my Reiki healings are actually done not in person, but through distance. So in Reiki, there are 3 levels, and the second level teaches you how to deal with healing through space and through time. So it's really fascinating for me is that I've noticed that just like how someone's right here in front of me, I can pick up on so much more about their energy, or my hands hovering them, I can pick up on maybe 10 times more as much information when the person isn't even in the room at all, and I'm just tapping into their energy through distance. And it took me a while to build up confidence with that, because it sounds, you know, if you've never heard of Reiki before and if you've never heard of distance healing before, it sounds kind of crazy. But when I just kind of trusted myself and allowed myself to play and explore, I was able to just see so much confirmation and so many results from my clients saying, oh, wow, how did you know that? Or I felt you doing that. And just every time I got confirmation, my confidence skyrocketed with it. And then I just kind of had to say, yeah, this is real. This is something that I do. So it's been really fascinating.
Could you expand a little bit more on the distance healing for people who might be listening and interested in something like that? Do they need to like hop on a Skype session with you, or can they just be doing their own thing when you send them this energy?
Right. Yeah. So every Reiki healer works a little bit differently. How I work is I will sit down with a notebook and pen, and I will sometimes send a message to my client saying, hey, I'm about to do a Reiki session right now, if they've requested that. Other times they'll just send me their request, what it is that they're looking for, and I'll say, I'll work on your session within the next couple of days. And so when the space feels right for me, I'll check in energetically with my client, and if it feels right for her, I'll go forward with the reading. And for me, a reading has a lot of things going on. So I'm sitting down, I have my pen and paper, and information for me just comes to me, and I start writing. And then as I find a pause in that writing, I'll use my hands and imagine that the person is right in front of me, and I'll energetically feel. And then from what I'm picking up with my hands, I'll be able to write down more information. And so for me, it just kind of comes forward in that way. And I know that everybody works differently. So it's kind of like you can probably ask 3 other different Reiki masters how they experience distance healing, and you can get 3 other answers as to how they go about it, which is one of the things I really like about Reiki, is that it's really dependent on the person who's giving the Reiki and their intuition and their experience. And so you can get just a lot of wide variety instead of getting the same exact thing every time you go see somebody different.
So how have you seen energy working help people improve their wellness? And is this something that people can learn to do on themselves, or do they need to be going to a practitioner?
Oh, absolutely. So for me, I have noticed just within myself on practicing energy healing on me that I have healed a whole slew of physical, mental, and emotional things. For example, I was on antibiotics for about a month, and it really kind of disrupted my gut flora, and I was feeling stomach pains. My stomach was making all these noises. It was not fun at all. And so I set aside time for myself to sit down for about 10-15 minutes every morning, and I sent my stomach energy healing. And it's almost like meditating in that way, where I just sit down, I'm quiet, I'm tuning into the energies of my belly, I'm sending my stomach energy, and within a couple of weeks I was completely better. And sometimes I've heard people who are dealing with antibiotics have, you know, years of dealing with their stomach gut being all out of balance. So that was a really interesting experience for me. And you can definitely work on healing yourself. I have a few ways that you can work on energy healing without your Reiki certification, but right from the get-go, once you start with Reiki level 1, you're able to work on healing yourself and healing others too, if you're interested in that too.
Now, do you teach others how to perform Reiki, or do you work on just healing them as a practitioner?
I do both. So I'm a teacher by trade, so I work with kids and teach them a whole variety of subjects, and that's kind of integrated into being a yoga teacher, a Reiki teacher, tarot teacher, intuitive teacher, and so on. So I really love teaching other people just as much as I love sending Reiki to them. So I offer both on my website, and just like how you can heal through space and time, so doing distance sessions, all of my Reiki trainings are online. And so how I do that is you sign up for a course. So you'd probably be starting with level 1 if you've never done Reiki before. But if you have your level 1 certification, I teach level 2, and I also teach level 3 and the teacher level. And from there, I'll send you a ebook. And within that ebook are meditations, journal prompts, and guided exercises. In the middle of the course, we'll meet on Skype, and I'll give you your Reiki attunement. So an attunement is this opening of your energy channels to allow the Reiki energy to flow through you, so that you can feel the energy even more with your hands than you could before your attunement. And after your attunement, there's a second module with an ebook and more meditations. And at the end of completing that, you get a certificate, just like how you would in any in-person Reiki training.
Now, does one have to be attuned in order to be healed?
Oh, no, not at all. So you can have your Reiki attunement, and that is a healing process within itself. But if you're interested in having a Reiki session done on you, then you can totally just go to a Reiki healer and make an appointment and have a session and feel better. And depending on what it is that's going on, it might be one session that clears the energy for you, or you might need a couple of sessions, or a series to be healed. But yeah, you don't need an attunement to feel the energy benefits of Reiki.
Now, how do you integrate Reiki and other energy practices with whole, complete wellness?
Yeah, so I do a couple of things. One thing that I do is I offer workshops and also online classes where I integrate yoga with energy healing. And so that's something that I do on a one-on-one basis. So somebody could make an appointment with me, and we can do a Skype yoga session. And as you're in different restorative postures, I'll send you energy healing. So it's just kind of a way for you to integrate working with your physical body, bringing yourself into these healing postures of yoga, and also to receive the benefits of Reiki. When I'm doing my distance sessions, where it's just strictly Reiki and my pen and paper, and as I'm writing things down, occasionally I'll have an instinct that I need to pull a couple of tarot cards, or that I need to send crystal energy to this person, or that I need to suggest that this person does some different yoga postures. And so all of the other healing modalities that I work with kind of come into play, so that it's really a multimodality healing as opposed to just strictly, Reiki.
How can someone get started doing these sorts of things on their own?
So the biggest thing that I would recommend that somebody do, even if a Reiki training isn't something that interests you, is to meditate. So for me, practicing meditation really opened up how I was able to focus in on my body. And from there, I was able to go even deeper and focus in on my energies. And it's something about quieting the mind and concentrating and focusing, even if you're just focusing on your breath for 10 breaths. The more you do that and the more you expand your practice, you're really able to tap into your own energy and feel your energies at a totally different level than before. Another practice is yoga. I noticed for myself, once I started to really commit to a yoga practice, I was able to, if I was having an emotional day, or if something came up for me, I was able to unroll my mat and practice and feel so much better by the end of my session. And yoga also helps with a lot of physical ailments. For example, if you have if you've been working at a desk all day and your shoulders feel really cramped and your lower back hurts, doing yoga is something that really helps to relieve pain in that sort of way. So that's another really great thing to do. And I also have a body scan that I like to guide people through that you can do whether you know Reiki or don't know Reiki. So that's a little something that we can do maybe now. Maybe that would be a good time to kind of tune into some of our own energies. So,
sure, I love body scans. I recommend people do them in their morning meditation to really check in with their body, make sure there's nothing that has come up over the night. And again, before they go to bed, see how their body's feeling, and just do a little check-in and make sure that there's nothing that they need to be aware of.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the more someone does that, if somebody has a practice of doing that in the morning and at night, you're able to see the differences. And I know sometimes I'll notice something within my body and say, that wasn't there before. What is that? Why am I feeling that way in my throat, for example? And then later on, I'll get a cold. I'll start to feel scratchy and maybe get a little laryngitis and say, oh, yeah, like I knew about this before and I didn't do anything about it. And so, at least I caught it early, that sort of thing. So for the body scan, I can kind of take you all through that. So you're probably all in a comfortable seat. So maybe adjust and shift around if you feel like you need to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, roll your shoulders around. And then once you feel comfortable in your body and your seat, let your eyes come to close. So with your eyes closed, imagine all of the muscles in the body relaxing. Take a deep breath in through the nose, and then open the mouth, sigh it out. Take 3 more breaths like this. Deep in through the nose, and then open the mouth to exhale. And with every exhale, become more and more relaxed. One more breath in and out. To begin your energetic scan, bring your hands up to the crown of your head. Let them hover a couple of inches over your head. And keeping the eyes closed, just notice any sensation that you feel either in the crown of the head or in the palms of your hands. So you might feel a slight tingling sensation. You might feel warmth. Or it might feel like you can actually sense energy moving underneath you. While you're here, sensing the energy in the crown of the head, invite your other senses to come into play. So with your eyes closed, you might see something, hear, smell, or taste something, in addition to using your sense of touch with feeling for your hands. So invite all of your other senses to come into play here as you continue to breathe slowly and tune into the energy of the crown of the head. And slowly bring your hands down in front of the face. Let the hands hover here. And right away, notice how this space might feel different than the crown of your head. And also notice if you can sense anything still at the crown of your head. So right now I feel that there's still a warmth over the top of my head, even as I explore my forehead, eyes, cheeks, and face. And as you're here, don't be afraid to move your hands around. So you might feel a calling to have your hands move towards your ear or towards the back of your head. So explore the energy of your whole head here as you breathe slowly and deeply. Now gently move the hands down to hover over the neck space. You may want to have one hand hovering over the front of the neck and one hand hovering over the back of the neck. And here, you can explore as well, moving the hands around the neck area. And again, notice any differences that you feel as you tune into any sensations happening in the neck and the hands, and also any of the other senses that come into play here. So just allow the breath to be slow and peaceful as you tune into the energy of your neck. Then move your hands down over the heart space next. Allow your hands to explore the energies of the chest, the shoulders, and the heart. So be aware here of being able to sense both physical sensations, maybe stress in the shoulders, but also any emotional sensations that might be making their way forward in the heart space. Next, bring your hands to hover over the solar plexus. This is the area It's a couple of inches above the navel, so around your lower rib cage and belly area. Tune into the energies here. And feel free again to explore. So maybe you let your hands come around to the back body as well. Let the breath be deep and slow. Next, bring your hands to the solar plexus, which is a couple inches below the navel. And again, feel free to explore the back body here in your sacrum area as well. Just sensing the energies and noticing any differences that you might feel from one area to the next. Bring your hands down now to rest on top of the thighs and play around with touching the thighs and hovering over the thighs. And see here, now that you've explored with hovering over the whole body, if you can notice any differences, and if maybe in your energetic language you notice something different between touching the legs and hovering over the legs. Just exploring the area of the thighs here. And then lastly, so that you all can stay sitting upright, we'll end with hovering over the knee area. Just notice any sensations that you feel in the knees. Notice if you're tensing up the legs here, and see if you can allow the muscles to relax as you breathe in and out and focus on the energy of your knees. And let your hands rest in your lap. And take 3 breaths, just like how we did at the beginning of the body scan, in through the nose and out through the mouth. And then just wiggle the fingers and the toes. Maybe rock your head from side to side. Let the eyes come to open. It always feels so good after one of those.
Yes, that was awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, so that's just a way that you can tune into the energies of your body, whether you know Reiki or don't know Reiki. That's something that you can do every day or twice a day, just to access your energies and to kind of start a conversation with them. And the more that you do that, the more intricacies you'll notice with your energy, and then you'll be able to pick up on things like, oh wow, I'm feeling really low energy, I need some self-care so I can prevent getting a cold, or I feel something funny in my belly, what does that mean, or my knees really feel a little out of whack, maybe I shouldn't go running tomorrow, that sort of thing. So it's just really good to kind of prevent injury, disease, and just to promote well-being. So it's a really fantastic way to dive into this whole different part of yourself.
Yeah, I agree. So what kind of self-care tips do you have? And you just mentioned that perhaps one can see that they need a little self-care. What's your favorite way to do that?
My favorite way is to lie down in my bed, to bring the soles of the feet to touch and display the knees open. So this is a posture in yoga called Supta Baddha Konasana, or reclined bound ankle pose. And while I'm in that position, I like to place one hand over my heart and one hand over my belly. Close my eyes. Maybe I light some incense or candles or play some really soothing music beforehand. And to just relax and watch my breath rise and fall. And sometimes if I do that for just 5-10 minutes, I feel completely recharged. Some other things that I like to do are go for a walk or hike around. I live in Oregon, and there are lots of parks and hiking trails. But even if you just walk around your block, no matter if you live in the city or in the country, sometimes just being outside and breathing in fresh air is fantastic and really grounding. It's a really good way to give yourself some self-care. And I also really like journaling. Journaling is a really good form of self-care, where I can just write down what it is that I'm feeling, and it kind of helps me to work through a lot of spiritual, emotional, and mental things that happen. Those are three of my favorites.
Fabulous, thank you. Journaling's been a big theme in these presentations. Christina Smith, who was on right before you, talked a lot about journaling. April Juleson, who was on yesterday, that was her entire presentation. You know April.
Oh, awesome. Fabulous. Yeah, I do know April. Yeah, April's actually one of my Reiki students. So that's how she and I connected. So it's kind of funny how it comes full circle.
I know. She's really great. And
yeah,
I've been struggling with journaling myself for the past week or so while I've been trying to get this event ready. I've been doing about every other day in the morning instead of every day, which I really like to do. But it can be so helpful to people. And it seems like such a small thing, but it can be really transformative to get everything out on the page. And even if you don't ever read it again, it's out of your body. You can stop obsessing about it. And I think it can really help set the tone of one's day.
Oh, absolutely. It's really clarifying. And I've noticed, too, if I'm having trouble, like let's say I'm dealing with something and I'm having trouble giving a voice to that issue that I'm dealing with, writing it out in my journal really helps me to, later on, if I need to talk about something with somebody, it really helps me to articulate exactly what I'm feeling, so I don't leave the conversation thinking, oh, like I should have said this and I should have said that, or I could have said that differently. So it really helps me to kind of work with the power of my throat chakra, working with my voice by writing something down. Even if it's something that I never, plan on telling anybody, I think it's really good to just give voice to that, let it be heard, even if it's only heard by your pen and paper.
Yes, and I agree.
It's just so clarifying. It's really good. Yeah. But I think, too, when we journal and when we tune into our energies and when we take this time for self-care, it all it seems hard at first, like, oh yeah, I have to do that, or I didn't do this today, or I didn't, practice yoga. Eventually it really becomes like second nature, and then you kind of wonder, oh yeah, like how did I get by without journaling, or without practicing yoga, or without taking those 10-minute breaks. It's really life-changing in that way.
It really is, and I think the little 10-minute breaks are really important, and I've been encouraging it throughout the event today and yesterday.
I think that's great.
Well, if you sit still for too long, it's actually really bad for you. There's all these new studies coming out about the detrimental long-term effects of sitting all day long. And you see all of these new companies in the tech world and the fitness industry who are doing away with chairs. They have standing desks. They have treadmill desks. They use balance balls. Because something about the way we traditionally sit really messes up our alignment, and it increases our chance of obesity, diabetes, and other sedentary-related diseases.
Right, yeah. And I think in just being aware of that, it's a really great motivation to say, oh, hey, maybe I should do 10 minutes of yoga, or I'll go for a 10-minute walk outside. And so in being aware of how sitting affects your health, you're kind of promoting these other self-care activities to be dispersed throughout your workday. And those are often encouraged by employers now, which I think is a really fantastic shift in the workforce.
I love that. I think it's really important. And I try to encourage people to just find a couple minutes, and you don't have to be standing around doing nothing if you're waiting for the tea kettle, and you can bust out a couple yoga poses. And you could do wall push-ups. There's all these ways to get more activity into your life without having to drop everything and go to a gym for 2 hours. I mean, who has the time for that? But we have 5 minutes throughout the day where we can do things that will increase our health, even just a little bit.
Yeah. I try to do something every hour. As an entrepreneur, I'm sitting down at my desk a lot, and I just moved into a new space, and one of my, wish list items is to have a standing desk, or to elevate my keyboard up so I can stand at my desk. And so what I do is every hour I'll just notice the time and say, oh, hey, it's time for me to do something, whether that's, putting the laundry in the wash and putting the dishes in the dishwasher, or, doing some yoga postures, going for a walk. And, sometimes I will go, to the gym and do something really quick and then come back. And I notice I'm able to focus so much more just by taking those little breaks for myself. Yeah. And even, sometimes my break will be sitting in meditation. But even then, I feel like at least I'm doing something different. I'm moving around. I'm sitting in a different way. And I feel so much better afterwards.
Yeah, and we need to unplug too. I think that's really important. I try to walk away from my technology 5 to 10 minutes every hour, because we're so wired in these days. I mean, we sleep with our phones because our phones can track our sleep hours, so we are always connected now.
Yeah.
And in some ways, there's a lot of benefits to that, but in others, I feel like it can really zap energy, at least for me. But I feel drained, and I don't feel as productive or as positive as I would otherwise if, I take some time, I go walk outside, I leave my phone, I leave my computer, I open up a book. Who reads books anymore?
I know. I think it's interesting, like you said, like there's so many benefits to having a cell phone or having a computer or the internet. I mean, it's allowing this whole summit to happen, but at the same time, I think it's good to find that balance between using technology for its benefits for your work, for what it is that lights you up, but then also to say, hey, I don't need to be staring at this screen all day. And I feel drained too. I feel so tired if I'm sitting at my computer for more than a couple hours, and I'm just sitting. But something about the computer and just having my eyes glued to the screen is really draining.
It is. And even for me, I tend to get headaches if I'm in front of a screen for more than a few hours. And I wear contacts, And I'm pretty meticulous about making sure my vision is checked and everything. But I still, if I'm staring at this screen, it's like some weird brain fatigue starts to happen. I get this little ache right here in my forehead, and I don't know if that's something that happens to other people. But I think maybe if you start to find yourself getting a little bit of a headache throughout the day, walk away from your computer for a while. See if that helps.
Totally, yeah. And it's just to do something else and then to notice how you feel when you come back as opposed to how you felt when you left. And I think that awareness and like, oh yeah, like I do feel better, or that headache has gone away. Now I can get back to focusing. Or maybe, hey, it's 4 o'clock. Do I need to continue being on the computer? Is there something else that I can do with the last hour of my workday? Is there something I can do on pen and paper? Can I shift away from the computer but still be productive in the way that I need to be? So it's all about being aware and tuning into those things, like, oh, hey, I'm starting to feel that fatigue or that headache now. What can I do so that that's not something that I feel for the rest of the day? Instead of just like saying, no, like nose to the grindstone, I've got to keep doing whatever it is.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Yeah.
But if people want to learn more about working with you, where can they go?
So my website is drawingwithin.com. And there I have a main menu, and you can find out all about my Reiki services and my Reiki training. And right now I'm actually launching a course that I'm so excited about. It's called The Wisdom Within, and it's 8 weeks of tuning into your intuition. And so you focus on things like energy and body scans, but also every day we're doing something different to play with using your intuition in a way so that by the time you've reached the end of the course, you really feel like, oh yeah, I am intuitive. So it's kind of built to help you claim your intuition. And if you already feel intuitive, it's for all levels. So it helps you to grow, whether you feel like you're the furthest thing away from being intuitive, whether you work in an intuitive field and just want to do some professional growth and development. So it's for all levels, and the sign up for that is at the very top of my site. So if you go to drawingwithin.com, you'll see this like burgundy banner, and you can click on that and learn more about that course, which I'm excited about. So that starts on Sunday.
Fabulous. So I'm very happy for you. Congratulations. This is
Thank
a
you.
big deal to launch your online course, let me tell you.
Yeah, it's fun. And as a teacher, I feel like I get really into it. Making courses is kind of one of my favorite things to do. So when I launch them, I get really giddy and excited. It's fun.
Yeah, and there's so much that goes into it too, and people don't even realize how much work it actually takes.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but this one feels kind of, I've been calling it my magnum opus. Like this feels like this might be, a big part of my life's work. So it feels really good to get it out there, and I'm excited to see how it evolves as time goes on.
That's fabulous. So I'm very happy for you.
Oh, thanks. It's exciting.
So
Cool.
For those of you who are sticking with me right now, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break, and then we'll be coming back in about 10 minutes. And I encourage you to get up, walk around, stretch your legs, get some water. And when we come back, I will be presenting about wellness, biohacking, and goals. So 3 very important components of wellness. So thank you, Elle, for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. It was an honor to be here. I'm so glad to be able to interact with you and just to share my ideas.
So I really appreciate it. So I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So thank
Absolutely.
you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
All right. Thank you. Hello, I am back. So just got a fresh cup of tea, walked around downstairs a little bit, got my blood going. I hope everybody else who is watching took a couple minutes to do the same. Sitting down for too long is very dangerous to your well-being. And I really want you to walk away from this event with a greater sense of wellness and new attitudes and new habits. And if the only thing that you get out of this is that sitting down for too long is bad for you, I feel like I've done my job. So I am your next presenter. It's all very exciting. I'm going to be talking to you about wellness and the 3 pillars of wellness, the 3 things that have really changed my life and have gotten me to where I am today. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen. This presentation is full of advice. This is something that I strongly encourage you to get a pen, get some paper, and take notes, because there are going to be things in this presentation that you should be writing down. We're going to do hands-on training about goals, biohacking, and life design. So thank you very much for joining me. And let's get started. So I hope everybody can see my presentation here. So if you can't, give me a little ping in the chat box on the Cultivating Wellness Telesummit page on 42yogis.com so that I can make sure everything is working. Unless I hear otherwise, I am going to assume that everybody can hear me and see my presentation, and so I'm going to go ahead and get started. So my talk is about the 3 pillars of wellness. And these 3 pillars have changed my life. They are biohacking, goals, and life design. For those of you who are new to me, there's my slide. For those of you who are new to me, my name is Esme. I'm the founder of 42yogis.com. I'm a yoga teacher, wellness coach, and business coach. I used to be an erotic artist. I do these large-scale paintings of the female form. And I'm very tattooed. You might have seen my right arm, which is on its way to being covered with tattoos. I'm all about roller skating, and I love doing funky things to my hair. My hair is actually very normal today, which is something that some of you may not have seen before. But what some of you may not know about me is that I have a rather uncommon health disorder. My health disorder is called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It is part of a general nervous system disorder called dysautonomia. This is a really hard to spell, complicated word that basically means my autonomic nervous system really doesn't work the way that it's supposed to. And this can be a really big problem for people with my condition. The autonomic nervous system controls everything. Well, not everything, but just about everything is controlled by your autonomic nervous system. And this malfunction that I have has been going on ever since I was a little kid. When I was young, I was diagnosed with a heart problem because this condition, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and dysautonomia weren't really well-known conditions. And one of my symptoms is cardiac trouble. And so when I was a kid, that was my my major symptom is that I would get overwhelming chest pain if I did anything. If I went to gym class, if I went outside to go running with my friends, if I went bike riding, I would end up with serious chest pain. I would get these horrible palpitations. My heart would speed up for no apparent reason. I would get fatigued. I would get dizzy. But doctors that didn't really know that it could be caused by a problem with the autonomic nervous system. So I was diagnosed as having a heart problem. And that is how I lived my life until 10 years ago. I had heart surgery in 2005 because, after all, my condition looks like a heart problem. It acts like a heart problem. So I had heart surgery, and the doctors get in there and they're poking around, doing their thing. They kept me awake for this procedure, which was a little unnerving. And while they were checking me out and talking to me, because they wanted to try to trigger my symptoms, they needed my feedback to let them know if I was feeling what they wanted me to be feeling, they discovered that my heart is actually perfectly fine. My heart is the picture of heart health, as my cardiologist said. And this caused even more problems because now here I am, I've got this heart problem that's out of control, and I couldn't walk upstairs. I spent a lot of time in bed, and it was pretty bad. But they couldn't find anything wrong with my heart. So what was the bigger problem here? My doctor started doing some more testing, even more diagnostic work. They started conducting these little experiments to try to figure out what was wrong. And it turns out that it is my autonomic nervous system that caused all of these problems. And all these other issues I was having all come from the same condition. I've had really bad migraines for most of my life, chronic fatigue, digestive trouble, exercise intolerance, you name it, I probably had it in terms of day-to-day functional human being ailments. I've probably had it. And it turns out all of these issues were caused by my autonomic nervous system not working right. I went on all the drugs that I could possibly go on, and none of them worked. Drugs, in fact, only made me worse. One drug in particular, verapamil, which is a form of a blocker that you take in order to keep your heart from doing certain things, it gave me migraines. It was just really horrible. I already had bad migraines to begin with, and verapamil made it worse. Inderal, which is also a blocker designed to decrease your heart rate, made my heart rate even faster. And so it became clear that Western medicine really wasn't working for me. But I didn't really even know what I could be doing instead. And it's this paradox where you don't know what you don't know. And I didn't know that there was another solution out there for me. And it had gotten so bad that I could barely walk upstairs. If I did walk up a flight of stairs, I had to sit for 15 or 20 minutes at the top of the stairs to get my heart rate back down to normal. About 3 years ago, I got sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I decided to take matters into my own hands. But again, I didn't really know what else was out there for me. So I started dabbling in different wellness practices. I went to acupuncture, which was amazing. Acupuncture made me feel a million times better, but it's expensive and it's not covered by my insurance, so it wasn't a sustainable long-term solution for me. I went into studying Ayurveda, which I did have some limited experience with already from my work as a web designer in New Mexico, where I did the website for a major Ayurveda herb supplier. But even with all of this dabbling, I didn't really take wellness too seriously until my husband and I got married. Shortly after we got married, we moved into our first place together. It was this tiny little third floor walk up, and this really nice historical building, huge ceilings, open and airy, but there were 47 damn stairs between the street and my apartment. And this was a really big problem for me. I couldn't walk up the stairs. I would get halfway up the stairs and I would have to sit down. I would get all the way to the top and I would have to sit down again. I had to structure my life so I only left the apartment once per day. And on the days that I left twice, I ended up with some serious cardiac trouble. And this just wasn't feasible for me. And I couldn't spend the next year of my life. We actually had the lease for 18 months, but we'd only signed for a year at this point. I couldn't spend the whole rest of my life that I'm going to be living in this apartment barely leaving the house. This is just no way to live. Well, at this point, I had some limited experience with yoga. I had learned from reading Light on Yoga, which was a gift about 5 years prior, that yoga can be really good for calming the autonomic nervous system. So I went to Walmart, I got myself a cheap yoga mat, and I started doing these yoga videos on YouTube. Because where I live, yoga is not very popular. I live in very rural America, and we literally have more cows than people. And we don't even have that many cows. And finding a yoga class that was gentle enough and slow enough for me to do with my heart problem was really challenging. So YouTube to the rescue. At first, yoga really sucked. I can't even begin to tell you how much yoga sucked. And the first 2 weeks were hell. I was exhausted all the time. I was sore because I was using my muscles in a way that I hadn't been used to using them. But I stuck it out, and something awesome started to happen. I could walk up the stairs to our apartment. I didn't have to sit down for 20 minutes halfway up the damn stairs. I was sleeping better. My resting heart rate started to get a little bit lower. I had more energy. Everything was really awesome. And yoga is what I credit to where I am today with my wellness. If I hadn't tried yoga, if yoga hadn't been so successful, I might have given up again. I might have stopped exploring. But yoga convinced me that I can be healthy, that wellness is within my grasp. After I started yoga, it had been about a year of yoga at this point, I started to notice that when I ate meat, I felt worse. And I had more cardiac symptoms, and I started to have some blood pressure issues. And this isn't something that began as a result of doing yoga. This had been going on with my health when I ate meat for years, but I wasn't tuning into that. Yoga had made me more aware, and I'd really come into more constant contact with my body. I'd really started to understand the signals that my body was sending me once I started to do yoga. And the reason that I started to get more cardiac symptoms and my blood pressure started to change is because when we eat, blood is diverted to the digestive tract in order to process the food. And in people with dysautonomia, when all this blood is diverted, you start to get lightheaded, you start to get chest pain, you start to get fatigued, dizziness. Some people in the support group are known for fainting after they eat a large meal. Most people's bodies compensate for this diversion of blood, but it doesn't really work right when your nervous system is out of whack. And protein, animal protein in particular, is really great for your health and your wellness and for getting fit and for building muscle, but it is harder to digest, and it does take work to digest this protein in a different way. And I have to be completely transparent here. I do not entirely understand how protein takes so much more work for us to digest. This is something that I am reading up on because I do want to expand my knowledge in that area. But please do not assume that I am an authority on how our body processes protein. So I discovered anecdotally that when I ate meat, I felt worse. So I quit eating meat cold turkey January 2014. It has been a little over a year and a half now, and I love it. I can't tell you how much I love being a vegetarian. My life is so much better than it was before. I have more energy, and my skin has always been pretty clear. I've been very thankful for having pretty good skin, but my skin improved when I stopped eating meat. And if you have been watching the videos today, you have probably seen my face pop up on the screen. I'm not wearing foundation. I'm not wearing powder. My skin has just become clear and even from going vegetarian. It's been really amazing. Water has been a big help too, though. And after I eat, I don't have to lay on the couch. I don't have to make sure I'm sitting somewhere where I won't be interrupted in the event I have a hard episode after eating. And meat wasn't the only trigger for this. Carbs are also a major trigger. And it was actually a friend of mine who pointed it out to me when we were at dinner one night. And I had potato leek soup. I love potato leek soup. I love potatoes, and potatoes are magical. But I started to get chest pain after eating this soup, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And my friend pointed out the last several times that we had gone out together, every time I had something carb heavy, about 10 minutes later, I had chest pain. You'd think I would have figured this out on my own, but I didn't. It took a friend to enlighten me to this. And realizing that meat was, in fact, triggering similar symptoms made it easy for me to get rid of meat. There's only been one time I have craved meat since going vegetarian, and I didn't actually really crave the meat. It was an emotional craving. It wasn't about the meat. It was about feeling blah, and I just wanted to have something that just was instantly gratifying, and it didn't matter what it was. And actually, I really wanted a cheeseburger in that moment, which is so not like me. Even when I ate meat, I didn't crave cheeseburgers. And I realized that, this is an emotional response that I'm having something that's going on. But if it weren't for yoga, if it weren't for me becoming more aware of my wellness and my body and more in tune with my body, I really wouldn't have started exploring. It was because of this radical shift that I started 42yogis.com to help others achieve wellness too. And this event that you're here joining me for today is the first semi-annual wellness telesummit that I'm going to be doing. We're going to be doing this twice a year, and it's going to be 100% free to attend live forever because I want people to be able to access the resources and the advice and the knowledge for achieving better wellness. So while yoga is what changed my life, yoga changed everything and convinced me I can be healthier, that wellness is within my grasp. I never would have tried it. I never would have started exploring if it weren't for a man named Tim Ferriss. Tim Ferriss is an entrepreneur, investor, author, and body hacker. I read Tim Ferriss's book, 4 Hour Work Week, shortly after it came out. And this book was groundbreaking for me. It changed my life. It changed my perception with regards to the way we work in this world. And at the time, I was the founder of another company called metroseeker.com. And the things that I read in Tim's book really opened my mind up to different ways to view processes within our work environment. About 5 years ago, my former roommate, Zachary Burt, who developed a really fun little website called awesomenessreminders.com, you've got to check it out after this presentation. He came home with Tim Ferriss's book, The 4-Hour Body. First, I dismissed this book as a book for men who are trying to get jacked. You know, it's not something for women. They're just not going to get it. But after perusing the pages, I really started to understand it's not about bodybuilding. It's about biohacking. And biohacking is something that I can get behind. I have a history with programming computers and building websites and mobile applications. I have a background in hacking. I've had to hack solutions and find ways through unconventional methods to make something work on the computer. And so when I started reading about this whole biohacking thing, it really struck a chord with me. Tim's book, The 4-Hour Body, is about experimenting on your body in order to create abundant wellness. The 4-Hour Body was interesting, but I never really did anything with it. I mean, after all, it was my roommate's book that I was just sort of borrowing when he was working. And then I moved to Austin, Texas, suddenly, and stopped focusing on my wellness during this major life transition. That was a huge mistake. I cannot even begin to tell you how much of a mistake that was. So in the spring of 2012, after moving from Texas to New York, I'd moved 3 times in 2012. I started having major problems with my sleep. Sleep had always been a struggle for me. I used to sleepwalk as a kid, and my sleep has never really been normal. I remembered The 4-Hour Body had a great chapter on sleep, so I ordered the book on Amazon, and I figured if all I get out of this book is how to sleep better, it's money well spent, right? I didn't implement a lot of his strategies regarding weight loss and fat loss. You know, in fact, the only things I did implement were related to sleep. But I got so much more out of this book than I bargained for. I got the motivation and the inspiration to take my health, to take my wellness, to take my body into my own hands. I'd never really thought of it like that before, and it was because of Tim's book, The 4-Hour Body, which you have to check out if you're interested in wellness, that I realized you don't have to rely on doctors and Western medicine to make you healthy. You don't have to take pills to create wellness. You have all the tools you need to cultivate wellness within you. You just don't know how to use them. There are 3 tools, 3 pillars of wellness, as I call them, 3 pillars, but they really are tools too. These are the cornerstones on which all successful wellness programs are based. Pillar 1 is goals. 2 is biohacking. And 3 is lifestyle design. Once you know how to use these tools to construct these pillars, your life and your wellness is going to be forever changed. But it starts with goals. The more specific the goal, the better. Goals are something a lot of us struggle with, especially in my generation. I'm 29 years old, and a lot of people my age that I hang out with in my social groups, they struggle with goals. Goals are not something that we're taught anymore. In my generation, and perhaps even yours, it's very common to want to do something. We want to improve something. We want to learn something. We want to achieve something. but we aren't entirely sure what exactly it is we're striving for. What is it we're reaching for? We are very bad at creating specific goals. We get these vague ideas of, oh man, I would really like to sleep better. Well, that's nice. I would like to sleep better too, but that is not a goal. Sleeping better is not a goal. Sleeping better is a desire. I would like to get 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep a night. That is a goal. The difference between desires and goals is specificity. And specificity, and I want you to remember this, is what separates those who achieve their goals from those who don't achieve their goals. The more specific your wellness goals, the more likely you are to achieve them. I want to lose weight is not a goal. That is a desire. I want to lose 10 pounds in 2 months. That is a goal. But goals aren't everything. You can't just make goals and suddenly have them happen. There's steps between saying, I will lose 10 pounds in 2 months, and actually achieving it. And that's where biohacking comes in. Biohacking is the second pillar of wellness. Biohacking is the process of experimenting with your habits from an analytical perspective, from the perspective of a scientist, to cultivate better wellness. So I want you to write that down or take a screenshot of it. Biohacking is the process of experimenting with your habits from an analytical perspective to cultivate better wellness. Remember that, because we're going to be talking a lot about biohacking here in just a moment. When I first started biohacking, I didn't really know that's what it was I was doing. And I'd read Tim's book, The 4-Hour Body, and I started thinking about, oh, maybe I should be keeping notes. I started logging what I ate, when I ate, how I felt, my exercise, my fatigue levels, my heart rate, my blood pressure, my blood sugar. I started logging all these things. And then I started using this data to make informed decisions to improve my health, to improve my wellness. That's biohacking. I had no idea that's what I was doing. I had no idea that it had a name. It has a name, and that name is biohacking. The third pillar of wellness is lifestyle design. It's not enough to have your goals. It is not enough to engage in biohacking practices and techniques. You have to have a wellness goal and a lifestyle to support it after the biohacking phase. It is not enough to have this goal and to biohack your way towards achieving it. You need to also be able to create a lifestyle that is conducive to the long-term implementation of your new habits. For example, you won't be very successful in implementing a new healthier eating routine if you keep buying junk food for your spouse. You won't be very successful with getting to bed at a regular hour if you don't make adjustments in other parts of your day. Lifestyle design is the glue. You have your goals, you have your biohacking, but without lifestyle design, it all falls apart. So how do you do it? How do you construct these pillars? Let me take a sip of water, and we will dive into goal setting. All right, I want you to get a piece of paper and a pen, and I want you to make a list of wellness goals that come to mind. For the next 60 seconds, I want you to make a list of all these wellness things that you want to achieve. no matter what it is. I want to get healthier. I want to sleep better. I want to have more energy. Whatever the goal is, write down all the wellness goals that come to mind for the next 60 seconds, okay? Ready? Go. We're about halfway done, and I want you to keep working on it for the next 25 seconds. Really get out all those nebulous goals that are floating around in your head about your wellness. And done. Now, look at this list. You might have 10 things on this list that would be nice for you to achieve. My list when I first started doing this included things like go to bed earlier, get up earlier, drink more water. Very nebulous kinds of goals, right? But there's also things that we tend to put down that don't resonate with us, that we don't feel, that don't light us up. They're not our passion. They don't empower us. Whether these goals are because we think it would be nice for somebody else or because somebody is pressuring us to do it, like quit smoking or quit drinking, I want you to cross out for the next 30 seconds every goal on this list that doesn't resonate with you, that isn't something that you want to do, but something that you're only doing, that you're only interested in doing for the sake of somebody else. Now, timing is key here. Listen to your intuition and make snap decisions. All right, ready? Go. And done. How did that feel? Kind of liberating, right? So when I first did this experiment, I crossed out things like get into that size 4 again, because that will make me more attractive, because that will make me look better in public. It was a vanity thing, and I just crossed that off the list the first time I did this exercise, and it felt so good because I didn't want to get into a size 4 again because I wanted to be a size 4 again. I wanted to do it because I thought that it would improve my marriage, which is ridiculous. And my husband thinks that I am beautiful. It has nothing to do with my size. So I crossed that right off the list. Now, you should have a few goals left on your list. Sleep better, lose 5 pounds, be able to hold forearm plank for 5 minutes. Whatever it is, I want you to prioritize them. Okay, and we'll spend just about 10-15 seconds on that, because this, again, is an intuition thing. Listen to your intuition. Listen to yourself. What speaks to you here? What is it that you really want to achieve? What is the one that you look at and go, I must accomplish this? That's your number one goal. What would be nice to achieve? Well, isn't really a big deal if you don't. So we will do that little bit of this exercise for a few seconds. So just write down numbers 1, 2, and 3 next to your goals. Okay. Now that you've got your goals in some sort of priority order, the goal that is at the top of your list, goal number 1, the one that you really want to achieve because it will change your life or because you feel like it will change your life. This is the goal that I want you to focus on for the remainder of this presentation. Ask yourself these 2 questions about your goal. Why do I want to achieve this? Why do I want to be a size 4 again? Why do I want to lose 5 pounds? Why do I want to sleep better? Why is this the one that I want to achieve in my life now? Without understanding the why, without understanding your motivation and your desires, it's going to be much more difficult for you to achieve this. The second question I want you to ask yourself is, how will I feel when I do achieve this? How will I feel when I am a size 4 again? How will I feel when I've lost 5 pounds? How will I feel when I have started sleeping better? Danielle Laporte believes, and I think she's right, that we do what we do out of feeling, out of our desire to feel a certain way. Hang on to that feeling. Hang on to the reason, because that is going to guide you. That is going to keep you going. That is going to keep you motivated on the days when you really don't want to get your butt to the gym. That is going to keep you going when you really don't want to do yoga, when you really don't want to meditate. The why you want to achieve it and how you will feel when you do finally get there will keep you going. Now we're going to reverse engineer your goal. Put a tentative date next to your goal. If it's, I want to sleep better. Well, I want to sleep better by when? Tomorrow? That would be lovely, but that's probably not going to happen. The tentative date is key here. Keep in mind it takes anywhere from 21 to 42 days to adopt a new habit. Some people swear it takes 21 days. A biohacker I know has discovered it takes him 23 days to achieve a new habit, to really ingrain it in his system. It takes him 23 days, not the recommended 21. Me, it takes me 42 days. Everybody is different, but it will take you at least 21 days to make this new habit an actual habit long term. So working backwards incrementally, write down smaller goals. If you want to be sleeping better by this time next month, what needs to happen before then? What goal can you reach for before then? You want to be going to sleep earlier. If you want to be adjusting your sleep schedule by 4 hours, let's say. What goal can you achieve the week before your due date? What can you achieve the week before that? What can you achieve the week before that? What can you achieve this week that will propel you forward towards that goal? When you work your way backwards incrementally, you have a roadmap of smaller goals. Breaking these goals down into smaller goals forces you to be more specific. It forces you to work towards something on a regular basis instead of this big nebulous goal in 6 weeks. And yeah, it would be great to be sleeping better in 6 weeks. But if I don't start working towards that, and if I don't have a measurable way to get there between now and then, it's not going to happen. I know myself. It's just not going to happen. So now that you've got your goals, we're going to move on to biohacking. I believe if something can be tracked, it can be changed. This is the cornerstone of biohacking. It all starts with data collection. It is unrealistic to expect to be able to make any reasonable, sustainable change without data. You need to know where you are in order to get where you're going. Trying to make long-term changes without data is like trying to run a marathon without knowing where the starting line is. It's just not practical. And the effects long-term are going to be much more successful if you put in the work and you do the data collection. If you've got something to look back on and see how far you have come. It is not just about getting data for the sake of data. It is about getting data to inspire you and to motivate you. When you're trying to lose weight, it is very inspiring to be able to look and say, oh, yeah, okay, I already have started losing weight. I lost a pound last week. When you have that data, you can inspire yourself to keep going on the days when you don't want to. For most things, I recommend a week or so of data collection. Anything that you're trying to make a substantial change, like to cut calories or to reduce processed foods, you need data. And you may be feeling like, oh, come on, I want to start now. But believe me when I tell you, you will be much more successful in achieving these goals when you put in the work and you have data to back it up. If you want to get rid of food that doesn't serve you, you probably only have a vague idea right now of what it is you're eating until you get that data, until you start tracking your food. If you want to get on an earlier sleep schedule, unless you have already been tracking this, you probably only have a vague idea of exactly what time you go to bed and what time you get up. So for big goals, I recommend for the next week, start tracking whatever it is you need to track in relation to your big goal. If your goal is to get more sleep, start tracking your sleep time, your wake time, your sleep quality, caffeine intake, alcohol intake, and exercise, as all of those influence your sleep. If your goal is to lose weight, start tracking your food and exercise. If your goal is to simply build more muscle or get more flexible, you can start working on that right away, but keep track of what you do and how you do so you can see your progress. After tracking, we move into experimentation. We've got our data now. We've got our goal. And so now, write down 3 experiments you can conduct on yourself in the next month that will ultimately serve your larger goal. Your experiments could be replacing coffee with tea, eating more roughage instead of fruit, lowering your gluten, having less sugar. If you want to get better sleep with less morning fatigue, your experiments could include restorative yoga before bed, whether you shower before bed or after waking, whether you have protein before bed or after waking, or maybe both. You could experiment with progressive relaxation techniques. You could experiment with meditation. Whatever the experiment is, write it down, all 3 of them, and make sure they are trackable. With any good experiment, you must track data or you won't know if what you're doing works. You could use a notebook, you could use Excel. A biohacker I know writes down everything related to his workouts in an Excel spreadsheet, and he has formulas to calculate everything. He even tracks the humidity. I personally recommend experimenting with every aspect of your life. We are creatures of habit. We do something often long after the habit has stopped serving us. Once we have started experimenting, once we know what it is that we are working on, and once we have a more comprehensive picture of our wellness, we move on to lifestyle design. These habits will not take hold if you do not make changes in what you do throughout your day-to-day life. Your lifestyle needs to support your new habits. It needs to support your healthier habits, your changes in your wellness. Your lifestyle has to support this, or you're going to revert back to the habits that you're trying to break. How can you make changes in your life that will support newer, healthier habits? I want you to think about that today. If it is to go to bed earlier, maybe you need to make a no technology rule for your bedroom. Set up timers for when it's bedtime and stick to them. Create a pre-bed routine to train your brain when it's time for sleep. If it's to eat healthier, maybe you need to learn how to eat healthier. Or maybe you need to sign up for a food service that makes it easier for you to have healthy, fresh food. In some major cities, there are services like Peapod and Amazon Fresh, which will deliver fresh produce to your house. So if you don't have the time to run to the grocery store every 2 or 3 days for fresh produce, maybe you need to look at getting a service that will bring it to you. This is a shift in your lifestyle that can make it easier for you to maintain that new habit. Maybe you want to go to a run every day, but you're really having trouble doing it. Start scheduling it in. Start scheduling exercise into your day. Put it on your calendar. Put it on your agenda. Get an accountability buddy. Because when you start scheduling it, you're more likely to do it. Maybe you need to get your stress under control. You can start scheduling tasks that are relaxing, that are refreshing, that make you feel lighter. But if you don't start making the changes to your lifestyle to support your new habits and make it easier for these habits to take hold, you're not going to achieve your goals. You may not make it to day 21. You may not make it to day 42 if you do not start making the lifestyle changes necessary to support these long term. When my father quit smoking, which was far before I was born, he had to quit drinking coffee because he would get up in the morning and he would chain smoke throughout the whole day while drinking coffee back to back. He would have pots of coffee and packs of cigarettes. When he quit smoking, he had to quit drinking coffee. This was a lifestyle shift for him. But it was one that needed to happen, or else the smoking never would have stopped. So those are the 3 pillars of wellness, and those are the foundation of my 42-day wellness program, which I offer to everybody who is going to be buying the recordings and the wellness kit as part of the wellness bundle for today's event. And you can see the program on my website on 42yogis.com/wellness challenge. This is a 42-day, 6-week program that will help you learn how to cultivate the health and the wellness you deserve. And it includes these 3 pillars. It includes goal setting. It includes lifestyle design. It includes biohacking. I give you hands-on worksheets. I give you the tools you need to learn how to do this for yourself in a way that works for you. Because I've got some news for you. Diets are not one size fits all. What works for one person will not necessarily work for you. And the only way that you know what works for you is when you start experimenting with yourself, when you start experimenting with your health and your wellness, when you start taking charge and learning how to make a wellness and fitness framework that works for you and works for your lifestyle. So for everybody who buys the recordings as part of today's Telesummit, you will get access to this program. I usually charge $47 for this do-it-yourself program. This is the same program that is coming out as a book in the fall. And this is the same program that I base my large program on. My private consulting program is based on this program. This is a great way for you to get started with wellness, with cultivating your own wellness on a regular basis, with developing your framework without actually having to work with somebody one-on-one. So thank you very much for joining me in this presentation. I hope I have given you advice that you can walk away with. I hope I have given you action steps, and I really encourage you to send me an email with your goals. My email address is ysmay@42yogis.com. My first name at 42yogis.com. Send me an email with your goals. Send me an email if you have any questions about experimentation with your lifestyle. Send me questions if you're having trouble sticking to your new habits. I am here to help, and I want everybody to achieve greater wellness. That is the whole point. If we can't help each other, if we can't lift each other up and help each other get healthier, what's the point? We're all in it together. We might as well come together, share our knowledge, share our wisdom, and support each other. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you spending some time with me today. Our next presenter is Kim. She is going to be giving a presentation about 12 attitude adjustments that will change your life forever. Kim is amazing. I'm really excited she's going to be joining us for this talk. And you can right now get up, walk around, take a little break, do a little stretching, because we're going to meet back here in about 10 minutes. Hello, Kim.
Hi, how are you? I wasn't sure where I was supposed to go. I went to the link in the email, but that didn't seem to work.
Oh, really? I sent you an invitation. Weird.
I don't know. Anyway, well, I'm here now.
Yeah, you're here. That's what matters. I'm going to follow my own advice. I've been encouraging people to get up and walk around at the top of every hour.
How are you? Oh, wait. I wasn't sure where I was supposed to go. I went to the link in the email, but that didn't seem to work.
Really? I sent you an invitation. Okay, so it sounds like you've got it open in a second window.
I have one window open, so I'm not sure where that's coming from.
I'm going to follow my own advice. I've been encouraging people to get up and walk around at the top of every hour.
I'm going to close this and reopen.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Are you still having audio issues?
I don't think so. I think it's all corrected.
I'm sorry?
I think it's corrected. I shut everything down again and restarted, so we should be good.
Awesome. I like to hear that. So how do you say your last name? Is it Yule?
Exactly.
Okay. So I don't know entirely how to pronounce everybody's names, and I have a name that's hard to pronounce, so I like to be really careful with that.
No worry, I've been called many worse things. I'm sure.
All right. All right. Well, your audio seems to be pretty good. I like that. So for those of you who are still hanging out with us today, we are moving on to a presentation from Kim Yule about attitude adjustments and how they can change your life. So thank you for joining me today, Kim.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am really thrilled to be here. So I consider myself a happiness activist, and I think of myself that way because about 5 years ago I started my own happiness journey. And what I found during that journey is that there were lots of plans to get happy. Unfortunately, they were all someone else's plan. They didn't always work well for me. And as Esme was saying in her presentation just a few moments ago, it's really, really important that we begin to understand the things that make us happier and sort of forge our own path. So that's why I consider myself a happiness activist. I help mainly women, but some men too, close the gap between who they are today and who they are capable of being. And honestly, I am still working on closing that gap every day because I think that person we are capable of being is something that we might not ever achieve, because as we get closer and closer, we will sort of raise our standards, or we should be continuing to raise our standards. So I will give you, for instance, today, when I was invited to do the summit, I was very excited. And normally when I do summits like this, I tend to sort of hide behind a slide deck because I am not 100% comfortable on camera. But I know that continuing to hide behind a slide deck and sort of reading from a script is not really an attitude that is helping me to become the person I'm capable of being. So I chose to stay on camera instead of doing the slide deck. It doesn't mean slide decks are bad or anything. It's just I know that I need to continue to step out of my comfort zone so that I can continue to close that gap. So it's something that I continually work on every day, and I believe it's a really important process in creating a happier life.
Yes, I agree.
Right? And please, if I'm not going to really read the comments because that I think will be really distracting for me. So if anyone has questions, feel free to jump in along the way. I really thrive on conversation more than just straight on presentation. So jump in anytime, please.
Yeah, I'm monitoring the Twitter and the chat on the video page on the website, and so if anybody says anything, I'll just pop in and let you know.
Would love that. Thanks. So before I get started, I do want to let you know that I created a download with the 12 attitudes and a supporting action for each one of them for you guys, because with a limited amount of time and a discussion type of presentation, you never quite know if you can get through everything, and so I don't want to shortchange you. I will give you a link to a page towards the end that will allow you to grab that download. So don't worry about taking notes. Everything you need will be on that page and in the download. And I'm just really excited to present this to you. So as we go through this today, we will talk a little bit about the key to happiness, which I've sort of alluded to already. And then we're going to talk about the importance of willpower and why I believe willpower is sometimes, and well, actually, often, most times, more important than motivation, and why that is. And then, of course, I'll go briefly over the 12 attitudes of happiness, and then I really want to go deeper into one specific one. So you're probably sitting there saying, who is this chick and why should I listen to her? Well, I think you should listen to me because I've been on my own happiness journey for 5 years now. And I've learned a lot, mostly about what not to do, because that journey was really bumpy, like really bumpy. And it started one night when my son asked me why I wasn't happy anymore. And I was really taken aback because I thought I was happy. I had everything I thought I wanted. I had a beautiful home. I had a business I loved. I had tons of friends. In fact, we were in a party in our house with all of our friends around us. And so I asked him sort of what he meant, and it was because he said, because you don't just play with us anymore. And as I started to think about it, I was really into my work and my business, and I probably was a little bit of a workaholic. I felt like because I had a business in my community that I was always, volunteering to do things and speaking at various engagements, and maybe not spending as much time at home, where I really focused the early years of their childhood of being at home. I did a lot of consulting work because I didn't want to put them to daycare, but now that they were getting older, I sort of took that as my cue to maybe go out and do more things when really they still needed me. And it was a wake-up call for me. And so my happiness journey really started that next day when I went to my local Barnes & Noble and went into a section of the bookstore that I had never been in before because I was mostly in the children's area. And I saw, what I thought at the time were trillions of books on happiness. And so I was a little overwhelmed, didn't know where to start, and I picked up my first book, which was Happy for No Reason by Marcy Shimoff. And I devoured it. And there's some really good principles in there, but I knew from reading that book that I had a lot to learn. And I said it was a bumpy journey, and it was a bumpy journey because I kept trying everyone else's plans on for happiness. So I took Marcy's plan and tried to make it my own. I took someone else's plan, I tried to make it my own. I read all the habits of happiness I was supposed to do, and honestly, about 1.5 years later, I felt like I was further away from being happy instead of getting closer, and I'm not even sure what to do. And then a few things started to dawn on me, like maybe I should stop reading everybody else's plan, but continue to read. So I started reading a lot of books from ancient philosophers, and let me tell you, some people think this happiness thing is a fad. It's not. Men from way back in time were talking about things to have a more rich life and to be more fulfilled. And I just started to take notes, and I started to try things on for size, and one thing at a time, so you can sit there and see how it makes you feel, and if it makes you feel good, then you do more of it. Which is why I really related to your presentation, Esme, because it was like exactly the things that I had done over these past years. So now right? It's true. We have to sort of be brave enough to do it, to figure it out. So now, 5 years into the future, I can honestly say I sit here happy. Am I happy in every moment? No. I mean, I think that that's an impossible task. But I will say that during this 5 years, my husband lost his job. We moved my family halfway across the world to Thailand because he found his dream job there. And just a few years ago, my brother was murdered. And,
oh my God.
Right. Very tragic. And I don't want to downplay that because it has truly affected me. But what I've learned through those really trying times was that the work that I had done to try to become happier made me more resilient, and realized that happiness is not based on external circumstances. That I can be grieving for my brother or, worried about moving halfway across the world, but how I approach those life situations is really at the root of what happiness is. So I will say that I'm happier than I've ever been now, and it's a blessing. And I consider me getting to where I am today really stems from what I call the principle, which is I'm not really seeking happiness. I'm not really seeking richness or health. What I'm doing is I really just want to be a little bit more of something tomorrow. So I want to be a little happier tomorrow. I want to be a little healthier tomorrow. I want to be a little wealthier tomorrow, whatever that means. Take one step just to be a little bit more of something, and life becomes so much more manageable. So I will say a lot of people would define me as a life coach. I don't consider myself a life coach at all. I consider myself my coach. I don't know the right answers for you, and you're like, well, why am I listening to you then? But I can help you find those answers within yourself. I believe we all hold that power to create a better and even happier life within ourselves if we learn to trust ourselves, develop the right attitudes, and really listen to our gut. What I call my gut, some people call their inner wisdom, some people call their inner guide, whatever it is. Listen to your gut. And sometimes that's a little bit of a scary proposition when everything around you is telling you the opposite, right? So that's why I call myself a happiness activist. I sort of want to rewrite how people look at happiness. And my goal is to help people, you, anybody, create happier lives. I would be happy if your life was happier than mine. And that's truly how I sort of approach what I talk about. So the key to happiness, and I mentioned it, is closing that gap. Closing the gap between who we are today and who we are capable of being. And that gap will vary. Some days that gap will widen. Some days it might close. But it's all about just doing something to close the gap going forward. Now, I've read a ton of books since that first day in that Barnes & Noble aisle. I stopped counting at 70, and I'm sure it's
Wow.
I'm sure it's more than that. It's been over plenty of years. I mean, it's over quite a few years, but I just started to notice that the books really, about living your best life, about being happier, about, creating a life that you can be proud of, all say the same thing. And that happens when we get to the best version of ourselves. So we can't, settle. We need to raise our standards. We need to be the best person. But how do we get there in this world where we're overscheduled and overtaxed and trying to do this and trying to be here and there? We have to work on ourselves, and we do that by cultivating certain types of attitudes. When we are what we are capable of being, that's when the magic happens, right? That's when things, those days when things just seem to go according to plan and are great. And that's because we are probably doing our best stuff. That's when we experience joy and enthusiasm and confidence, and yes, even happiness. But unfortunately, most of the time, we're living with a big gap there. And it's when we are in that gap that we feel that anxiety and regret and worry, because we know that there's something more out there and we don't know how to get there. The bigger the gap, the bigger the feelings we have for a longing of something more, that we know that something's more out there. So some people might tell you to do these 10 habits and you'll be happier. But I say the key to happiness is closing the gap. And that gap is different based upon where you are and what you are doing today. So we close the gap by building on our 12 attitudes. And I'm going to go through those in just a minute. But I do want to sort of put a little disclaimer out there about positive psychology. Obviously, I believe in it. I've read a ton of work on it. But most of the information that we get that's based in the positive psychology world helps us to do better with the negativity around us. So that makes sense. It's something that we should really want, right? Well, I just want to caution you because that's only part of the picture. the advice that we get, if you think about some of the titles of the articles you might read, for instance, maybe 10 ways to help end overwhelm, right? That sounds like it would be great for us. The problem with that article is it's just moving you back to neutral. It's taking you from a place of negative and moving you to neutral, which is good. But we need to take one more step and move us into the positive. So as you're reading all of these habits and steps, realize that the goals of those are to move the needle back into a neutral place, and it's still up to you to move into the positive. And I think that's why so many of the things we experience through other people's eyes don't always help us, because it's really only half of the picture. We have to be the ones that take those next steps into the positive side of things. So we do that based on motivations, desires. Maybe there's a huge incentive for us to do it. But I really think we do our best work when we use our willpower. So there's a lot of science that supports the importance of willpower in getting what we want. In fact, a recent study says that people who have willpower outperform those with high IQs in predicting performance in more than 2-to-1 instances. So people that have sheer willpower are better performers than people that are just smart. And that is a really huge indicator on what our internal source of willpower can do for us. It really is what we need to close the gap. So most people would say, no, we need motivation. And I get that, because motivation is sort of what we need to increase our desire to take action, right? And willpower is more like forcing ourselves to take action. So it's not always maybe the most politically correct thing to talk about. But when you think about it that way, whether we increase our desire or force ourselves, I mean, increasing your desire sounds better, right? But it's not always, because motivation isn't reliable because it's based on how we feel. And I am all about feelings. I'm all about doing things that make us feel good. But what happens when we don't feel good? We don't do it. That's why we need willpower, because willpower is not based on how we feel. And let's face it, change is hard. And our brains don't like change. Our brains are actually designed to resist change. So if change is hard and we don't want to do it, we're not going to be feeling it, which means motivation isn't going to do us any good. And that's why you need to focus on willpower. Now, I wrote a pretty lengthy blog not too long ago, a lot of about willpower and some of those kinds of things. And it has some tips to building willpower, because it is a muscle, and it is something, it's like a muscle. It is something we can build on and use. And I'll have a link to that blog post on the page with your free download. So if you want to take a read, you can, because it does have some tips to help you develop it. But I do want to say this. When you use your willpower to force the action, the results that come from that action often will motivate you to keep going. So use willpower to increase your motivation, because that's really the ticket. And one of my favorite quotes when I talk about willpower comes from Victor Hugo, and he says, "People do not lack strength, they lack will." And I think that's really telling when you see people that are really persistent about achieving a goal. It's because they have the willpower to do it. It's not based purely on motivation, I promise you. So I wanted to put that little bit in willpower there, because I really wanted to say that it's more than just wanting to do this. When you start working on your 12 happiness attitudes, it's more than just wanting to do it. You have to sort of make a plan, and there are going to be days like today, forcing myself to get on camera, not making me feel good, but I know it's something that I need to do to enhance my skills. You do it because you know it's the right thing to do. So oftentimes when I make decisions, and Esme can attest, I even asked her, like, what are people doing? I don't want to be like the odd man out. And she's like, it's half and half. And I'm like, I know I should, but I don't know if I want to. So use your willpower to force yourself into doing the things that you need to do. And I always ask myself this, is this a closing the gap activity? And if I think it's going to close the gap, then I should do it. If I don't think it's going to affect the gap, then I could go either way. I will tell you, when you have the big questions in your mind, almost always that question is a closing the gap activity, because we won't waste our time thinking about things that don't matter. So I'm going to list off the 12 happiness attitudes. And again, don't worry about taking notes, because you'll have your download to get them all. And as I go through them, you might notice that some of them might not sound like an attitude, but I'll explain a little bit why I consider them one. So again, I got these attitudes from all of the reading. I started to notice themes. I started to take notes. Yes, I'm sort of geeky that way. And as I started going back through my notes, as I started realizing that I was seeing themes, I sort of pulled these out as themes from the books that I read, from ancient philosophers to modern day thought leaders, and I came up with these 12, and they are self, coping, confidence, influence, energy, forgiving, enthusiasm, courage, kindness, optimism, curiosity, and gratitude. Now, I'm pretty sure gratitude's probably not a surprise to most of you. You might be thinking energy doesn't sound like an attitude to me, but to me, there is an energy about people. I'm sure you have come across somebody you've met in a room and you immediately make a connection. And there's something about this person that you want to get to know more about, that you really like, and that is their energy. It's not necessarily okay. I'm sorry, I'm reading a note from Esme. I guess she's having audio difficulties. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going. So anyway, it's that kind of energy that we need to build on. Not necessarily the energy to get you from point A to point B in your day, although that energy is also important, but it's really about the energy of just your entire self and how you present yourself and how you believe in yourself, those kinds of things. Self is also another one that people question, but I think a strong sense of self is an attitude that carries us into our interactions with others. But it has to start from within. So building on that attitude of a strong sense of self is really, really important. So, you know, what I truly believe is that nothing you do, whether it's trying to build on a healthy a new health routine, whether it's implementing yoga, whether it's going into meditation, whether it's becoming happier, whether it's trying to get a new job, nothing is going to stick if you don't develop the right attitudes to make yourself, to put yourself in the best position to make that happen. Forget all the promises out there that people make. You know, do these 10 things, you'll get this job. You might, but you probably will get it if you do those 10 things and you have the right attitudes to go with it. It's not an all or nothing thing. You cultivate within the things necessary to do what you need to do. And here's another thing. I do not focus on habits, because I think if I said do these 10 habits, I'm telling you that it works, because a habit by definition is something that you do repeatedly enough that it becomes part of your life, right? Well, who am I to tell you what habits you should be implementing into your life? I focus on actions. So I say, here's a great action. I do often encourage people to try actions on for size, whether they think they're going to work or not. And then I I test, we sort of test how it makes them feel. Now, if they love the action, great. Make it a habit. Go for it. But if you don't like the action, that's okay too. There are plenty of actions to grow the right attitudes, to grow the right habits even. You just need to find out which ones work. So I don't really talk in terms of habits, although I have done the occasional habits post. But usually it's in reference to my habits, like the habits that I use. I focus on actions because I want you to determine from those actions which ones are meaningful enough to you to make into a habit. So the question I get when I talk about these 12 attitudes is, which is the most important? Which is sort of a loaded question, really loaded, because the answer is the most important attitude is the one you are struggling with the most. Because if you're struggling with a certain attitude in a certain place, any small changes you make is probably going to close that gap significantly. Because if you're struggling, every little step has a much bigger impact than something you're handling really well at that time. The other thing to remember is that our attitudes change because we have experiences, and every day is different, and based upon what we're experiencing every day will affect our attitudes. So one month you might think you have your confidence down, and then the next month you might be wondering, where it all went. Just understand that just like life, your attitudes are fluid as well, and it really takes a constant self-assessment to understand where you are. Now, if you did nothing else, I would say working on your sense of self and gratitude for the life you are living right now, even if you don't think it's the greatest life, but living it in gratitude will take you far. Developing a strong sense of who you are and a strong sense of self, and being appreciative of everything around you, because there's always something to be appreciative, will really start to change your attitudes for the better. So if I had to give one recommendation, if you didn't know where to start, I would say start with those two. Now you might imagine I would probably focus on self or gratitude today, because I said I was going to take one and go a little bit deeper. But I'm not, because honestly, you can find a ton of stuff on gratitude out there. We all know it's important. We might not all be practicing it as we should, because I know I struggled when I started my gratitude practice for about 2 years. I sort of went through the motions, and then eventually realized I needed to be a little bit more present. But you can get information on how to start that gratitude journal, a gratitude practice, becoming a more grateful person. There's a lot of information out there.
There's a really good app out there as well called Happier.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's on Android right now, but it is on iOS, Happier. They even have a corresponding website. And every day you can just make a little gratitude update, and you can share it with people, and people can like your posts and things like that. But the whole point is to share what you are grateful for.
That is great. It's funny, I'm getting ready to launch September 1st. I'm going to do a monthly gratitude exchange where people can sign up for free, and I pair you with somebody you don't know. And every day you send 3 things to them, and you create one long email just replying back and forth in the email with 3 things each of you are grateful for. With the one caveat that it can't be something that's already been mentioned, to sort of help get people to think. And then at the end of it'll be 28 days. At the end of the 28 days, you have a huge list of things to be grateful for. Because I often think that when we struggle in times of gratitude, going back to like our master list of things to be grateful for can be helpful. Like, my kids and my husband, those things that we often take for granted, sometimes just focusing on some of those things. But anything you can do to really elevate your gratitude practice, whether it's via an app, an exchange, or even just with a friend, maybe you meet every week over coffee and you have a conversation about it, really will help to change your perspective on the world around us. It is truly as remarkable as everybody says. And you aren't feeling it, sometime, like with me, I didn't really get it for quite a while because I was just going through the motions. I wasn't really paying attention. And so there are definitely things you can do to elevate your practice there. But the one, so I can talk about gratitude forever, by the way, obviously. But the one attitude I really wanted to talk to you guys about today is curiosity. And the reason why curiosity is on that list is because it really is about creating the person we are. We were curious at one time and we became who we are, and it really is about creating that person we are capable of being as well. We are born as natural, curious beings. I mean, you just have to watch, you know, an infant or a toddler to watch their curiosity. I mean, we've all heard the stories about our kids in their first Christmas playing with the box and the paper and all of that stuff because they're just curious about everything. They don't really care what it is. Unfortunately, that all changes when we get to school because we're told to be quiet, sit down, stand in line, do your homework, color inside the lines, all of these things that really help take away from our natural curiosity. Albert Einstein said once, it's a miracle, well, once, I mean, obviously he said it, it's a miracle that curiosity survives formal education. And if you think about how our formal education came to be, the structure that we currently see, although it is shifting now, was developed in the Industrial Revolution because they just needed to educate a lot of people and get them into the plants and, you know, do the manufacturing work, and it was all pretty much the same. Well, now we're moving back out of that realm into this innovative, creative culture. Unfortunately, our curiosity's been stifled. We were so impressionable when we were young, and then we lost it and we became sort of hardened and sort of fearful of doing anything that was sort of outside the lines. But the good news is it's never too late to get that curiosity back. So here's a statistic that is sort of a little startling to me. The majority of Americans today spend less than 2 hours a day doing something that brings them joy. Less than 2 hours.
This doesn't surprise me.
It's so sad though, right? I mean, instead we spend most of our time doing things like commuting, errands, and other time fillers, playing Candy Crush, or
I know, right?
I actually just gave up my Candy Crush crutch. I eliminated all the games off of my devices because it was sucking my time away. What that says is that we've lost our natural curiosity, right? I mean, if we're not doing stuff that brings us joy and happiness, we are not being curious enough. One of the best ways to build curiosity is simply to ask questions. Now, I don't know if any of you guys have been around a 2-year-old, but I, you know, had 2 of my own, plus my sister's kids and all the kids I used to babysit. The why game. Why, right? It was frustrating at the time. However, that is the natural curiosity. And it's time for us as adults to get back to that space. Maybe not to the point of annoying our friends and everybody, but enough that we are asking why, that we're not just accepting things because. So it's okay to start questioning things and sort of delving a little deeper, because the more that we start to learn about things, the more curious we become. And the more curious we become, the more we want to learn. So, you know, one of the things my kids and I do often is we ask questions of Siri because it's sort of funny, right? We try to figure out.
I love Siri.
I know, right? It's so much fun. And it's a great exercise in getting your creative and curious brain going because you're trying to trip her up. But, you know, whatever it is, just start asking questions. Stop taking everything that comes across your screen through a headline or a tweet or a Facebook post as truth. Question it. What's going to happen, right? You're going to learn more about something that you didn't know before. So I mentioned that I just gave up my Candy Crush crutch, and that's because I was listening to a podcast between Tim Ferriss and Maria Popova from brainpickings.org.
Oh, I love both of them.
I know, right? Well, she was talking, so I mentioned that I was reading, I had read 70 plus books on all sorts of subjects that had to do with living your best life. But one of the things I noticed after listening to her, because what she does is she reads and writes about what she reads, is that I'm not reading that much anymore. And it shocked me when I was listening to this and it became a realization, because I spend my time talking about the subject or writing about it or creating a course about it or doing something about it. And that's when I went back to my day and I eliminated all of these time suck activities so I could start reading again. And my rule now is I take 30 minutes during the day at the minimum, if I can, and read something on this subject that I want to become, I consider myself an expert in, but want to continue to grow in. And then I'm going to have another book for pure pleasure. I'm sort of like historical romance. But,
oh, fabulous. That's kind of fun.
Just something that's outside of the ordinary, because I love history. So what it does is then it prompts the curiosity on a certain period of time, and you start, you start driving your curiosity. So that's one of the reasons why too I pulled curiosity out for today, because I'm really in the midst of trying to find ways to get myself back into that curious nature that I was 5 years ago when I first started on this journey. I couldn't get enough. So here's a few things that you should know about curiosity and why I consider it so, so important. First of all, your curiosity is naturally unique to you. Everybody has different experiences, different conversations, has different friends. And if we're really curious, we're going to take different things from those experiences, which will then lead us out into asking questions and learning more about different things. So remember, your curiosity is unique to you, and you are the only one that can foster it. Also, your curiosity is tied to your creativity and imagination. If you think about it, how do we get the ideas that we get if we aren't out exploring? Something you're doing doesn't feel right. You come up with the great new idea for whatever that is. When we are really curious about what is happening around us, we become more creative and more imaginative. Curiosity, because we're going to start asking more questions, will spark more questions, and that results in discovery. Any big innovation, including Candy Crush, came because somebody was curious. And curiosity is the basis for innovation. So you want to do something great, be curious. It will help you discover your life's work and your life's purpose. If you do not feel like you are living your purpose, or you don't even know what it is, start asking questions. Doesn't mean it's going to happen today. You're not going to find out today. You might not find out for a while. But if you continue down the path of curiosity, you will discover what you are meant to do. It's what brought me to today. If I wasn't curious enough to find out why my son didn't think I was happy, and if I wasn't curious enough to go on a journey to figure out how to be happier, I wouldn't be here, right? It would be an entirely different life I was living. So I like to give an action. I already gave you one, ask questions. That really should go without saying. But another one is start reading. And I'm doing this because I'm inspired by the podcast. It's the Tim Ferriss Show if you want to listen to it and get inspired as well. She was actually on twice. So I first listened to the second one, which was her answering questions from fans, which was an awesome interview as well. And then I listened to her first one with her because she was so inspiring to me. I went back and found the other episode. So anyway, if you want to be inspired, do that. But pick up a book, read something. Might be a hobby you want to try, or you want to try a new technique on something. Go out, find something. You can get Kindle books for so inexpensive. I do like both. I have both Kindle and paper books. But that's my action. Ask questions, well, I guess actions. Ask questions, read something. And do something just for the fun of it. Find that play. Go color outside the lines. I didn't realize how brilliant it was my kids when they're teenagers now, which supposed me that I still have hair. But when they were young, they went to a preschool that would not allow any coloring of pictures that had lines on it. It was all free color, free paint. And I didn't really realize how important that was until I started doing all this research on being curious and not allowing people to box you in, right? So I'm very grateful for that experience for them. So I know that this has been 2 days of great content. I listened for most of yesterday. I spent most of today biting my nails, waiting for my turn to come on. But there was some great content. So I'm not sure why some of you are here today or why you even hung around or why you're listening to me, but I'm sure it's because you are looking to make some change. And it could be because you're tired of being tired and you just want to enjoy your life a little bit more. Maybe you want to make changes, but you don't really know.
Oh, Kim, for some reason you're muted. All right, there you go.
I don't know what that was about.
I don't know either. And partway through, all of a sudden, my whole Hangout screen went black, and it said, "Try again later." And I'm like, ah, like you were in the middle of speaking. I know I got back in fine. So anyway, I'm sorry. So we lost about the last 5 to 10 seconds of what you were saying.
Okay, I was just saying, so I'm not sure why people are hanging out with us today, yesterday, or even listening to me speak and watching me, thankfully. I appreciate it. But it's probably because, you're looking to make change. I know that's my son in the background right there. I gave him fair warning that he needed to feed and water himself before. But a lot of times it's probably because we don't have the energy to do the things that we want to do. We don't know what to do. We might be just sick of trying things and not really having them work for us, right? Mm-hmm. But I know that for myself and everybody else that's been on these past 2 days, we are not doing anything in our lives that you guys can't do in yours. We have all taken those first steps. We all have come across walls. These are things I know for sure, even though I don't know everyone's personal journey, but that's the part of the journey. And I will tell you personally that my life has had plenty of sucky moments. I told you that my brother was murdered. That's about as sucky as it gets, honestly. And we spent 2 years going through the justice system while his murder was being brought to justice. I had to learn how to forgive through all of that process, which is something that a lot of people still don't understand how you make it through that. But what I know for sure is that if you are focusing on just doing your best work, trying to get through the day, and making small changes just to move the needle a little bit more, you are preparing yourself for all of the stuff that life will throw at you. So happy people aren't happy because they don't have challenges. They're happy because they know how to navigate them better. So trust me, if I can do it, you can too, because it's been a long journey, but it's totally worth it. Now, you can take some of the stuff I've given you today, some of the stuff you've learned over the past 2 days, and you can figure out what to do to make your life better. You can also let some of us help you do that. I mean, we all are in different niches because we have found purpose in delivering a message. And obviously, I would love to be able to help you get happier if that's the course you want to take. Can't imagine somebody saying, no, I don't want to be happier, but, okay. So maybe so, I don't know.
Yeah, my brother used to be one of those people who wasn't happy unless he was miserable. And he used to call and I'd be like, hey, how is everything? Oh, life sucks. Like, really? Like, how's work? Is oh, work's good. It's like, how's your girlfriend? Oh, no, she's good. So what sucks? He's like, oh, nothing.
That's funny. I know people. It's just sometimes you just have to smile and with the flow. I have teenagers, so you can imagine the kind of discussions I have.
Yes, I'm sure.
They're holed in their room, well, unless they come out and get something to drink. That's why I created the Happier Life Challenge. It's the program that I created to show how to grow into the 12 attitudes of happiness that support what I consider our major life areas. I said I was a writer, or I might have said I was a writer. I have written a book called Embracing Happy, and it's really about my initial journey through the happiness to try to get happier. And it talks about the life areas and how to support them and grow into them and find the actions that work for you that then you can turn into habits. And then as I continue to read, I realize it's just not about focusing on the life areas, our mind, our body, our heart and soul. It's really about creating these attitudes. So I've sort of combined those two principles together into the Happier Life Challenge. And like your course, yes, Esme, it's 42 days. Mainly because I took a week with each of the 6 life areas, and then I added 2 attitudes to each week. But it's an attitude changing. That's the name of the game. Action taking every day, specific actions that you can try and see what works for you. Dream fulfilling. I think it's important that we all work towards fulfilling our dreams. And I think while some people's dreams might be the house on the beach, which mine is, or whatever, our true dream is to really be living a life that matters and means something, and where we are being the best version of ourselves. And it really will help you create a happier, healthier, and what I like to think of more hopeful life, because really hope is what keeps us going, right? And it helps you when you get stuck. It helps you to figure out what to do to get out of those periods of being stuck. Because even if you're doing your best work, there are times when you get stuck. And it's how to not allow the being stuck to start to overtake you again, which I know we've all experienced that as well. So it's a really great program. It's some of my best work, if I do say so myself. And I promise you, it will change your life in less than 2 months. And that's a lot to stake. But I put the money and my word behind it, because if you don't think you're getting value, I do give you your money back. And I am offering a very special deal. So I just got out of beta with this program last week, and I was offering it at $49, but the price went up last Friday because it came out of beta officially. So I'm actually giving you guys an opportunity to get it at the beta price. So there'll be a code on the page that I'm going to give you the link in just a second. This is the only time you really need to take notes. So I'm going to give you the code for 50% off if you think that this challenge might be for you. The download is free. Don't worry about that. It will be on the page. And the link is basically, it's my name, Kim Yuhl. So it's KIMYUHL.com/wellness. Go there. You'll get a couple of blogs that I mentioned while we were talking today, links to those. I do show you my book. I give you the free download, and there's a code on there that allows you to go check out the Happier Life Challenge and get 50% off if you're so inclined. But I will say that I'm only going to keep that code good until Friday night. So hopefully you'll get a chance to go check it out and take advantage.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and really, honestly, guys, you have nothing to lose, but you have a lot of happiness to gain. Because I give you your money back if you don't think it's worth it. I don't want your money. If I'm not helping you, your money does me no good. That's not why I don't want to pickpocket people. That's not about what I am. And so hopefully I will see you inside the challenge. If not, I'll see you inside the 12 happiness attitudes. I'd love your questions, comments. Come say hi. If you have a chance, my email is kim@kimmule.com. Very, very easy. I love getting emails, so come say hi. And that about does it for me.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much, Kim. This has been a pleasure.
It was lovely.
Then I've got a lot of thinking to do about my attitude and how it affects my wellness.
It's pretty powerful stuff. I wish I could have gone in depth into all of them, because I think you would really see some value there. But you'll get an overview of them all in the download. So I hope everyone takes advantage of that.
Fabulous. Thank you very, very much for presenting. I know you've got a lot going on. I really appreciate you taking some time to share with us today.
It was my pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So up next, we have Alexis Petrin, who's going to be talking about confidence. So she's going on in about 10 minutes. And after that, we were going to wrap up, but we have tacked on Jennifer Robinson from yesterday because she was having some internet problems yesterday evening. And she's going to be wrapping up with a presentation about fat and sugar in relation to our wellness. So please stick around. If you want to get up and walk around a little bit, take a little break, get some stretching, we will meet back here in about 10 minutes. I highly encourage you to get up and move around as much as you can throughout this event when we have these little breaks, so that you don't get any stiffness or back problems going on. And we will see you again momentarily. Alexis, where are you, dear? There you are. Can you see me and hear me? Can you see me and hear me?
Hi, how are you?
Awesome. Okay, so I will be back in just a moment. I have to kick my cat out.
Okay. Awesome.
Oh, wait, hang on. Hello. So my cat is a feisty little old lady. She's 16 years old and kind of cranky, and so she wants to cuddle and then make noise today. So she snuck in while I was out on my little break there.
Oh, I love it. That's how my dog is. She followed me into the room. Like, let me on the broadcast. So cute.
Yeah, that's awesome. So are you all set up? Do you need to do a presentation?
Nope, no presentation. I thought we would just, I love what we did the other day. That was amazing.
Awesome. All right, well, we can do that.
Yeah.
So for those who are watching, Alexis is next up on our list. Alexis is a cosmic confidence catalyst, and today she's going to be talking about the role confidence plays in one's wellness. So thank you very much for joining me, Alexis.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be here. I watched a few of the presenters, of the guests, and it's been amazing.
I'm so thankful you said that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
So what are you going to be talking about today?
Oh, today I was really moved to, it's a topic I've been talking about a lot lately, and seems to be something that many of my clients and people that are coming into my world, into my scope of vision are really interested in also. And confidence and wellness definitely ties in. What they're really looking for lately is the ability to balance. Like, they really want the holy grail. Like, they want the career, the money, and the relationships, and they all want it to be balanced and to flow and to be effortless. So I really want to start bringing this conversation, or I feel really moved to start bringing this conversation to the table. Like, how exactly can you do that? And what does that even mean to you? So helping people figure out what that means to them so they can embody that and bring that into their lives.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
And I wanted to just quickly mention that after somebody watched our little chat on Periscope the other day, we were complimented on how they listen to us talk about confidence, and now they feel like they're ready to like take charge and move forward. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Oh, yes. Okay. That's amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's so cool when two of us can get together and just really vibe and just have a conversation. It opens the door for so many others to start exploring and questioning and dive deeper into themselves. So this service thing is amazing.
I know, isn't it great? I love that we're able to connect all these awesome speakers from all over the world using the internet. It's just fabulous.
It is absolutely incredible. The power of the internet. Who knew? It's unbelievable.
I know, right? And when I started working with websites in the 90s, I had no idea that this is what was going to be coming.
No, I think probably only a few people did. It's hard to envision, something this huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So beautiful. Yes, today. I think we did this last time too. We just get distracted. But yeah, definitely confidence and then designing balance. And I guess the first thing that I really want to bring forth today and begin to have this conversation, just so people can turn inward and start to question for themselves, is one, you really can have it all. It is possible. So you can have everything that you want. I will say this, but you are a divine being. I mean, that's just the long and the short of it. And, you can be here and express yourself in the highest, most authentic way in each and every moment. And I found that when we're doing that, we are in that space of feeling as though we do have it all. And it's incredibly freeing. And in that space, our confidence skyrockets. And the cool part too is that wellness becomes less of a thing to chase after or to seek, kind of like spirituality. You really stop seeking it and you begin to become it. So you return to that place of I am well, which is unbelievable. I can't even believe that place exists. I didn't know that years ago.
It's really hard to get to that place, and especially if you're struggling with confidence and self-image and feeling like, oh, my body's not the body that I want. It can be really hard to get to that place of wellness.
It is. It can be incredibly difficult. And I've personally experienced that in my own life. I mean, I've definitely been through about, I'm going to minimize this, but 10 years in a self-imposed prison. Honestly, not believing that I was funny enough, pretty enough, good enough, smart enough, all of the enoughs. And enough of that pain began to build inside of me, and I began to manifest addictions like drugs, alcohol, men, toxic relationships, food, self-image, and on and on and on. So personally, I have been to the depths of hell and despair and that feeling of hopelessness and really believing that, there was nothing else and this would be my life. And those are the cards that I was dealt. And I'm just really here to say to anyone that's in that space is, so many people all over the globe have personally experienced despair like that. So if you are experiencing that at this moment, know that there is always hope, that you are absolutely, unquestionably beyond loved and supported. And when it is time, it is time. It is time. Yeah.
So well put. And I think a lot of us have been struggling with unhealthy behavior, like eating the food that we shouldn't be doing and associating with people who don't prop us up, but rather want to pull us down.
Yes. As far as I see that, what that appears to actually be, there's so much going on below. I have to say this first. There's so much going on below the surface. We can say the subconscious, and in the deeper parts of our being. But really, the way that I like to bring that conversation forth is you are either ready to meet your pain or you are not. And it really is that simple. We want to complicate that. I tried to complicate that for many, many years to kind of avoid that subject. because there were times where I was not ready to meet my pain and I did not want to acknowledge that. So that's when I indulged in the behaviors that left me waking up with those feelings of guilt, shame, and remorse. So I like to view it not so much as it's unhealthy, but it's just like this can be radical, but that's what you're needing to do at the moment because you're just not ready to meet the pain. So to really just drop, I love how you said that last time that we got on Periscope earlier or over the weekend of just really dropping the judgment of the behaviors, dropping the judgment of your thought life, just dropping the judgment, the guilt, the shame, and the remorse. And just in that, like radical transformation begins to occur all throughout your life.
Oh, that is so true. And we just need to be kinder to ourselves and not look at ourselves from this place of dislike and fear.
Yeah, definitely. It's so simple. I love that you just said that. It really is. And that was a really radical concept when that was first introduced to me. I came in contact with this woman years ago, and she was definitely an angel and really helped me start to walk out of the hole that I had buried myself in, honestly. And she would just always say, like, Alexis, be gentle with yourself. And I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what she was talking about. I'm like, can you give me examples? Because I don't even know what that means right now. Like, I've spent my whole life just really torturing myself, and just judging and judging and judging. And I didn't really know how to do anything else. And she just instructed me to start out with breathing, like starting to breathe. And then to just tell myself I love myself, which I thought was absurd. But I started to do it here and there. And eventually it was not absurd anymore.
That's something that's very, very difficult, though. I mean, we get sucked into these patterns that are really unhealthy, and we are creatures of habit, and we continue to do something long after it stops serving us, just out of that habit. And it can be really hard to make that shift from something that's not good for us towards coming at our health and our wellness from a place of kindness.
Yes, I find so much of that is based on the fact that we have such an attachment to the outcome. Like, so that attachment to the outcome actually keeps us from making a change, because we know even if something is destructive and leaving us with that feeling of guilt, shame, and remorse, we are aware, we are cognizantly aware because we have experienced it personally over and over and over again in our own life of what that outcome is. So it leads us to the feeling of safety and security and comfort. Because we know what's going to happen, we can kind of predict our future, Yeah. So really, I found that to be one of the most powerful things when we're really struggling is just to let go of the attachment to the outcome. And just in that alone, once again, is so powerful, like radical shifts.
Yeah, very radical. And it can be so hard to just get on that path to make such radical shifts. And I think that's something a lot of people who are here right now are struggling with. I mean, that's what this whole event is about, is being able to make those radical shifts. And a lot of people watching are struggling with that every single day. And what kind of advice do you have for them so they can get on that path in a way that's not necessarily a scary fish out of water experience?
Yes. Number one, and I know we talked about this on Saturday, but number one, like, there's nothing like building a community. There's nothing like having the support. I mean, for me, when I was in that dark place, hopeless, completely wallowing in self-pity and despair, it was huge just to know that there were other people around me that, that number one, could relate, and two, were going to support, and three, understood the change that I was trying to make, which I find to be very important, is finding people and putting people in place that really understand the change that you are making so they can support in that high vibrational way, in that motivational way, in that place of coming from that place of unconditional love. is to, number one, like, get out there, find that support system. Like you said it already, the internet is incredible. Like if you don't have anyone around you, like just do Google is insane. Like go on Google,
right?
do a little Google search. And right here, like you're starting a major revolution with providing all of this information, you know, for all of these people who are in the place that you're speaking of. So that's absolutely incredible.
How do you find that confidence can really help influence one's wellness?
Oh, confidence is huge. And the reason, I'll tell you the truth, the reason that I really talk about it is this, is our physical, we have all of the answers inside of us. And I know for me, I thought that, once again, I thought that concept was completely insane, and that could not be true because I thought everyone knew more than me, right? Low self-esteem, you must know more than me. You know, you have this degree, or you have this job, or this woman looks like this, or whatever, you know, like the outside appearances, you know, and thinking that people knew more than me. But really tapping in, we have this innate body wisdom. Like our body in and of itself is genius. It will tell you anything and everything that you need to know. And when you can tune in, get really quiet and start to listen to yourself, your intuition, it's very logical. It's really not as mystical as we make it out to be. Like everyone has intuition. Like it's just, it just is there. It's built in. You're acting on intuition like every day. You can start to listen to that and act upon that. And I find that that is actually the most powerful thing that we can do, is begin to attune to the wisdom that we already have within and act upon that. And our confidence grows at this exponential rate, like when we start to do that. So we can once again, and this is a big thing that I didn't realize this until a few years ago, like we can once again become to trust ourselves. Like I had no idea from all the damage I had done from my internal being that I did not trust myself at all to make any decisions, to make any changes. I questioned everything that I was doing. I would call 20 people, like if I was going to a nail salon, you know, like what color should I get my nails, you know, and that's like a really like microcosm example, but you know, constantly looking outside of myself and really like cutting myself down, like my own confidence and self-esteem within that. So really just going within, listening to your intuition, the logic of it, and just going for it. And you just watch your confidence begin to grow and grow and grow very naturally and effortlessly. It's not as difficult as we make it out to be, and everyone can do it.
And yesterday when Stacey Herrera was on, she mentioned that often our intuition is like a little person, and when we start ignoring it, it stops speaking so loudly because like anybody, it doesn't want to be ignored. It wants to be heard. And I thought that was a really beautiful analogy.
It definitely is. It's like another part of yourself. Like there's so many aspects of ourself. Like we are not just, you know, this one personality that is presenting. You know, there are many different aspects of it. So, you know, our intuition wanting to come through, it's like us wanting to be heard by us. Like, you know, like it's really painful when you're having a conversation with someone and they're not listening to you or they're not hearing you. So it's even, it's amplified when it's you talking to you, you know?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
How have you seen this increase in confidence help other people?
Oh my gosh, it's so huge. First of all, it's incredibly, from what I've noticed with working with so many people and in my own life, it's incredibly painful to believe that you are not worthy. Like it is incredibly painful. It's not natural. That's why it's so painful. Like, it's so painful to believe that, you know, you don't deserve love and that you are not loved, because once again, that's not natural. Like we are unconditionally loving beings, you know, and it's not natural to constantly question ourselves. So like that becomes very painful also. You know, so confidence like completely transforms your life. There's so many things I want to say about this. I'm like, what?
Go ahead.
Thing.
Go ahead. We've got 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. Well, basically, you can do anything. Like, you can do anything. So you can live from that place of inspiration. No longer are you caught up for 3 months, 6 months, or a year pondering an idea or inspiration that has come to you. No longer are you in that stuck place, unable to move forward and to create exactly what it is that your heart is desiring. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore. It becomes a natural working part of the mind once again, and the heart is to just move from that place of love within you.
Oh, so beautiful.
Yes, and it promotes. There's so much. There have been millions of books written about all this, but the feeling of harmony when that begins, when you allow that, it's not really something you have to seek. It's more of an allowing. So when you begin to allow that, you start to feel an alignment. So you start to feel as though you are in harmony within yourself and with the world around you, which starts to alleviate those unwanted, unpreferred experiences of paralyzing fear. And let's talk about doubt, doubt and shame, which we all know is such a big one. Brene Brown talks about that, is, shame and like how destructive that actually is, desperately wanting to hide pieces of ourselves from ourselves and the world around us. So you begin to rise. This is the only way I know how to say it, but you begin to rise out of those lower vibrational feelings and move into things more powerful, such as, unconditional love and joy and freedom. I mean, who's not looking for freedom to do exactly what they please in each and every moment? And it's okay to do that. I mean, I think we're really, at least that's how I grew up, with the beliefs that, it's not okay to go after what is in your heart. Like, it's not okay to fulfill your desires. It is not okay, to truly and completely be yourself. Like, I was taught, this is the way that the world works. And that didn't resonate with me. And I tried to adopt that mentality and that belief system and that way of operating. And once again, that became very painful for me also, because there was this deeper knowing that there was just more, there's more to life. And I couldn't understand why we would be here living, because it's just so weird when you look around sometimes, like, how is this even all happening? I couldn't understand like why we would be here if, we didn't have access to that place of deep fulfillment, deep joy. So I really try to bring that conversation forth in as many avenues as I can, and to really spread that message.
That's beautiful. And I think that's really an important aspect. Oh, we're getting a little bit of feedback.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, audio feedback. Do you have your speakers on?
Oh.
But I could hear myself through your speakers, oddly.
Oh, I can't. I'm not hearing anything different here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully it was just an aberration, and the tech gods will look kindly on us for the rest of this presentation.
Yes. Oh, and the other thing, I guess I'll just expand upon this very quickly, or not very quickly, but about a year ago, meditation for me, and I know it's not for everyone, has been a major channel for me to begin to access the deeper parts of myself, to access more wisdom, to begin to contemplate information and knowledge that is coming into my world and integrate it fully, and embrace it and embody it in a way that allows me to act from that place of wisdom. It's also helped me to completely master my mind, because really the whole, like, this is a game, Earth, like our life, like the whole thing really is a game. So it's like, if you master, we've heard this a million times before, you master your mind and pretty much you've mastered your world. So you master your thought life. And so that's been huge for me through meditation. I know a lot of other people experience that place of contemplation just while simply cooking dinner or taking their dog for a walk or playing tennis or driving in the car. So really whatever that looks like for you, I highly suggest for people when they start to journey inward, when they start to really feel an energetic revolution arise from within them to make a really profound lasting change in their life, is just begin a practice of contemplation. And that doesn't have to be formal. You don't have to sit. It doesn't have to be horrifying, or something that you're not looking forward to, but just at any point in time during the day and whatever works for you, just really begin to contemplate your thoughts, contemplate where you are, contemplate where you want to be, and what's really going on, and just get really honest with yourself. Just get really honest with yourself, because the more honest with ourselves that we are, the easier it is to take action with the inspiration that comes to us, which once again sends our confidence skyrocketing through the roof.
Yes.
Yeah. It's cool.
Go ahead.
It's just so cool how it's not really like linear, like everything, like the whole process is like non-linear, it's really kind of like all happening at once, and it's just such a wild ride. I love it.
Yes, and you mentioned that meditation has been really helpful. What kind of meditation do you do?
Yes. Well, personally, for me, my practice has evolved quite a bit. So I really resisted meditation a few years ago. I had a friend that was constantly inviting me. It was every Friday night for 2 hours. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, I've never meditated before. Like, you're insane. You want me to sit there? Like, my mind does not shut off. And I started to experience this anxiety that I'd never experienced before. And I actually had an anxiety attack that was so bad it sent me to the hospital. I thought I was dying. So it got really intense, and that experience moved me into saying yes to the friend that kept asking me to go to meditation. So I did. So I actually started out going to 2-hour meditations every Friday, because I was just so desperate, because I was just in this state where I was just fight or flight all the time. And it was really uncomfortable, and it was like torturous. Yeah. So I started out like that, and then I started just meditating 5 minutes a day, and that was a lot for me. Like that was a lot. It's just to sit there quietly 5 minutes a day, but I was really honest with myself, and I had really committed to myself to start to journey inward. So what I started to notice was on the days that I meditated just for 5 minutes, they were so dramatic from the days that I did not meditate for 5 minutes. Like I couldn't even believe the difference. So I started to notice this. So I was naturally drawn to that feeling, because that feeling of just like feeling good and present and relaxed started to trump that feeling of anxiety. So it naturally drew me to a meditation practice. In 5 minutes turned into 10 minutes, turned into an hour, and so on and so on and so on. And today, honestly, I like to be really real with people. I don't sit at a certain time during the day. I just don't do that anymore. I don't have a rigid practice. I don't operate like that. I don't really subscribe to any specific methodologies. I've really just journeyed inward and tapped into that innate body wisdom that we have. So when I hear or feel, Alexis, it's time to sit, I sit. And when I don't, I don't. And I don't feel bad about it.
Oh, good. You shouldn't feel bad about it.
Yeah, not at all. I'm just like, this is how it is. And, it's all unfolding perfectly. And I really do trust, which is one of the results of, tapping into that confidence and self-worth that is innate to our being. I really do trust that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing.
That's so important.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips for getting started with meditation for people who might be a little resistant? Yes,
absolutely. First of all, get honest with yourself. Like, can you sit quietly, in a room with a candle lit, or is that gonna, drive you insane? Can you commit to doing that consistently? Because I feel like in the beginning, when we're making any change, consistency really is the key. So even if it's 2 minutes, if you can commit to doing that, if you can commit deeply to yourself and you feel that within you, okay, yes, I can definitely commit to this, then, go ahead and sit for 2 minutes in a room with a candle or whatever moves you, and start with that. The time does not matter. I think a lot of us, or at least I was, and I find this in a lot of people, are really attached to the amount of time, like time equals insight or something. And it really doesn't. It really doesn't. Those insights, those revelation, those moments where our consciousness expands and never goes back happen just in a flash, anywhere at any time. So you can sit. A lot of people, like I was saying earlier, they'll run, and that will put them in that meditative state. Yoga. There you go, with you. Yoga, incredible. Start to access that innate body wisdom, become really aware of your body, your breath, everything that is going on with you. There really are just so many things. And for a lot of people also, highly suggest music can be very helpful. Music or yes, music is awesome. I feel like I should have a soundtrack for my life. Everyone should. We should just go somewhere and there should be music playing at all times. But another reason the internet is so freaking fantastic is, go ahead on YouTube. There's millions and millions and millions of guided meditations, anywhere from 5 minutes to 8 hours. So it's made it really, 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 really easy. And the cool part is if you find something that is not working for you, that you don't want to commit to, discard it, without any judgment. Just discard it, move on to something else that excites you a little bit more, and just keep going.
So I think you're so right about consistency. And we've got these habits that were formed by being consistent over so long. And there's no reason to think that we can't form new habits the same way. And we're still getting feedback when I speak on your end.
Oh, that's so weird. I'm not experiencing that.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself through your speakers.
Huh.
Try putting your other earbud in. It just occurred to me that the other earbud on your set might be pointing down near your microphone.
Ooh, let's see. How is that?
Let's see. Is this a little better? Nope, didn't make a difference.
Weird. Darn.
So we had a little bit of an issue with this earlier, and they had their speakers on in addition to the headset.
Huh.
Yeah, the speakers were
is that better?
facing the microphone. Yeah, that seems to be a lot better, actually. I can't hear me at all now. Wait, nope, there I am. Okay, well, we might just forge on ahead anyway. So do you have external speakers?
I do.
So that might be the issue that we're running into, because on most laptops you plug in your headphones and it automatically turns off the speakers. It's not the same way on PCs, on large desktops.
Oh, I do. Well, I'm on my laptop at this moment. Oh man.
So sorry about this. So it seems to be minimized now, so that's good news.
Is that good?
I can't really hear me very much right now.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Okay. So whatever you did is a vast improvement.
Awesome. Okay. Very good.
So we got a little off track there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought.
Oh, no, that's okay. We were talking about how consistency really is key when we go to make any change. If we, yes. And then you were talking, I love actually how you said that. It's so powerful. We do have to realize that a lot of these habits are a way of being now, because we have repeated them so many times. So there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of science behind this, so you can go ahead and look this up. Anyone that's interested, is there are connections being made. There are energetic connections being made, as we do things. So there is an energetic connection in place. It's not just something that's happening in your mind. You are physically moved to do something or to act a certain way or to be a certain way or to think a certain way. So definitely, like when starting that new habit, we begin to form a new connection, and you do cross that line where it becomes, in the beginning, you have to make a conscious effort, and it may appear as though you are suffering or struggling, but it does happen where you cross the threshold where it now becomes the natural way of being, the natural way of operating, and you no longer experience the struggle and the suffering, which is so cool. So we kind of just have to, we don't have to, well, yeah, we have to. We just plug along until that point, until we cross that threshold, you know, and we're just in the clear, and this is just who and what we are now.
Oh, that's so well said. But it doesn't have to be the way we stay. And I think people really kind of fall into that trap. Just because we've been doing it for so long doesn't mean that it has to be this way for the rest of our lives.
Yes. 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 I do, from personal experience, though, I just touch on what we were touching on earlier, is I really understand what it's like to be in that space where you honestly believe you will never be able to make a change, that things will never be different, that you're not worth you're not worthy or deserving of something that fulfills you in a deeper way. So once again, I just feel like I have to say this, but like, once again, just know that you are beyond love, like your perfection is, and you really can make any change that you want in your life. You know, not only is it possible, but it is eventually inevitable if you keep thinking about it.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be in a bad way either. It doesn't have to be a shock to the system.
Yes.
Like, there are gentle ways that we can start to shift our perception and our habits that can really help us later on without going, oh my God, I've never done this before. How can I expect it to be healthy tomorrow?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. There's nothing wrong. Well, I think is that like what we like talk about a New Year's resolution here? Where like we all make these New Year's resolutions, yeah. And they're all like crazy, you know, like I'm gonna wake up a perfect, totally different being tomorrow. And like, don't get me wrong, that's actually happened to me a lot of times where I've like woken up a totally different person, like complete like revolution overnight. But yeah, like we don't have to make these, these resolutions, you know, where we're just going to change like 15 things, you know, right away. Like, I just love that you said that. Like, it is okay to ease in. There's nothing wrong with that, you know?
That I've been guilty of that, you know. Yes. I've been like, you know what? I forget which year it was. It was within the last 3 or 4 years. I was like, you know what? Starting tomorrow, I'm going to go to bed at 10 o'clock and I'm going to get up at 6 o'clock. And yeah, that so didn't happen. I stuck with it for like 3 days. And who was I kidding? I can't go from being a chronic night owl as Carrie. I used to be the overnight web editor for a newspaper, and I worked 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And so completely flipping my schedule like that on its head, even though it was 10 years ago I worked there, I've still been living in like de facto night owl mode. It was completely unreasonable to expect myself to switch overnight. I mean, literally overnight, starting January 1st. Mm-hmm. But I tried anyway.
Well, and a lot of, that was beautiful. A lot of times too, like we go to make a change and we are not aware, like there are more things happening, you know, than are happening here. And sometimes the change that we are consciously wanting to make here is actually not in our highest good. You know, like we think it's in our highest good because it sounds good, you know, like it sounds good to us in that moment. And we feel as though this change will produce a certain outcome. But there are many more factors and variables, you know, going on behind the scenes to make sure that our journey is unfolding perfectly. You know, we are being taken care of. We are loved beyond measure. So, you know, sometimes the change that we think is in our highest good is not. So,
true.
Yes. Yes, and I've definitely experienced that one many times also. You know, like, oh, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and you know, I'm going to go running for 5. I always say, I do this one a lot actually, where I'm like, I'm gonna be like the morning person, you know, kind of like what you were saying. Yeah, I'm going to get up and I'm going to have this very structured morning, like I hear all these other people having, where I'm like going to set intentions, and then I'm going to go for a walk, and then I'm going to spend 20 minutes with my dog. And you know what? Like, that's not me. Like, the truth of who I am right now, like, that is not in the highest good for me. Like, I operate in the flow, like I operate on my, innate wisdom in the moment and off of inspiration. And so to lay down a structure like that for me would not be in my highest good, at least for this moment. Like, that's always your personal truth. This is really powerful, actually. Your personal truth at any given moment is subject to change.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us get kind of like held up there when we're going to make changes is, okay, like this is how it's always going to be now.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be this way in a bad way. Are you still there, dear? Your video very briefly froze. Oh, there you are.
Oh, that was crazy. My whole end just cut out over here.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yes, you froze.
Yeah. That was weird.
Okay. Anyway.
Good times.
Yeah. What were you saying before you vanished?
Oh no, what was I saying? Oh my gosh, I think I lost it. Oh no, something about us going to make a change and it maybe not being in our highest good, and being really honest with ourselves about whether something is actually going to work for us with who we are right now. And our personal truth in any given moment is subject to change. Yes, there we are. So change, that's funny. Everyone just saw my thought process right there.
Hey, that's good.
It's how my brain works. Yes, I think that's one of the reasons why we have a difficult time making a change or verbally declaring that we're doing something different, is because we feel like we're pigeonholing ourselves into this new way of being and operating. Not really realizing and embracing that it's okay for that to change tomorrow. We can course correct. I forget, somebody says that, I forget who it is. We can course correct at any given moment. We can go in a different direction. If we feel led, like we can change our minds. Like, that was mind blowing to me when I realized that it was okay. Like, you can change your mind at any given moment, and know that you can. That you can. It's not a question.
Yes, we don't have to be locked into these structures and these systems that don't work for us. Like, we have the power to go, you know what, this isn't working.
Yes.
So, excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Jennifer. It looks like your video is working, though, so this is great. So our next talker in about 20 minutes is going to be Jennifer Robinson, who yesterday was having some internet problems. So we added her on to today. And it looks like everything's working on her end, so this is amazing. So really good news. I'm very happy about this.
Yes.
So anyway, we've got about 8 minutes left. What else would you like to talk about?
Oh, awesome. This is huge, and I've been doing a lot of work with this lately. I'm actually I'm creating a few programs directly for this, but as we were talking about on Periscope on Saturday, it's just a super cool time to be alive. Like, it's a super cool time to be on Earth. There's just so much happening, and I've done a lot of work. I'm always drawn to duality. Like, I'm completely fascinated by it. And as we talk about balance and being in harmony and being in alignment, duality plays a major role in that. And when I say duality, I mean things like fear and love and good and bad and pretty and ugly and ego and spirit and God and the devil. So, like, it goes on and on and on and on and on. And a lot of the work is to really come into balance, to really feel that harmony, the most powerful way to do it, that will once again help your confidence, self-esteem, self-worth to skyrocket to the roof, is to kind of go at a bird's eye view with all of these dualistic concepts. So, and this is really radical. Like if you want to make like if you want to completely revolutionize the way that you are living, thinking, feeling, believing, and so on, is just to start to rise above these dualistic concepts, right? To fully embrace them and integrate them. And the thing that's been really cool is the past 20 or 30 years, with a lot of the spiritual teachers that we've had on Earth, they've really been shedding light on, like a huge light, and making us aware of what duality is. Like they have done an excellent job at laying the groundwork on, hey, this is what duality is, this is what it looks like, this is what it feels like to either live on this side of the spectrum or this end of the spectrum. And now we're in this super cool time, you know, it's like 2015, there's so many things happening where we now have the capability to transcend all of the teachings that have been laid down for the past 20 or 30 years. So we can, instead of bouncing to opposite ends of the spectrum, you know, like I'm either in a place of fear or I'm either in a place of love, it's like, no, like now we're at a time where we can take both of those concepts, both of those feelings, and fully embody them both and integrate them both and rise above, which is absolutely incredible. So we're transcending all these dualistic teachings, which I really love. So the profound feeling of balance and harmony is something that I'm still trying to find words for when we rocket into this place. But it's just this feeling of immense, you know, peace. I think it's really what probably any, you know, I could totally bank on it. Anyone that's watching this here right now, like that's what you're looking for. Like you are looking for the Holy Grail. Like you are looking to feel in complete alignment, to be at total peace at one, so we talk about at one atonement, like at one with yourself and the world around you. So like that is what you're looking for. So the easiest way to make that happen is to embrace and to integrate and to embody like all of duality and transcend above it. If that.
That's so beautifully said.
Yeah, that's what I'm all about right now.
I love it.
Like, yeah, you can consciously design balance in your life by doing that.
And balance is what we need. Without balance, everything just kind of falls apart in my experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it becomes very uncomfortable because it's not, it really, the truth is it's not natural for us. It's not natural for us to not be in harmony with ourselves and the world around us. It's just not natural, and that's why it's painful.
I completely agree. And as part of the bonus package, you are offering. Yes. Would you please tell us, you know, what your offering is for those who have purchase the upgrade package and what they're going to get in their cosmic confidence activation?
Yes. This is so exciting. I live for this. I really do live for this. So I'm offering up a free 30-minute it probably will be longer. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Like I can't shortchange anyone. So if we get into it, we get into it. So if you do book that and you do make that move, know probably to set aside 2 hours, because that's probably what's really going to happen. So cosmic confidence activation. So we're going to consciously, through energy work, and it's big, it's revolutionary, but really breaking down all of your thoughts, beliefs, attitudes, feelings. We're just going to deconstruct the entire nature of your reality in 30 minutes to 2 hours, all the way down from, you know, this level to an energetic cellular level. So you'll be completely cleaned out, and not only will we do that, but we're also going to lay down a new blueprint for you, like consciously, because like, you know, we go to a lot of healers, at least I've experienced this, and a lot of my clients have experienced this also. We go to a lot of healers, and the experience is freaking phenomenal, right? You come out in this blissed out state, but you don't know what happened. So like you don't really, sometimes you don't know what happened, and so you don't really know what to do. Like, what is the practical application of this in my daily life? And So I really like to bring that through. Is like, here are all these amazing concepts, right? That are very big and drastic and revolutionary, but this is the practical application in your daily life, so you can return to that state of complete and total wholeness, wholeness, yeah, complete and total wholeness. You can just remember that memory is triggered, that you already are everything you wish to become. So, relax into that.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I think we really struggle with remembering that. Like, we are who we want to be. We just need to like flip the switch and turn it on.
Yes. Oh, it's so powerful. Yeah, it's so cool when you're able to, I don't know, because if anyone is anything like me, you're out there like seeking and searching and attempting to become, and with what we just said, it really is, everything starts to flow naturally, and you really step into that place of harmony and confidence when you're just allowing your natural state to step forth. There's just something within us human beings, I don't know what it is, that just likes to overcomplicate, though. It's really funny.
We do. We really do tend to overcomplicate.
Yeah. I think that's just, the nature of our consciousness, that is just super curious, super curious, and forever wanting to create and expand. So, if that natural desire is not channeled in a way that is completely fulfilling for us, like, we will go over here and create, some havoc and some chaos, because we are that brilliant.
Oh, so beautiful. So thank you so much for that. It's just uplifting and inspiring.
Thank you. Total honor. Total honor.
Okay, so we've got. Sorry, I'm a little overwhelmed right now at all this positive energy that's just been oozing out of my computer today.
You've done an excellent job putting this together.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for participating. And without the amazing speakers, this event would not have happened. So I really appreciate you taking some time to share with me and with the viewers. It means a lot to me.
Yeah, thank you.
And if somebody wants to learn how to work with you one-on-one, how can they get in touch?
You can either find me at alexispetrin.com. I am also not shy on social media, so go ahead. I share everything. That's my work. I am my work, so you will see everything. Facebook, Instagram, it's all Alexis Petrin, so it's the same thing. ALEXISPETRIN. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, all of them.
Fabulous.
Yes.
So, all right. Well, thank you so much. And for those who are watching, we are going to be wrapping up with our presentation from Jennifer Robinson, who was trying to go live yesterday, but we had some technical difficulties. So we are extending today's event by an additional hour, so you get Jennifer's awesome content. And we are going to be going live with her in about 9 to 10 minutes. So please get up, move around, stretch your legs, get some water, because you don't want to be sitting all day in front of your computer. That's not good for anybody. And we'll meet back here in about 9 minutes. All right, Jennifer, you are muted. So can you unmute yourself? We can test your audio, make sure everything's working.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, let's hope no reverb today.
All right, well, we're having a little bit of glitchiness right now. So your video is not very, yes, your video is not very clear.
Ah, rats!
Where were you when you were with me this morning? It looked like you were in a different part of your house, and the video was a lot better.
Yeah, let's see if that doesn't do the trick. I am in my kitchen and I was sitting at my dining room table, but I can move.
Yeah, and you might be in a Wi-Fi dead zone.
Yeah. Hang on.
There's part of my kitchen where I just can't do anything on Wi-Fi.
Yep.
And even I'm like 10 feet from the router. In my kitchen, we have 2 routers, one upstairs and one downstairs.
Yeah.
And if I'm in the kitchen next to the downstairs router, I just can't do anything because it's like the signal just gets zapped somehow.
Okay, let me do this. I was contemplating a spontaneous thing came up, but I don't have to do that. So let's do this.
We're getting a lot of glitches and feedback right now.
Uh-oh. Okay, so
yeah, and your video is completely frozen again.
Oh, that's terrible.
Ah!
Shoot. Well, that tells me it's my blasted internet. And you know what? This is the same time as last week.
Yeah.
I bet my internet's throttled.
Oh, okay. This is disappointing. Do you want to try tomorrow morning, and I'll just give everybody who signed up your replay?
Well, we could do that. I mean, do you think it would be better on my phone?
Yeah, why don't you try it on your phone? You can pop in using the same invitation. Because yeah, your video is completely frozen right now.
Oh, that's terrible.
Okay, so go out of the room right now and then come back in on your phone, and we'll try it that way. We did that with another speaker and it worked pretty well.
Okay, so hang on, let me plug this in. Oh my gosh, I'm so bummed out. My dang internet. All right, so if
I wonder, I don't even know how you check email with a connection like this.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing, you know, I work offline a lot of times during the day, and usually my day ends at 3 o'clock because that's when I have to go start being a mom and, you know, my kids to school and stuff like that. So generally by this time of day, I am cooking.
Ah, I got it.
You know, or I'm doing other stuff. Right now, up, so I can't. Hang on a sec. Arg. Oh, I have a red pinwheel on my computer right now. Let's see. Let's try this. Okay, now. All right, I'm going to jump out and then try and jump back in on my phone, and let's keep our fingers crossed.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, this seems a little bit better. Is the Wi-Fi on your phone turned off?
No, it's on. Because yeah, that would be. I don't think I could do this just on my LTE. But
Oh, you should be able to, and you can do Periscope and video chatting on LTE.
yeah. How is this working? Is this better?
It's a lot better. Maybe
Okay.
there's another compression thing that goes on, so that would make
Yeah,
sense.
I bet it's smaller. Because I'd rather use the Wi-Fi just so I don't. Because I have a small data plan.
Okay, well, we'll try. So there was just a little feedbacky glitch, but hopefully that will resolve itself.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think it'll be better if I put my headphones on?
It might help, yeah, because we have been noticing that there has been a little bit of audio feedback to people who have their speakers up.
Okay, let me put on my headphones here. Okay, how's
All right. Well, let me see. Say something.
hello, I'm Jennifer
Okay.
Robinson.
Yes. Yes, that is way better. Awesome.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's do it like this. I can make this work.
All right. Well, let me switch over from my screen sharing here, and hopefully the tech gods will be kind to us today. Otherwise, we're going to have to come up with another solution.
Yeah. All right. So are we live? Am I on air?
You are on, and hopefully you remain on. Hopefully the tech gods are favorable right now. Maybe they're in a good mood.
Right. Absolutely. Well, so thanks. Woo. Got to get all my cords situated here. Well, thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here and talk about what I do and about my passion. One of them, at least, which is food and helping people eat well and just really have fun in the kitchen and using that as an opportunity to reconnect with the people that they love. So, do you want me to talk a little bit about myself?
Yes, please. Why don't you introduce yourself? And you've got quite an interesting history, and I really think that our audience should hear that.
Okay, well, I'll give you the medium length story then. So, my name is Jennifer Robinson, and I am the owner of the Adventuresome Kitchen, which is a company that started 5 years ago, actually as a food blog and a resource for people with celiac, because I was diagnosed with celiac 17 years ago, right after I got married. And my entire life, I had been a sick kid. I tell people that I used to carry an enormous purse because I had to carry an enormous container of Tums everywhere I went, and I ate them literally like candy. And I thought, well, at least I'm getting calcium. But as a kid and through most of my adult life, I felt like I had butcher knives slicing across my stomach. And I thought people purchased Tums and Rolaids and Pepto-Bismol and everything like that because everybody felt awful after they ate. And it wasn't until about 2 months after I'd been diagnosed with celiac and a few other food allergies that I worked on eliminating from my diet, I realized that the jar of Tums had been sitting on the counter for a while, and that it was the first time in my life I actually felt happy after I ate a meal. And that revelation for me was really transformative because I feel like everybody should be blissed out after they eat something. And so, a lot of people will ask me if I feel deprived that I can't enjoy a good dark beer or a croissant or good sourdough bread. And sometimes I miss those things, but I don't miss it enough to give myself the pain that was always associated with it in my mind. So it's been a really positive experience for me and helped me get well. Some of the background before I started the Adventuresome Kitchen, though, is that I'm actually a creative artist. I'm a performing artist. I have a master's degree in vocal performance, which is fancy lingo for saying I was trained to be an opera singer, and choral conducting. and I met my husband in a flamenco dance class. So I've done all sorts of work in the performing and visual arts. I've done a lot of work with bringing communities together, where the whole talent of the community is used to create community art projects and things like that. And I love to write. So blogging was a really nice segue to me into the online business world. And now with a lot of the expertise I have in food and in health and wellness, I work with clients one-on-one to help them develop meal plans that work for their life, get them excited about cooking. A lot of people I know really love the end result, but feel very intimidated about how to get there in the kitchen, and they don't know where to start. And I love giving people the tools and the excitement and the confidence to make anything they want in their kitchen, whether it's a sandwich for lunch or a big 5-course meal with paired wines for a dinner party. So that's what I do.
Fabulous. I think that's really useful too. I mean, people don't really entirely understand how to make these modifications that they need to make. And I think it's really awesome what you're doing.
They don't, and I think it's really interesting for people my age, and I'll just disclose I'm in my mid-40s. A lot of us grew up, we were kind of the first generation with 2-income households. We were the first generation that many of us were raised on processed food. High fructose corn syrup came to market in 1970. So we were the first generation that grew up on all of this super sugar. And there's been a little bit of a disconnect in the knowledge that has been passed down, usually from grandmother to granddaughter or mother to daughter. Not to diss any dudes out there who are fabulous cooks, but at least in the home, that still tends to be the purvey of women in most households. But in the 70s, a lot of us, there was a big disconnect there, and a lot of us didn't get those skills. We didn't learn them from our moms necessarily. I mean, my mom will be the first person to tell you she hates to cook. She did enough to get by and made sure that we had fuel in our stomachs, but it wasn't that great. And I lived far away from my grandmother's, and so didn't really have that opportunity to watch them in their kitchens and get that knowledge passed on. So now there's a whole generation of working moms who know they need to eat better, who want to eat better, but feel very uncomfortable even picking out the right produce because they just don't know where to start. And one of the things I love most to do on my blog or when I'm working with people is to just start at square one and say, you know what? The vegetables and the fruits are your friends. And, I'll hold your hand and give you whatever encouragement you need to begin to slowly make those changes to your diet and your life. And what I really love seeing is how that changes the family dynamic. Especially when you start raising your kids in the kitchen with you and inviting them to help you cook and prepare even simple foods. There becomes a little bit of a sense of community, which I think in our very geeked out, teched out world is really nice to see people reconnecting around food at the table.
I think that's very important. And I've been blessed that I did live close to my grandmother's. My mom is big into cooking. Like, we're a very food-centered family. But when I was a little kid, there was a lot of convenience foods. It's
Absolutely.
like we're all busy. We're running around. My parents were teachers, so they didn't have any time. And so there was a lot of times where we would have convenience foods that weren't exactly the healthiest for us.
Oh, not at all. I mean, they're loaded in salt. They're loaded in sugar. They're loaded in trans fat, which, I think those are the huge culprits of kind of our dietary and our health woes today, especially the trans fat and or what I call fake fat, the fake fat and the high sugar, because people don't realize how much sugar is in their daily diet when they're eating processed foods, because most people I'm a voracious label reader. Like I almost think my obsession with reading labels borders on OCD. And I was raised to read labels. And then of course, when I was diagnosed with food allergies, I had to read every label to make sure it was okay to eat. So I really started very quickly discovering, sugar is the third or fourth ingredient in a lot of these pre-made, pre-packaged processed foods, even if it's steak, or burritos. There's sugar in the burritos. And you think, well, okay, why is there sugar in the burritos? But there is. And that's really had we see the headlines all the time. It's really had a negative impact on our health as a society. And we are the fattest nation in the world. We have the highest sugar consumption in the world. And I can kind of jump into that now if you want.
Sure.
We don't have the highest fat consumption in the world, but this is why I like to talk about how real fat is not the culprit. Belgium, actually, according to the studies that were released this spring, Belgium has the highest fat content in their diet. And
wow.
And Germany is number 2. And what's really interesting is that Germany is also the skinniest first world population in the world. So clearly they have a little bit better idea of some of what's going on. But one of the things I like to point out is that processed food and the whole kind of take and bake or takeaway revolution is really a uniquely American proposition. I mean, we can thank McDonald's for that and the whole franchising, but then of course, we have this heartland of food here. We're in a great growing zone for, half the country. And the diet of most countries in Western Europe is still the diet that they had in the Middle Ages. It's butter, it's olive oil, it's natural meats, it's produce friendly, it's homemade bread. And I think that has staying power, and clearly with the health woes that we're experiencing as a society here in the United States, we need to be looking to them as an example. I was going to say something and it flipped out of my mind about fat and sugar. Oh, processed high fructose corn syrup. A lot of people don't realize that sugar, cane sugar, was developed as a product like 2,000 years ago in the Middle East. The plant actually originated in Southeast Asia, Micronesia. And what we know from history was that sugar was a popular item in 2,000 years ago in India and Iran, Iraq, and kind of the belt, the fertile belt of that region 2,000 years ago. And it wasn't actually introduced to Western Europe until the Crusades. And of course, we got a lot of things from the Middle East and the Crusades, the spice trade, and that I've done a lot of research on medieval cuisine because it's just really fascinating to me. People are really curious about fusion today and fusion cuisines and French Asian or what would be another one, like English Mexican, or putting these mashups, these cultural mashups. But that actually happened in the Middle Ages as a result of the Crusades. And so sugar was introduced in the Middle Ages, and at that point was actually as costly as nutmeg, cinnamon. These were forms of currency in the Middle Ages. And what we see at that time is that suddenly, that was kind of the first blip where people were dying of tooth decay. We can see in the peasant population of the early Middle Ages, where sugar had not yet been introduced to that population, that they were living until their 60s and 70s, and they had no cavities and they had all their teeth. And it was the upper classes and the royalty that, of course, then began experiencing tooth decay and issues with their health related to what we now believe was sugar consumption. So in the 70s, I'm just curious, your face popped off here. Can you still hear me?
Yes, no, I can
Okay.
still hear you. I wanted to take a sip of water, and I try to minimize how often I do that on camera.
Oh, gotcha. I had this moment of panic, like it all went
Oh,
south again.
no, I'm sorry. No, I was just drinking some water.
Okay, that's good. So sugar has always been grown in tropical areas. And of course, in the Renaissance, as the New World was discovered, I love that term, the New World, because it was always there. But when Western Europeans came west, farther west, and of course, then all the sugarcane plantations were sprouted up all over the tropics. Well, until 1970, the world's primary source of sugar was Central and South America and that tropical equatorial belt. So in 1970, the food scientists figured out that they could make sugar from corn. And where does most of the world's corn get grown? Right here.
Yeah, in Iowa, I think, actually. Iowa
Right?
is the large corn
You know,
producer.
so I mean, Iowa is the corn belt, but also up into the Dakotas, Kansas here. I mean, we got lots of corn in Kansas. And so it became a way then for food people to commoditize sugar, but keep that production and that profit here in the United States. They also found out in the process, cane sugar is not stable necessarily in acidic environments. So even though it makes your soda pop taste better, and people will always talk about Mexican Coke because Mexican Coke is made with cane sugar, not high fructose corn syrup, and it tastes different, but it's not shelf stable.
And,
it is better.
And the long-term effects of having that sugar anyway is just, you should probably avoid it.
Well, exactly. I mean, I rarely have soda pop anymore. I mean, I can't tell you the last time I actually consumed a can of soda. But cane sugar as a commodity can only be shifted across landmass in granular form. So to use it in mass production of food, it has to be dissolved in water. And that is more costly and it takes more time in the process. So these guys developed high fructose corn syrup because it was a liquid form. All they had to do was dilute it, but it was highly concentrated. And of course, they are using it in ever more concentrated amounts in our food. And so that was really the advent of the whole sugar craze that hit the United States more so than any other nation in the world. And we can see now, 40 years later, what that has given us in so many ways. I mean, and it's encouraging at least that there are some physicians now publicly coming out and questioning the use of high fructose corn syrup in all of these things. But, you know, there is a very powerful lobby and very powerful interest groups who are vested in keeping that consumption alive and well, you know, and there are a lot of farmers that depend on their corn being purchased for sugar production. So that's kind of a little interesting background on sugar. But one of the key pieces of information that I found really stunning as I started to put all these pieces together was exactly how much sugar do you think the average American consumes in a year? And I don't know if there are people who are on the Hangout who want to type in a number. I can't see anything on my phone, but you know, if you have some number guesses, verbalize them.
I will read any off to you if they come in. I think it's probably more than 20 pounds.
Yeah, it is.
Which is, it seems like a crazy high number to me because I'm not a sugar person myself. I don't really have much of a sweet tooth, but I think it's up there. I think it's probably a lot more than what we should be consuming, probably several times more than what we should be consuming.
So are there any guesses that have come through?
Not that I can see in the chat box on the site.
Okay, so I'll let this out of the bag. That the average sugar consumption for one person in the United States on an annual basis is 170 pounds of sugar.
Holy crap.
That is, I know, that's huge, right?
Wow. Okay, that is so more than I was expecting.
That's more than I weigh.
Oh
That's
my
like,
God.
I mean, I'll just put this out there. I weigh about 140 pounds. That is 30 pounds more. That's like
Yeah.
a third of my body weight. Again, you know,
Oh
170
my
pounds.
God.
So that averages, here's my little cup. This is about, so people are consuming about a cup of sugar a day, a cup. And this is about 40 teaspoons.
Now, are
This is
you
average.
including just sugar, or are you also including carbohydrates?
That is simple sugar. That doesn't include fruit.
Wow. So
That
it doesn't
is-
even include potatoes, which are huge for sugar.
Right, or rice,
Wow.
like things like white rice or like white bread. You know, I mean, that's our problem right there.
That is insane.
Now, here's what's really interesting. The World Health Organization just put out a recommendation for limits on sugar consumption. And of course, this has got a lot of people up in arms about what it means for the American public. So what did they recommend is 10 grams of sugar a day, which is about a teaspoon and a half. So let's see if I can pour this into my hand here. So this, let's see if you can see. I don't live. Is that my camera there? There we go.
Yep.
That is what the World Health Organization is recommending be the maximum amount of sugar you consume in a day. And this is where we're at.
That's just mind blowing.
Isn't that crazy?
I can't even fathom having that much sugar.
I know. Well, and you know, I've cut a lot of sugar out, and you know, we'll still have. I mean, I always tell people be reasonable with this, right? I mean, like, don't quit on birthday cake, but if you're gonna have birthday cake, like, limit the rest of your sugar throughout the day, and maybe only have one piece instead of three. You know, and you know, I don't think people realize that there is more sugar in a mocha from Starbucks than there is in a can of Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah, Starbucks is really bad with that. And I used to work there, and this was probably, I don't even know how, 6 years ago now. And when I started working there, it was like, oh, you know, it tastes really good, and it's fresh. It is full of sugar.
It is. It's a total sugar kick. And I have quit. I just drink plain lattes. And it took me, I would say a couple years ago is when I kicked the sugar out of my coffee, but I had basically quit most, not all, sugar, but I was still having that one little teaspoon in my coffee every morning. And finally I was like, you know what? Do you like coffee or do you like the sugared coffee? Right. And about that time was when I switched back from 2% to whole milk, because I have this theory that the fat flavor in your mouth is actually more satisfying and filling than the sweet flavor in your mouth. And so by using, you know, having coffee with real half and half, or having a latte with whole milk instead of skim milk, like, it makes a difference. You feel more satisfied, and I feel like it helps stop those cravings of just consuming. Here's the other stat that I want to share with everybody that a lot of people don't realize about sugar. Like, when you get sick, your mom always say, you know, don't have any sugar. And actually, there are a number of studies now that show that your immune system is actually compromised within 30 minutes of consuming any sugar for a period of 4 or 5 hours, even depending on how much you've had. One of the studies I was reading showed that white blood cells, after sugar had been introduced into the body, had 40 to 50% less capacity to kill off bacteria than prior to the sugar. So if you think about, like, you know, you're having a soda pop, or you're having a fancy mocha or a piece of cheesecake or whatever, that you are then, for a period of time, limiting your body's ability to respond to invaders into your body. So I was thinking, you know, we were at the ice cream social up at school Monday night, because of course they always do that the week before school starts. So here you are in an environment with all sorts of kids, all sorts of runny noses, lots of hands, and you're scooping ice cream, and everybody is up there as a walking petri dish, and everybody's eating ice cream. So they're sharing germs, and their body can't even fight it off. And I think no wonder kids get sick the second they go back to school. You know, we're not helping our kids. We're not helping ourselves, you know. The other study I read as I was researching this, there's some new studies that are now showing with MRI technology that cancer tumors actually feed on glucose. And they thrive,
I heard something about that. That's really fascinating.
On sugar. So people are starting to look at diet as a companion, like modification of diet as a companion to traditional cancer treatments, because they now can see definitively in your body that even, I think one of the results I saw was even consuming half a chocolate candy bar, because they are looking for the glucose, they're looking for presence of glucose with the MRI technology, and they can see that the cancer cells are mostly glucose. And so even eating just a little bit of sugar, if you've got cancer present in your body, can just fire up all of those cells to start munching away, which I think is pretty significant when you look at the health data that is coming out repeatedly about the prevalence of cancer in our society and the heart disease and things that we now know are actually linked to the state of your immune system. You know, I'm sure you know that, you know, there are connections now between the bacteria in your mouth and the bacteria that are in your blood vessels that contribute to heart disease. And of course, that's all linked to your immune system. So when you start putting all of these pieces together like a Rubik's Cube, one of the things that keeps coming up is our relationship to sugar. And you know, that's one thing that we're all going to have to really look at as our population ages. And, you know, especially if we want to continue kind of maintaining the health of our youth as we move, because, you know, now that I'm in my mid 40s, I'm all about aging well, right? And I think, gosh, 60 isn't that far away. We need to start taking action now. So what else do I have to tell you? So let's talk about the fat part of this. And I tried to touch on this yesterday. I was kind of all over the place. I was so distracted by the reverb in my ears. I couldn't really focus on anything.
Yeah, and today's a lot better. So thank you for sticking it out.
It is crystal clear, at least on my end. So I'm very happy about this. So in the 70s, as sugar was kind of rocking and rolling, at the same time, of course, we're introducing all of these fake fats so that we can continue to, the food industry can continue to develop processed foods that are shelf stable. And trans fats, of course, are very shelf stable because they're pretend fats. You know, real fats like butter eventually will go rancid. I mean, olive oil doesn't go rancid, but it's not necessarily, if you leave it out in a super hot room, like in a warehouse where it gets to be 120, it's going to lose all of the goodness. You know, all of those phenols and things, they get killed because it is a living organism, so to speak. I mean, it's natural and it's got those qualities that help our bodies be nourished. And of course, trans fats don't have that because they're pretend and they're slippery and they have that fat-like substance. But of course, what we found is that our bodies can't process them and they start plaquing up our arteries. So it's been really interesting watching the medical community kind of wrap their head around in the last couple of years. And it's really only been the last 2 years where I've seen this more in magazines and journals and things, that doctors who are working with heart patients have really started to look at the body of work saying, all right, maybe we got this wrong because we introduced all these fat-free diets in the early 80s, and yet heart disease has continued to climb. and in fact has gotten, significantly worse as we progress away. And we have now, 25 years or so of studies to show this. But a lot of them are very uncomfortable turning around and saying, well, we need to quit sugar, because there's a whole food industry now that is based on fat-free. And my favorite irony is the fat-free yogurt that's loaded with sugar, because it basically, it doesn't do anything for you. You don't get the probiotics from it because the sugar counteracts the probiotics. You don't get the healthy fats, which are good for your skin and your brain. You get filler, but that's about it. So one of the earliest changes that I encourage people to make if they're looking at making subtle changes to their diet is to go back to full fat, or 2% if they're uncomfortable with full fat, plain yogurt. And if you want sweet in your yogurt, do fresh fruit, do strawberries, and especially now we have Trader Joe's here, and they have organic frozen fruit, and it's a great price, and it's harvested at peak ripeness. So the quality of the frozen strawberries is usually much better, except for the 2 weeks a year we can actually get real strawberries here locally. The quality of the frozen strawberries is vastly superior to anything that's fresh. And we can use those in our smoothies. And I just tell people, just do that one change. It will make a huge difference, and it'll take a couple days usually to adjust your taste buds, especially if you're used to that sweet all the time. But it is possible. And I always tell people, okay, if you can't just switch immediately, put just a tiny bit of honey, because even a little bit of honey is going to be a lot better than what you're getting in your regular store-bought fruit added sugar or sugar chemical added. It's so much better. And I like the full fat yogurt because, again, you get that fat love, and it just feels a lot more nourishing. And there's 8-10 grams of protein in a cup of yogurt, so it's really good for you. It's really, we need our calcium, we need our protein. That's a new change I've really been working on lately, is the kind of reframing how we eat our meals. And, I think for those of us who are women especially, I don't think I ever saw my mom eat breakfast. And I don't think I saw my grandmas eat breakfast either. They were always, my grandmas, if I was visiting, were bustling in the kitchen, making sure everybody else was eating. But then, we were shushed out the door to go play. And so you grow up with this idea that breakfast is somehow bad, and, oh, you don't have time for breakfast. You just got to go, 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 go. And of course, then what happens is you crash, and your blood sugar just can't even get out above your ankles. And you either have, you go out and grab a coffee at 11 o'clock, or you have a lunch, but you grab sugar and you grab caffeine, or you crash at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you need a nap. And changing that paradigm of making your strongest meal of the day your earliest meals of the day, and really trying to move towards a lighter dinner is it's counterintuitive. And we still have pretty hearty meals for dinner, just because I've still got growing kids and they need a lot of calories, and my husband is a big strapping man, and he's been blessed with one of these lightning metabolisms. He just has to that was
mine too. Mine too. Drives me crazy. My husband's 45, and he eats like he's a teenager. He eats whatever he wants, whenever he wants. He doesn't gain a pound. He's very lean and slender and muscular, and I hate it. I mean, I love it, but I hate it.
Right. I know, because I just, I have a slow metabolism. I always tell people I'll do well in a famine because I just don't need that many calories. But making that shift has been an effort, although I'm seeing it pay off. And my husband, who usually, that 7 to 8 o'clock hour in our house is kind of like the hour of madness. trying to get everybody out the door and showered and fed and breakfasts and lunches made. But what I've noticed was that, you know, on the days when the kids are in making lunch and I'm making a big breakfast for everybody as they scoot out the door, you know, Jack comes home looking so much more lively because he had a good breakfast and he had a lunch that he took with him and he didn't skip lunch. And, you know, I can tell the second he walks in the door if he hasn't eaten enough that day. And I don't think people realize how much of our mental fog, especially for us as women, because we attribute mental fog to PMS and thyroid and this and that, how much of it is just that we haven't been nourishing our bodies properly and our blood sugar is all nutty. And on the days when I eat a solid breakfast with my kids, I can go. You know, I can just power through and I feel strong and I feel alert and I feel focused. And, you know, I'm convinced that half the problems we have with ADD and ADHD in our schools are really more dietary than like intrinsic issues of neurological function in our brain, because our kids, many of them are just not getting the kind of diet that they need.
And anything that messes with our blood sugar can be really bad in my experience. I mean, that insulin can really change what's going on pretty quickly in our body.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what do they tell you? Like when you've run a race, like a 5K or something, or like a longer endurance race, you know, eat a banana, drink a beer. Well, okay. You know, you've got potassium, you've got carbs and B vitamins in the beer, or, and it can like perk you up almost immediately. And then, you know, of course, following up with protein, but, it's, you know, it's really amazing kind of the chemical interplay of our brain and our insulin and seeing how deeply related that is. I want to segue just for a sec because I wanted to just point out to your listeners who may not know is that one of the articles and journal articles I was reading that I found really, really fascinating about sugar and our relationship to sugar and why it's so hard for us to get off the sugar train is that the sugar actually attaches to the opiate receptors in your brain. So you really can be addicted to sugar. It lights up the same receptor as, you know, extreme pleasure and opiates. And so what they've also discovered, though, is that aspartame and sucralose and all the fakey sugars hit the same spot. And of course, that, again, is messing with our body chemistry in all sorts of really interesting and weird ways. So we've fostered this kind of low-level addiction in our culture by having sugar in everything. It's like the be calm thing. Like if we were going into sci-fi, like, you know, it'd be like the be calm drug they stick in all the food in some post-apocalyptic sci-fi novel. And so as, you know, as people begin to make those shifts, they have to keep that in mind. Like you actually have a withdrawal. Like if you have a lot of sugar in your diet, if you're eating this every day and you go cold turkey, it's going to suck. It's going to be worse than probably, I mean, I've never smoked, but I imagine it would be worse than quitting cigarettes because your body like goes through craving and physical withdrawal, and you really do kind of have to detox a little bit from it.
I can speak to a little bit of experience with that. And there have been a couple times where I get like hooked on Diet Coke, for example. And it doesn't take much. I mean, it takes like one small little Diet Coke, and I haven't had Diet Coke in months and months and months, and I have like 12 ounces, and the next day I'm like, no, I really want a Diet Coke. But it really is addictive.
See, for me, I got lucky when I got diagnosed with the celiac disease 17 years ago, because one of the other allergies that I had a very high reaction to is aspartame. And so I had to quit soda products. I had to quit diet soda immediately. And I realized that, you know, the sugared soda tasted so different and was so rich that although I didn't quit it immediately, I stepped it back so significantly that within I think probably 5 years of that, I had eliminated soda pop from my diet. And now we just drink, we call them salty waters at our house, like Perrier or Pellegrino, because I love the bubbles.
Yes, me too.
I love bubbly stuff. My daughter, when she was 1.5 years old, she saw me pouring some into a glass, and I thought, well, okay, you're not really, maybe she was 13 months old. She was really tiny. And she asked for some, and I gave it to her, and she shook her head. And then a few minutes later, she tapped me and she said, Mommy, can I have more of that salty water? And the name stuck. And I thought, well, if you've never had sparkling mineral water and you're a baby, that's going to taste very salty. It tastes, so we call it salty water in our house, but we'll do a few Izzy's for treats for the kids, which are fruit juice, and then mostly salty water, and then really just the bubbles. And fortunately, they haven't really gotten on the soda bandwagon, which I'm very, very thrilled about.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we try and keep that to a minimum, but it is. I think you really hit on a point there, that once you go back, it's like those triggers in your brain never really forget.
Mm-hmm.
And you definitely want them.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking through my notes. I should ask, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions?
I don't see any.
Okay.
I do have one that I wanted to, maybe it's not necessarily a question, but on the topic of sugar addiction, like you were saying, you can't go from eating this full cup of sugar to this little tiny bit completely overnight without all of these massive withdrawal symptoms. And what are some things that people can do to minimize that? How can you really wean yourself off of sugar?
Well, so I do a couple things, or I encourage a couple things. Usually, like, we do have a quit sugar challenge we're developing, and some people have the wherewithal. They just want to go cold turkey and power through it. And to those people, I say, okay, just be aware that the first 3 days are probably going to be very uncomfortable. You're probably going to have a headache. You're probably going to be really jittery. Make sure that you're eating really healthy on those days, that you're giving yourself extra protein, that you're making sure your blood sugar you're not putting yourself in a situation where your blood sugar is going to spike and drop, because of course that's when we want to have the sugar to give us a little boost. So, if you can do it over a weekend so that you're not at your desk feeling like you're a grump and you're just going to face plant into your keyboard, you can, have some popcorn, go to a movie. One of the things that's really helpful, I have a little, what do you call it? A little PDF I put together that I'd be happy to just share out. I can send it to you, and you can send it out to everybody who's attending today. But it's about five alternatives to what to do when you really want sugar, and what are just some really simple mechanisms that you can employ to stay sane until the sugar rush and the sugar craving passes. I mean, some of it's just as simple as going outside and taking a walk. I mean, often just reinvigorating. I know some of the other speakers were talking about breathing and some yesterday, but being present and just really taking time to take a deep breath, because we do get so uptight, especially in our work life and with the stress of the busyness of everything, that we forget to breathe. And often, nice cool glass of water, because we don't drink enough water either. A little water and some deep breathing can just really move you through that. And to people who feel very leery about just quitting cold turkey, like I always say, just give up the soda pop for 2 weeks. Like that is going to be a huge accomplishment, and you're going to notice huge benefits from just quitting the soda. Your complexion will clear up. If you replace soda with water, oh my gosh, like, wow. your liver and your kidneys would be so happy, they'd be just jumping for joy. Or, you kind of what I did, and I admit I am not 100% sugar free, but I feel like it has its place, and it's a very small place. Just quit down to 1 teaspoon of sugar in your morning coffee and say, all right, and maybe I'm going to have 1 square of dark chocolate after dinner, so that, and then everything else is gone. Because I know there are a lot of people who have completely eliminated sugar from their life, and they're never ever going to eat refined sugar again, and they don't ever cook with sugar, and God bless them. That is amazing. I like a little different balance in my life, and that is my personal choice. So, I tell people, we're really choosy about when and where we have sugar, because it is not the most healthy thing for our body, but it's a pleasure. And it's okay to admit that there are things that you consume that are not perfect for your body in large quantities, i.e. wine, right? I mean, wine in small doses is good. If you drink the whole bottle in one night, probably not so great for your body. Sugar's the same way, although I don't think anybody will ever say there's any nutritional value in sugar. The only value for sugar is pleasure. And that's okay. So be balanced in that pleasure seeking, and really take time to enjoy it, and save it for those special occasions. And then savor it when you have it, so that you're not just mindlessly consuming it. And I think that's a big thing, that we have become, as a society, very mindless consumers of food. And It didn't used to be that way. It's really now food for fuel, food for comfort, food for entertainment. It is less about the conviviality and the community that happens when you share a meal together. And for me, that's huge. I mean, that is my greatest joy as a chef and as a hostess, are, the smiling, happy faces and the laughter that happen around my table when we have a meal that either I've prepared or we've all prepared together, and the wine is flowing and stories are being told, and there's no technology at the table, and people are making eye contact and laughing and enjoying just each other's company. That to me is a little piece of heaven on earth, and something that we all want to strive for. And usually, I don't even know if people notice this, but when we do have dessert at our house, if I bring out a dessert for something, tiny, just little bits, like tiny, I use a tiny scoop for ice cream and sorbet. It's like a little melon baller. It's just tiny, because when you're already satisfied, as you are with a very convivial, beautiful meal that has, it's a delight for the senses. When you're really satisfied, you don't need like an enormous piece of, hot lava cake with whipped cream and, piles of this. You really, it can be very satisfying to just have a little bit. And, it's like the cherry on top of the sundae. And it's just that little bit that caps off a lovely evening and a lovely meal. And people are already so satisfied, they don't need any more to be satisfied. And that's, I think, really at the heart of whether you quit sugar, or you're realigning your diet, or you're moving away from processed food to cooking in the kitchen and cooking with your family. To me, the end goal is really about bringing more joy to your table, bringing more joy to your life, increasing the connection and the being present, and the intention. That's really, for me, the whole driver. And I see, it happens at other places, but it always happens around the table, Yes,
I think that's really important what you were saying about moderation, because when we go from doing lots of something to doing nothing of something, we tend to rebound in the opposite direction. And often we have more of the sugar, we have more of the lava cake, we have more of the lie.
Absolutely. And you know, like I have a lot of friends who've done what is this Whole30 that's floating around out there, where like you cut
Yes.
everything. No coffee, no wine, no dairy, no sugar, no this, no that, and I just, and to a T, every single person in my circle who has gone through that has gone through that, and and say they felt a little better, but as soon as that's over, right back like with the crazy I mean, like it's like it didn't do anything except make you really pissed off that you couldn't have the foods that you like and find enjoyment from. And that's why I always tell people, look, you know, if what needs to happen in the diet world, and I hate that term, because women have been obsessed for far too long about diet. You know, just enjoy your food. You know, remember to eat twice as many vegetables as everything else on your plate. Like, just strive for that. And you know, that's kind of our meta goal. We don't necessarily achieve that every day, but that's always in the back of your head. Like, eat twice as many vegetables as everything else on your plate. Eat your vegetables first. And that was like drilled into me when I was a little kid. So I make my kids eat their vegetables first. But you know, they like their vegetables now. You know, and this whole idea that we have been given, that by media and often unspoken by the way we see the women, the adult women in our lives. I'm speaking now like from when we were kids, the adult women in our lives talking about their bodies with each other, talking about their bodies when they think nobody's listening. And of course, you know, anybody with kids knows that kids don't miss a dang thing. And you know, one of the most profound experiences I had was when my oldest daughter was, again, you know, a year, 18 months. She was an early talker. I was in grad school when she was born, and living in Albuquerque. And so, you know, the routine was I'd ask my husband every morning in my dress, hey, honey, do I look fat in this? And one day I came home from school and he's like, you can't say that anymore, because, you know, what happened when I was out and Jack was with our daughters, that, you know, this little tiny thing who really had no idea what she was saying looked in the mirror and went, Daddy, do I look fat? And, you know, I felt my heart kind of tear into that day. And I thought, you know what? I can't say that. Even if I think it, I have to fundamentally realign how I approach my own body, because I have 2 daughters. And I don't want to, you know, the message that I want them growing up with, both spoken and unspoken, is you're strong, you're beautiful, you're confident, you look great, no, whether your hair's in a ponytail and you're in shorts, or whether you're super dressed up, because you on the inside are a beautiful person. And we hear that message, but we often don't experience that message. And society certainly doesn't help us with that at all. But when you have that then compounded by what the adult women in your life are saying, and not even saying to you directly, because of course they always tell younger girls, they're, you know, they say all the right things to younger girls, but they don't say all the right things to themselves. And that's, you know, that's just been such a huge disconnect. And suddenly, you know, for me as a mom with 2 daughters, wanting to really put the skids on that kind of body identity. So yeah, I hate the word diet. I hate the idea that you should deprive yourself. And I'm saying this as a celiac, deprived of many really wonderful things. But I really don't look at it as deprivation, because for me, it made me so sick that sometimes I miss certain aspects. You know, I would love to have a flaky, buttery, stretchy croissant. I have not quite perfected that in my kitchen yet, but that day will come. And I just want people to find balance and to feel good about what they're putting into their body. And, you know, there is a huge gut-brain connection. There was a new study, I just heard about it on NPR last week, about there have been definitive you know, like in double-blind tests now, showing that the presence and population of good flora in your gut actually does change your perception and your outlook and how you think. And so now we're linking depression to bacteria imbalances in our gut, and we're looking at mental health in a completely different way. So feel good about what you're putting in your body. Put real food in your body. Put in food that makes you feel good and is nourishing to your spirit and to your cells, you know, and cut back on the sugar.
So cut back on that sugar for sure. And I run a 42-day wellness program, and it's email based, and people can go through it pretty much at their own pace. But something that I really focus on is it's not the calories, and
Right.
it's not the fat, and it's not even the sugar. It's how does this food make you feel? It's like you eat this food, how do you feel afterwards? Do you feel supported and nourished, or do you start to feel depleted? And what happens every time is that people start to automatically wean themselves off of these unhealthier foods because they're just listening to their intuition.
Right. Absolutely. I think that's brilliant. And, you know, I think we need more people in the diet world to take that approach, because I do think when we have the space to analyze our attitudes towards food, especially as women, because boy, you know, women and food and our relationship to food is very loaded, and there's a lot of emotional baggage a lot of us have had to weed through the years. But when you can weed through that, and as human beings, I mean, it's like you know, animals in the animal kingdom naturally self-select for those things that make their bodies work and function most optimally. As human beings, we can do that too if we can actually filter through the noise and get to the space where you can say, I feel uplifted. You know, this meal was an uplifting experience, or these foods, you know, gosh, it's 10:30 and I still feel great today. What did I do differently at breakfast? You know, I think that's wonderful.
We are almost out of time. I'm so happy that your presentation finally worked, and we actually ran out of time. I'm so excited about it.
I know, thank you. I'm so glad it worked today.
If people want to know more about how to work with you, where can they go?
They can go to adventuresomekitchen.com. So that's kind of long, but it's adventuresome, ADVENTURESOME kitchen.com. And there's a big read more button right on my homepage. They can just click that and put in their email. They can also email me at jennifer@adventuresomekitchen.com, or hop over to our Facebook page. We have an Adventuresome Kitchen Facebook page. And let's see, Instagram and Twitter. I don't really tweet very often. There's just a lot of social media, and I like to have relationships, and I talk a lot. So Twitter is not really my favorite platform. But my Instagram hashtag is ADV, so short for adventuresome, and then kitchen. And we always post pictures of really yummy foods, and I've started to actually put more recipes on the Instagram feed because it's very instant. And of course, as a working parent in a 2-parent household, and we're still committed to food, we are very focused these days on what can we cook in 30 minutes or less that's really delicious. And so the recipes, of course, on our website, and we have a full kitchen store on our website, but we also are putting out a lot more recipes on Instagram just because it's fast and there's a fun little picture with it.
Yeah,
so
I like that.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's very visual, and I like that. And I found that my iPhone actually takes better pictures than my camera. And I don't have an optimal kitchen. I don't have a window in my kitchen for natural light, but the iPhone camera is so good that it gets all this light from somewhere, and so it makes my pictures look really good.
That's awesome. And that's actually has to do with the size of the aperture.
Okay.
So the iPhone has been designed for that. so you
Oh,
can take better pictures in lower
I
light.
call it, yeah, I call it a light bucket, and it's really it's been delightful for me, especially with my kitchen setup. And so Instagram, of course, is, I mean, we just got on Instagram like a month ago. My daughter set it up for me. She's like, Mom, you got to be on Instagram, and so it's been fun. It's been fun for us to kind of get out there and throw some pictures out.
Oh, that's awesome. Instagram rocks. So anyway, thank you so much for doing this. And I'm so sorry about the earlier technical problems, but I'm so glad that we finally got it to work.
Yes. And I will send out, I will email to you so that you can send out to everybody you sign up for this.
Okay, fabulous. And thank you to...
Somebody just tried to call me. That was funny.
Yes, you disappeared and muted yourself. I was wondering what happened.
Because my phone rang. And that was so funny, right? This is the whole time in the hour my phone rang. So I'll send you that, and you can send that out to everybody just as an extra thank you for sticking with me and for for being here. So
fabulous. All right, thank you so much for doing this with me. So it has been a true pleasure. For everybody who is still listening, thank you very much for tuning in and sharing your day with me yesterday and today. I hope that you got tons of awesome actionable advice that you can start to use in your wellness now. If you have any questions, feel free to drop me an email. My email address is esme@42yogis.com, YSMAY@42yogis.com. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'm sure I will be speaking with you soon.
Namaste.
So, namaste.